because those young guys are going to swing the bat, and they're going to hit a lot of homers in their career.
Folks, if you don't think these kids swing play, you're sadly mistaken.
15th home run, and he's already got a home run trot, and they've got a home run tradition over there.
I do know I pitched against Vlad Jr.'s dad.
There's a high shot back into deep right field. Home run for Meadows.
Loves G-Man Short. He's just one of those guys, has personality.
A lot of different faces, different ages, different backgrounds. What is the reason for the chemistry?
Everyone's just clicking.
Tonight, it's the Jays and the Rays at Tropicana Field for the YouTube Game of the Week. Both teams coming off a break in their schedule yesterday, but Tampa trying to get right back on the horses. They're right in the thick of the wild card race. And with that, we say welcome to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. This is the official pregame show. Harold Reynolds, I'm Jameson Coyle. We hope you're dialed in because this is a good one. Not necessarily when it comes to the standings. Yes, for the Rays, they're right in that wild card hunt, but for the Jays, they got so many young names on this team that make you want to watch this game.
That's why we had the cool walk. You know, the kids do it
There was
like
a little
this.
strut, right? Well, you got the kicks on today.
You know, the kicks, all that. No, they are talented. And, you know, obviously you're going to hear about the kids of the dads. We'll get into that a little bit later. But they're swinging the bats. They're aggressive. They're a scary team to play right now. And the Rays have something going that's important for them.
Absolutely.
They're chasing to get into the playoffs. And I think they got a chance to really get in. This is a solid club.
Every game from here on out is huge for the Tampa Bay Rays. All right, we are counting you right up to first pitch, so let's get that countdown clock going right now. There it is, 28-11. So we'll take you right down
We
to
got
double
you
zeros.
for 28 minutes.
Yeah, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Good thing.
All right, that's a great thing. All right, let's go through some of these storylines. We're looking forward into this game. You mentioned some of the young guys for the Jays. How about Bo Bichette? This kid making his transition to the big leagues look easy. He's got 23 extra base hits since making his debut in late July. Only Juan Soto and Alex Bregman have more.
The way he started off with all the doubles, when you start talking about first time in history, you start saying things like that.
History.
That's pretty impressive. But, you know, you got the kids at the top. Biggio, and then you go Grichuk has really come on, and Vlad Jr. Vlad Jr. leading the team in RBIs, and that was predicted when he broke in. But I love Teoscar Hernandez. I really think he's got a huge upside as well. So you can look at the rest of the roster, but those are some of the guys that I see really standing out.
All right, and then on the other side of things are going pretty good for the Rays right now. They've won 6 of their last 7 games. And as we mentioned, this is a huge stretch for them. This is their 4th game of a 13 straight stretch against teams below 500. So you want to talk about make or break. This is kind of that road to do it, right? This
is it. And you got to beat the clubs you're supposed to beat. And that's why they're in this thing. This was a good club. You knew they were going to be. But I think the addition of Austin Meadows and the way he has taken off, he's DHing tonight, but all-star player, Tommy Pham, like in the middle. But the biggest change, I think, has been Kiermaier and d'Arnaud. Their offense has given them an addition to this club that's taken them to another level. So those 2 players, to me, have changed a lot of things for them. What are you moving us to, man?
So Jays and Rays coming up at the top of the hour. Again, big implications when it comes to the wild card. Let's show you some of the other games that factor into this race. White Sox at the Indians. Top 2, 1 on for Wellington Castillo. Castillo, 2-run home run here to left. That's his 9th of the year.
See, a lot of times we look at strength of schedule, but the White Sox are a dangerous club. Again, a lot of young players putting up production. You see this shot right here the other way to drive it in, but after that, look out for the Sox.
Yeah, here they come. Jake Bauer scores. Indians trail 2-1, top 4, 2 down. Yolmer Sanchez RBI single to right here. White Sox leading 3-1. Top 6, Danny Mendick looking for his first career major league hit. Not always pretty, but he'll take it. He's going to keep the ball on that one.
How about that? Take it all day long. It's tough to get one. It's not Field of Dreams, right? Son, you want a hit? I need a hit.
All right, White Sox up 4-1. Bases loaded for Adam Engel. RBI single here. 2 more score, and the White Sox lead 6-1.
I mean, you think about it. Last night, Mercado makes that catch, a diving catch in the 9th inning last night to save the game for them, or else they got a chance for back-to-back losses.
All right, bottom 9. Reynaldo Lopez, 1 out away from his first career complete game. Strikes out Franmil Reyes, and Lopez, the line on him. 9 innings pitched, gave up 1 hit, 1 earned run, 11 Ks. White Sox win 7-1. Angels, A's, Justin Upton.
Starting to get
this one deep. Yeah, that one off the wall in center. 2 runs score for Upton. The RBI double there. Angels lead by 2. Bottom 1, same score. Mark Canha singles up the middle here. Marcus Semien scores. A's still down 2-1. I've heard of
Trout!
Did you get out
Did you see the picture, Doc?
Get out the tape measure. Huh. How about the shirtless dude in center, though? Not a good look.
Not a good look.
That swing pretty. The shirtless dude in center, not so much. All right. How about this one? That would tie Pete Alonso for the Major League lead with 45 home runs. This one does some damage, doesn't go over the fence. Angels extend that lead.
Boom.
5-1, but here come the A's.
Well,
Or not. Cole Calhoun, get on your horse.
Funky Cole Calhoun. That was nasty right there.
That was smooth.
That was really nice.
That is full out.
He does that as good as anybody going towards that line.
All right, let's go. Top 7 now. This one up, gone. That's Kevin Smith, solo shot, 11th of the year. Angels lead 6-1.
You're thinking blowout, right? Oh, the A's are done. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you're thinking, here comes Josh Phegley. That's a 2-run shot.
And they vaguely remember they're losing this game because they turned it on.
A's still trailing in this one, 6-3, but it's closer. A's trailing 6-5. Bases loaded. Chris Davis. Davis grounds to short. Matt Chapman will score on that one, and the A's tie this game up at 6. And then, how about bottom 7? Yikes. That's a 2-run triple for Robbie Grossman. A's take an 8-6 lead.
That wasn't gross, man. They just gave him the lead.
No, that wasn't sick. That was pretty nice. And you take a look at the AL wildcard standings right here. You got the Rays and the A's. If the season ended today, which it doesn't, we still have less than a month to play. But those would be your 2 teams, and that wildcard game would be played at the Trop. Again, we have ourselves a wildcard race. The Indians just a half game out, and the White Sox, the Red Sox.
Meadows taking a little batting practice.
Yeah.
Dialing in.
All right, you see the Trop right there. Let's head back inside the Trop as we get you ready for Jays and Rays. Kelly Nash caught up with Austin Meadows just moments ago.
I'm here with the Rays' top run producer. You've been an unbelievable talent throughout this season. It has to feel great to put up this all-star year in your first full year in the big leagues.
Yeah, it's been good. Lately, this whole season, we've been winning games. We're in a good spot. We put ourselves in a good spot for the playoffs. But for me personally, it's been a good year. Finally getting the chance to play every day, and it's been a lot of fun.
That feels good to see your name in the lineup all the time.
It sure does. It sure does. Very relieving.
Take us inside the clubhouse if you don't mind. You guys have 21 games left to play in this regular season. You're currently holding the top AL wildcard spot. Has to be a little fun in there.
It's a lot of fun, especially with a bunch of guys now, with the rosters expanding. So the clubhouse is full. It's full of excitement. After games, we have a lot of fun winning games. So it's just cool to get a lot of guys on board with the rosters expanding, and we just go out there, we play for each other, and things have been going really well.
Where do you hope to see your contributions here down the stretch? Kevin Cash speaks about his big dog stepping up and how he calls upon that.
Yeah. I think for us, we're just going to continue to keep doing what we've been doing all year. Not let the pressure change us. Just go out there and play the game and have fun. It seems to be working this year. We just go out there, we have fun, we play for each other, and we have a lot of talent to do that. So I'm going to continue to step up and continue to just do my thing out there, and hopefully we get this thing going here.
Just watching you can tell you just exude so much happiness on the field, but how do you handle the pressure? It's been a long road to get here. A lot of eyeballs on you right now, Austin.
Yeah. It's been a long road. It's been a journey. Being injured a lot in the minor leagues, learning a lot about myself, always having pressure, being the top prospect over in the Pirates organization. So I think that's really helped me get to where I'm at today. I just go out there, I try to go out there, help the team, and that's kind of what I do. I know there's pressure on me and stuff like that, but being young and stuff, I just go out and have fun and really just put the pressure behind me.
If you could describe your 2019 Rays team in one word, what would it be?
Oh man, I think unfazed is a good one.
Wow.
Yeah, I think unfazed. I think we've had a lot of injuries.
Sure have.
Obviously resilient. With the Yankees also being up top the whole time. I think for us, we just go out there. We're resilient. We've had, like I said, a ton of injuries, but we just go out there. The next man steps up, and we're really looking forward to getting those guys back, as in Blake and Tyler and all those other guys. So we're going to continue to win without them, but once we have them, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
The reinforcements are coming, that's for sure. Have fun grinding it out the rest of the way.
Will do. Thank you.
Well, it's got to be fun for Austin Meadows right now. Look at the numbers since July 4th, and I love this matchup for him. He's batting .420 with a team-high 5 home runs and 11 RBI against the Jays.
The first time I saw Austin Meadows, he was in spring training with the Pirates. And I looked across the field and I said, is that Josh Hamilton?
Oh, that's a nice compliment.
I mean, seriously, he was 6'4", 210, 220, just a big stud kid. Great pickup. You're having a great year.
Yeah, YouTube. I love YouTube for how-tos, whether it's like fixing a light in my house or literally anything. You just YouTube it and you can get it done. So what if you typed in how to turn a career around and you look at Travis d'Arnaud and the way he's kind of recreating himself down there in Tampa?
What would we find? Don't know.
d'Arnaud.
I do know. And I'll show you on the board here. Right. The biggest thing for me watching Travis and going back and looking at it, two things. One, he's getting to play. So you got to play. But the biggest thing here, a lot of swing and miss when he's in New York. Indecision, things like that. So he hasn't changed a whole lot, but I want to take a look here. It's a couple home runs he hit in New York. Chapman on a breaking ball, 3-2 opposite field. Why? A fastball here pulled to a home run. Now you're going to look at the stance. I'm going to break it down here in a second. It's going to be basically the same. But what he has done differently is the position of his bat. Let's go over here. Look at where his bat's laid down. It's almost like Buster Posey and a couple guys used to do that. Goldsmith have that there. But look where the pitcher's at. By the time he lifts his leg, we got a little split screen, but both going at the same time. Look at the position the bat's in. Now the ball's still in the pitcher's hand. He's in a position where he can pull the hands through. That one there, he is not. I know that was kind of quick at home. Did you all get that? All right, let me show you because I'm going to walk you through a demo real quick. But the biggest thing, as we go back and we get a look at this, when you're hitting a baseball, if you're not in a position to get here, you're going to find yourself in mad trouble. So when he's starting with his bat here, he's got to bring it to a position to get it there, and it's a long loop in his swing. And what he's done by putting the bat in this position, boom, now it's allowed him to get some bat speed through there. And then, boom, and it's allowed him to go opposite field, up the middle, everything else. So I'll go open stance like he's doing, and then, boom, opposite field. And that's the biggest change. The position his bat's been in, going from here to starting it here, and it just changes everything. Even that, flipping it down the line, that's fair.
That's fair.
That's going to be 3.
You're going to beat that one out.
It's triple.
Unbelievable.
But he's swinging the bat great, made a great adjustment, and confidence. Getting a chance to play every day so you can make adjustments on a daily basis, and the simplicity of putting his bat in the right position.
So it's the simplicity and the subtlety of just the setup sometimes, right?
And look at you flipping the balls, man. Give me some. That's too sweet.
I told you I couldn't bring this broadcast down.
Red Sox guy from New Hampshire, you know, he got a little summertime baseball.
We're still in the hunt. I have a feeling we're still in the hunt.
They actually are.
But speaking of the wild card, a big one tonight down at the Trop. Let's get a little analysis from the guys calling the game tonight. Buck Martinez and Carlos Pena.
What y'all got, fellas?
What do you have?
Well, fellas, we're down here at Tropicana Field, and nobody knows this place better than Carlos Pena. And Carlos, you played here, great teams. And how similar is this team to the teams you played on? Because there's not a whole lot of stars on this team, but they're doing a lot of good things.
Bug, it has become part of the culture here. It's just the sum of all parts, right? When you look at this roster, you're like, okay, where's the superstar? Well, the key here is the fact that it's everyone contributing on a nightly basis. You see all these acquisitions, Pham, the Morton, we can look at Glasnow. All these guys have had an incredible impact on this ball club, and that's why they're successful. They play well together. They play well with synergy, right? And let me ask you this. How about the Toronto Blue Jays ball club? I know the record is not impressive, but their young stars surely are.
Well, they certainly do have some young stars, and everybody got to recognize Vladdy Guerrero Jr. at the All-Star game. He had that terrific All-Star run, hitting the home runs in the home run derby, hit 91. But there's more than just Guerrero. It's Bichette, it's Bijou, it's Gurriel. And hopefully we'll see Gurriel back in this series. He's been out since the 8th of August, and he's a terrific player. But when you look at the lineup tonight, Carlos, the top of the order, all 24 years or younger, and that really bodes well for the future. We got a chance to talk to Kevin Cash a little while ago, and you've known Kevin for a long time. He does some things that are outside the box, but he does them very well.
Yes, it's impressive to me that the Rays have always been on the leading edge, right? Trying new things, stuff that is unconventional, to be quite honest. And Kevin is one of these guys that just keeps that stoic way about him, and you're like, wait a second, you're doing something that has never been done before. We've seen him bring in pitchers, put him as a position player, then bring him back to pitch. It's awesome that the Rays are always not afraid to try new things, and Kevin Cash has been pretty much the leading man.
One of the real unsung heroes of this ball club is their catcher, Travis d'Arnaud, who was picked up in the middle of the season. And Kevin Cash was a catcher in his playing days, and he said one of the most valuable players on this team this season is Travis d'Arnaud for what he's done mid-season, learning this pitching staff. So, fellas, they've got something really going on well down here in Tropicana Field, and it should be a good night tonight. Now back to you.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Yeah, looking forward to this one. You take a look at the hurlers tonight. Trent Thornton going up against Austin Pruitt. Thornton making his 28th start this season. That's tied for the most among rookies. He's winless in his last 5, though. And then you have Pruitt making his 12th appearance on the hill, but just his 2nd start this year.
But the key with these guys, not who starts, it's who finishes. Because we're going to see a number of pitchers in this game.
Gotcha. All right, look forward to that. Meanwhile, we're about to do this. Like and subscribe.
Okay.
YouTube version.
Woo.
You know how this works? I toss
got
up.
thumbs up, thumbs down, something right?
Exactly. All right, so thumbs up, thumbs down. The AL wildcard game will be hosted at Tropicana Field.
I got
up,
thumbs down with that one.
Down. All right, where are you going?
I just think the way Oakland's playing right now, and looking at their schedule, playing the West, they're going to beat up still on Seattle. They're going to face Anaheim again a little bit more. I think Oakland's got the schedule moving forward.
All right. How about this next one? The Blue Jays will be better than the Rays come 2021, so 2 years from now.
The Blue Jays, thumbs down. I still think the Rays have got a little bit on you because they've got the pitching locked up. You know, they got Snell and the guys that they already have locked up that are throwing the ball. I think that's the biggest difference. Glass, Snell, and what they're going to be doing with Charlie Morton. That's the difference.
All right. How about the Rays? They win more games in October than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh, that's cold. Sorry, Buccaneers.
I know.
Your namesake, Jameis Winston, he may not get it done. So I'm going to go ahead and say...
That's Jameis.
Oh, excuse me. Famous Jameis. I'm going thumbs up on that one. I think the Rays are going to win more than the Bucks.
All right. How about
Sorry to say.
I like that. How about the 2019 AL Rookie of the Year is currently on the Blue Jays?
Nah, it's thumbs down. That's coming out of Houston. Jordan,
no doubter. These guys aren't even closing that gap.
No, they're not enough time yet. I think he got up just in enough time, and he's setting major league records. I mean, I know Bichette set one for extra bases that we hadn't seen, but this boy is just smashing. And they're going they got a chance to win the whole thing. I think he'll be the Rookie of the Year.
All right, so it's sample size for you then. Not enough sample size for some of those Jays.
A lot of when it comes to this guy right here, a lot of pub.
I want to just sit here and watch this for a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
Think we can do that? Just, come on, give us a good rip here.
Well, the difference is he's working on stuff. See, he's shooting the ball the other way. This isn't home run derby.
No.
So that's what I love about Vlad Jr., though. This kid really understands hitting. That's a bullet to left. Where are you going to throw it this time, Coach? I'm going to show you where I hit it. Boom!
Oh, that's what we were looking for. All right.
As Carlos was saying, you'll hear that a lot today.
Lock it out, right? Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go back inside the Trop. Kelly Nash is with Cavan Biggio.
Cavan, you're part of this next generation of ball players who is certainly keeping their family name in the spotlight here. What's it like being on a lineup with other sons of MLB stars?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy when you think about the three of us and what our dad's doing, what we're doing right now. So when I met Vlad and Bo when I got drafted a couple years ago, we had an immediate connection, immediate similarity. So but now when it comes down to it, we're just trying to win ball games.
So are your conversations with them a little bit different because you guys do go back and you had such a similar upbringing?
Yeah, I mean, I think like I said, when we first met, it was it was immediate kind of similarity bond that not many other players had with their teammates, and I think just from that standpoint, that immediate connection was kind of the only moment we really had, because the friends and teammates that we are today is the type of players and people that we are.
So while we were all idolizing your dads, who are you busy idolizing?
My brother was he liked to call himself be the Biggio, and I was the Bagwell growing up, because my brother was a lot faster than I was, and I liked to hit more home runs than he did. So I like to watch Bagwell a lot. Kind of had a personal connection with him, being around him for a lot of years. So yeah, I like to watch Jeff a lot.
So you're making quite the name for yourself, becoming one of the most patient hitters in the game. What's the key to this Joey Votto-esque type plate discipline?
I don't know. A lot of people ask me where it comes from, but I just think it's just been from a mix of watching the game so much as a young kid, and just always having the same approach, moving along with my career. And I think it's just been getting better every year. And, you know, I just try to go up and look for a good pitch to hit. And, you know, it's kind of smaller than most players. That's why I take a lot of pitches. But yeah, like I said, I think it's just been developing, you know, ever since I was a young kid.
Well, it's pretty impressive. Tell us about this Blue Jays team. Yes, you guys are rebuilding, but man, you guys have a lot of promise, a lot of youth on this team.
Yeah, it's exciting. You know, we got off to a tough start in the beginning of the year, and, you know, we brought some guys up, and, you know, we've been swinging it pretty well, playing good defense and pitching well when we needed to. So I think it's just it just goes to show the excitement that we have for the future here in Toronto, and just I think we're going to have a lot of success for years to come.
We all think so as well. Thanks for your time, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right, you take a look at that Blue Jays lineup yet again. A lot of familiar faces on this to baseball fans because of what their dads did. You got Bichette, Biggio, Guerrero. So how bright is the future for this Toronto team?
It's really bright. I think the best thing they've done is they brought them up. They didn't worry about service time, and they're letting them get experience at the big league level. But these kids were around major league clubhouses for a long time. I remember seeing Bo around, and Calvin, and also Vlad Jr. But I want to take you through. Sometimes you try to figure out, are you going to play a lot like your dad? With Bichette, you look at him being able to go line to line, swing the bat like he's capable of, and then he's got a little power to his game as well. But I've been so impressed with not just his ability to hit a fastball and turn it around, but catching the ground ball as well. But his dad had some sock now, and Dante had a little flair to him too, like this one right here. My favorite home runs. Go ahead, point to us in the dugout, Dante. Yeah, it's on me, it's on me. We're going to the playoffs. All right, but here's what I want to show you with Biggio. Let's flip Gavin to the other side. He looks a lot like his dad, even though he's hitting left-handed. Now let's get him back to his real side, because he is a left-handed hitter. The batting average isn't there yet. He's scuffled a little bit more, but he's shown signs of power and ability to hit the ball in the gap. And he can run a little bit, too. And I've watched him throw the ball in the outfield. Nice mechanics. But his dad, this guy was a gamer. When you hear that word gamer, that means the guy's going to sit in there and get hit 200 sometimes. He'll do whatever he needed to do to get on base. He can steal bags. And right here, yes, 3,000 hits in his career. That's why he's sitting in Cooperstown. Craig can do everything. And then Vlad Jr., a little more disciplined than his dad. You know, he'll still drive a ball a long ways. We saw that in Home Run Derby, and you're still marveling about that right now. But he's already put on quite a display. He knows how to drive in runs, and he understands how guys are trying to get him out. He's just gotten better with more time played, and he's going to continue to increase that. But his dad, if you don't know who his dad is, just see the worst bad baseball ball hitter ever. They could bounce a ball, roll a ball, throw it up high. Vladdy was going to hit it. The man could flat out rake. But what you're not going to see in this video is he had a cannon for an arm. I remember the first time I saw him throwing in infield, it was one of the best arms in the history of baseball that I'd ever seen. Yeah. He was throwing balls this high off the ground. Yeah. Seeds. Yeah. So impressive. But to grow up with their dads and be in the locker room and be in that clubhouse and around that major league environment, is why they're able to handle this at 21 years old.
Well, what kind of advantage does that give? Is it just being comfortable when you get there? You've already kind of been through it. You've seen how dad handles the media and stuff like that? Or is it just, I mean, obviously the genetics plays a part, but what is it about being in the clubhouse?
Well, the biggest thing is the fact that the cameras, the fans, the ballpark, none of that awes you. I've already seen it. Oh, we're in Fenway Park? Most guys go Fenway Park and you're throwing balls off the monster and you're walking through the clubhouse. They're like, oh, I was here when I was 5. Yeah. You know, so all those things help calm you down and you understand the environment you're around.
Awesome. And it's clearly working out for all three of these guys.
No doubt about it. No doubt.
As far as what they're doing right now. We mentioned the wild card. We showed that update from Oakland, and the A's were coming all the way back, actually taking a lead. Let's get you an update from this one. Jerickson Profar.
Uh-oh, watch out, Mike. That's a tough sun in Oakland.
Like a little shading of the
you see the
sun
glasses
right there.
on. He did everything he could with this day game, basically, in Oakland.
Yeah, you're right.
That's the toughest sun because it sits right behind the scoreboard in center field. Ooh. Right behind the press box, I should say. When that ball peeks out underneath there, you're lost.
Yeah, and clearly we saw right there from one of the best in the game, Mike Trout. So 2-run score on the Profar.
That's why when you watch the Oakland Raiders play in that stadium, the football field is turned from the dugout there towards left field. Yeah. So those balls don't affect a pass. If it was cut towards center, every pass thrown receivers would lose it.
So advantage QBs and receivers and disadvantage outfielders for these day games.
No doubt
All right.
about it.
Ground ball to third here, and that will do it as the A's come all the way back. Down 6-1 at one point.
That's a
couple of
crushing
walks
blow
killed
right
the
there.
Angels. So let's take a look at the updated wild card standings. The A's and the Rays flip-flopping. You said earlier, I asked you earlier, I said, where's the AL wild card game going to be hosted? You said Oakland.
I just think that they have the schedule. They're playing well. It's a tough place to travel to. You know, you start thinking about travel to the West Coast. I remember playing in Seattle. Our closest flight was Oakland. That was 2.5 hours. So everybody's got to come down to them. And they're playing great ball right now. Look at this notable AL wildcard contenders.
Do you have 3 teams, or do you include the Red Sox in that? Are you a 4-team guy?
I throw the Red Sox in there. I know there's 6 back after Oakland won right here. The only reason I throw them in is they have 4 games with Tampa. And they go in there and sweep Tampa, it's a whole different conversation. We'll see. I think they got one more shot at it.
All right. Meanwhile, let's turn our attention to the NL and some of the action going on the diamond today. Phillies and Reds. Bottom 6, Reds trailing 1-0.
Watch where this ball lands from Iglesias.
Oh,
what? He got 11 home runs this year?
Well,
what?
How about that one? Upper Decker?
Upper tank.
My goodness.
There's a guy we're not talking about. Suarez has had another huge year. It's his 41st home run of the season. Yes, 41. He's balling, folks.
That's back-to-back. Reds taking a 3-1 lead. Same score in the 7th. Adam Hazley singles into right here. Another run's going to score on this one. And the Phillies now trail 3-2. Bottom 7, Reds 2 on and 2 out. Alex Blandino singles here to right field.
How great is that name? What's your name? Alex Blandino.
Yeah.
Alex Blandino.
Runner at third held up,
and is the other guy named Alcides Aquino?
Phillies would actually challenge this call. What do you think?
He's out.
Well,
he left the bag.
Umpires agree. So there you go. That ends the inning as that call is overturned. Phillies catching a break there. Top 8, Real Muto. Solo home run here to left field. Career high 22nd of the year. Phillies tying this game up at 3. Top 11 still tied. Bryce Harper. Go ahead run at third, 2 outs. That's not going to do it. Bottom 11, Phillip Ervin. Ervin.
Uh-oh. He do some magic on him.
Man.
Do some magic on him, Ervin.
Walk-off solo shot there. Just out of the reach of Harper. Ervin's 6th of the season. Pummeled at the plate by his teammates. Hope he's okay. Phillies lose 4-3 at 11. How about Giants and Cards? Bottom 1, Cards leading 1-0. Paul DeJong at bat with a runner on here. Fly ball to center.
He's on fire. He's been hitting some big, carrying this club. DeJong got hot. Yadi Molina came back. He got hot. Goldschmidt got better. And this team took off and took command of the Central.
26 home runs for DeJong. That's a career high for him. Cardinals leading 3-0. Yadier Molina. Line drive here in the left. Wong scores. Goldschmidt to third. Single for Molina. Cards up 4.
This ends up being a blowout game. The Cardinals put it on them here in this inning and just basically blew it out. This young man has come up and really played great baseball for him. Wow, watch your lips on that one.
Yep. Tommy Edman, runners on the corners. Cards score 5 runs in the inning. All of those runs coming on 2 outs. Cardinals lead 8-0. Bottom 8, same score. Ravello stepping in here. Runner on 2 outs and hits this one to left center field. Is that deep enough? Yes, it is. 2-run shot there. Congratulations to him. First career home run in the big leagues. We'll save that ball. Cardinals lead 10-0. And they will go on to win by that score. So we take a look at the NL postseason picture right here. Division leaders right now, the Cards, the Braves, and the Dodgers. Nobody catching them. You look at the wild card, it's the Nats and the Cubs, but
Arizona.
We got a logjam there.
Yeah.
Mets still in it for you? Or are you
I'm kind of feeling like they're not.
How about the Brew Crew?
The Brew Crew's still in there.
Okay.
We'll see. We're coming down the stretch. I love September. It's the best time of year for sports. You got football, college football started. The NFL starts tonight, and baseball's head down to pennant races. September's the best month.
Yep.
You got U.S. Open happening right now.
Right, and the weather starts to turn. You got the fall kicks on, little pumpkin spice shoes.
Yeah, I love
those.
My Ducks here. I'm still hurting from the loss in Auburn, but, it's all good.
It's all right. It happens sometimes. Give me a bold prediction for this game. Jays-Rays. We're about to see it coming up in about 60 seconds.
I don't know how bold it is, but somebody's going to have a multi-homer game.
Okay, who?
I just think we're seeing that a lot. I'm going to go
Jace?
with Guerrero. I know you like Guerrero. He's going to show out.
Did you see that shot he hit in BP?
Yeah, you were waiting for that.
I was waiting for that. You wanted him to work on the game going the other way. I just wanted the bomb. I was the fan in left center field bleachers just looking for that ball. It should be a good one. As we said, so much on the line in this one. If you're the Rays,
big game for the Rays.
Huge. Got to keep on winning because you got people right on your heels.
And you got Boston coming for 4.
Absolutely. Major implications. Enjoy the game tonight at the Trop on YouTube. Next.
See y'all.
Here's the pitch. Drives it deep. What a play. Are you kidding me?
YouTube family, what up and welcome to Florida. That is the Skyway Bridge. That is a bridge that I'm staying far away from. Why? Because I'm terrified. I also have a date at Tropicana Field because we got a baseball game to show you on this Friday, Junior, otherwise known as Thursday. It's the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube. The Tampa Bay Rays are hosting the Toronto Blue Jays, both members of the American League East, but at opposite ends of the spectrum of success in 2019. That being said, it doesn't mean both can't be intriguing here tonight. I'm Stephen Elson inside our broadcast booth. Tampa Bay firmly in the postseason race in the American League, atop the wild card standings entering play on Thursday. Toronto is not, but they have a handful, actually 2 handfuls of young studs, budding superstars with an opportunity to play spoiler down the stretch. If you're new to this YouTube thing, let's help you out. Join the more than 2 million fans subscribe to MLB's YouTube channel and get all the great content, including 4 more MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube throughout September. Click the bell icon. That'll help you receive notifications prior to an upcoming game and get you set for it. And YouTube TV customers, I am one, I'm not just saying that, welcome to you as well. And I'm now sandwiched between 2 legends. Buck Martinez celebrating his 50th year in Major League Baseball, 17 years as a player in the bigs, and Carlos Pena, 14 years, 5 here with Tampa Bay. It's awesome. It's a pleasure to be here with you both. Now, Los, I want to start with you because we're in Tampa. And let's face it, you love the Rays, and you also love 2 members of this lineup.
Well, that's no secret at all right? I do love the Rays. You know what? Tommy Pham and Meadows, Tommy Pham speaking right here, you see his swing, it's very simple, but this is what I'm talking about. The last 20 games, rising to the occasion. He has been nursing an injury to his hand, the top hand. He's a top hand hitter, but he's coming along, feeling a lot better, as we spoke to him earlier during batting practice. And this is the other guy I was talking about. Meadows, Austin Meadows, he has been a leader throughout the whole entire season. A big reason why the Rays are where they're at right now. Again, the last 16 games. Look how he has risen to the occasion, stepped up, still doing his thing. He's approaching 30 home runs, guys. I mean, this guy has been an offensive force for this ball club.
And Los, these are just 2 examples of the infusion of talent, the ton of roster turnover that we've seen in Tampa over the last few years. But you're looking at the guy on the far left there, Charlie Morton. You love him.
Charlie Morton might be the #1 acquisition in the offseason in all of baseball. A 2-year, $30 million contract, and all of a sudden he's one of the top pitchers in the league. I mean, he's throwing a lot of his curveball a lot more often, and it pairs very well with the high fastball. He's been nasty.
He's an American League Cy Young candidate for sure, behind his former Astros teammates Justin Verlander and Garrett Cole. Buck, on the other side, the lineup, again, you can lose track of how many young stars that Toronto has. There's no chance you lose track of Bo Bichette.
No, not at all, Stephen. You're right. Bo Bichette has come up. He didn't come up until the 29th of July because he broke his hand in the minor leagues, but ever since he has been up, he has been on fire with the bat. He's got a very unusual approach at the plate. He's got a very exaggerated leg kick, but boy, when he squares up the baseball, it jumps off his bat. You can see the 8 home runs, 15 doubles. He has an extra base power that you might not see at the top of the lineup. But this roster is full of good, talented rookies. They've hit 78 home runs as a team this season, and you can see that their future is very bright for this Blue Jays ball club.
Not only can he can hit with that flow. It's got volume to it. We're all jealous of it for sure. Now, Buck, you've been at the Trop a ton. Los, this is a homecoming for you. It's special, but not just for you. Also for the 4th member of our broadcast team. That's Kelly Nash. Let's say hello to her now. Kel?
Thank you, Stephen. Yes, I am so happy to be back home at Tropicana Field. I used to work here back in 2013 and 14. It's great to come back and see all the smiling faces. And what else would I want to report on today than the growing legend of Bo Bichette? This man is turning heads no matter where he goes. It seems like every time he steps up to the plate, he is rewriting history books. So what is it like to be Bo Bichette right now? I asked him.
It's fun right now. It's fun to come to the field. It's fun to play the game with my teammates. You know, I'm just really excited with the start I've gotten off to, and hopefully I can keep it going.
So you've had an unbelievable season. The attention is so well deserved, but we can't ignore the fact that you are home sweet home right now, a St. Petersburg native. What's it like to be back here?
It's awesome. I mean, you know, anytime like you're in a job, you're far away from home, you get to come home for a little bit is nice. So, you know, I've got 5 days here because we had an off day yesterday, 5 days at home. I have a lot of family and friends coming to the game. So, you know, just to be able to spend 4 more days with my family and my, you know, my mom, my dad is
nice.
Yeah, is really good.
What's it like to be at a ballpark for you? Does it feel like home? Not this one in particular, just any ballpark. I mean, I have to imagine you grew up around them.
Yeah, no, it feels awesome. I mean, my mom was telling me when I got called up, she was like, you know, this makes me so happy because I feel like you're finally where you belong. You know what I mean? Being in big league stadiums and stuff. Ever since I was little, you know, I was always running around the stadium, so it's been really cool.
Take us back to Colorado. Your dad was coaching the Rockies. You spent a lot of time around the Rockies. I imagined you absorbed some things.
Oh yeah, I mean, when my dad was there, it was a talented team. It was Arenado, Tulowitzki, Carlos Gonzalez, LeMahieu, Charlie Blackmon. I mean, Dexter Fowler. There was so many really great ball players, and when I was there, Michael Kadire won the batting title too. So I learned so much. The way that those guys prepare for the game, the intensity that Tulo and Arenado play with and practice with. I mean, I learned so much. Like, that's a huge part of why I'm here at this age.
Well, it's unbelievable to see you continue to rewrite the record books. Congrats on doing your thing out there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I mean, how incredibly humble is that? 21 years old, already a star in Toronto, already rewriting the record books, and MLB players are taking notice. I'll have more on that later in the broadcast. Back up to you guys.
Can't wait, Kel. Looking forward to it. We're going to try and get Kelly into the Ray pool. That's on the list of goals today. We have lineups. We have first pitch. We will show them to you, but first we get hype.
Well, here we go, folks. 2019 here at Tropicana Field. Kiermaier to the wall. Got it. Kiermaier.
I've seen some amazing plays. This right here might be the best catch I have ever seen him make.
Into the 200 level. A second home run today for Randall Grichuk.
You talk about teeing off. Wants the right field and deep. To the wall. It's gone. Austin Meadows has just given the Rays a 2-1 lead.
See my number in the Raptors, I apply the pressure. And holding up that trophies like the buried treasure. To be the ruler in this game, I'm taking every measure.
Nobody cares about the starting pitchers tonight. It is Vladdy Day.
And that's a fair ball down the right field line. Guerrero is on his way to second base with his first major league hit.
And happy Vladdy Day to everybody.
We bow down to no competition. And it's no days off to stay in top condition. Keep our eyes on the peak, cause that's the proper vision. Glory's the only mission.
Charlie Morton strikes out 12.
We do it for the glory.
Get out of here, ball. This one is gonna go. And it is gone. Bo Bichette with his first home run in the major leagues.
Rays win! Rays win! Rays win! Devon Joy comes through here in the bottom of the ninth.
We do it for the glory. Glory.
A walk-off winner for Teoscar Hernandez.
We do it for the glory.
The Rays have won it 1-0 in 13. De Diamante, el número 40.
This guy has it. Yes, he does. A walk-off home run.
We do it for the glory.
Oh, you ready for some baseball? So are we. We got to wait a couple more minutes, but we show you the American League wildcard standings. I mentioned that Tampa was the topic, but not by much. In fact, now even with Oakland, the A's were down 6-1 today against Anaheim. They come back with 7 runs in the bottom of the 7th and win by a final of 10-6. Marcus Semien continues his outstanding breakout campaign with a 4-for-4 effort. He scored 3 runs. Mike Trout did homer for the 45th time. Indians 1 game back, and Boston, defending champs, hanging around. Buck Martinez, what do you think of today's Jays starting lineup?
Well, I think the biggest thing that everybody should take a note of is the top 2 hitters in the lineup. Bo Bichette's 21, Cavan Biggio's 24, Randall Grichuk, the veterans in right, and then you've got Vladdy Guerrero. Guerrero has really taken off since the home run derby. He had 91 home runs in the home run derby, and everybody thought that was a bad idea. But it really brought out the best of him. He's hit almost 350 in his last 40 games. He has really done a great job, much more plate discipline than we thought he would have initially.
Carlos, that is a lot of placata power from Vladimir Guerrero Jr., is it not?
Indeed, and that's exactly what we expected. But for him to perform at this high level has been flat out impressive. And here we have on the mound for the Rays, Austin Pruitt. You're going to see a mix of off-speed pitches. He pitches off the fastball, but he loves his breaking stuff.
And the MLB Game of the Week is officially live on YouTube. The Jays and the Rays, and Pruitt quickly behind Bichette, 2-0.
Bo is a terrific hitter. Obviously, you're going to see his average after 33 games hitting .323, but he hit the ball literally from foul line to foul line. And he doesn't get cheated, Carlos.
Ooh. Big cut at that offering, now 2-1. I mean, it seemed like every single night, Buck, and you know this better than anybody, Bo Bichette was adding another historic bullet point to his young resume.
He got a base hit in his first at bat in Kansas City against the Royals, and that was just a precursor to what was coming. And there you see, Carlos, you can tell as a hitter how well he waits back, and he's not trying to pull it. He just takes what the pitcher gives him. And now with 2 strikes, you're going to see a dramatic change in his approach.
It seems like he just understands timing very well at this age. Right there, slightly late on it. It's a slider, waited a little bit too long. But he has a big leg kick, but not now. That's exactly what we were talking about right there, Buck.
2 strikes. He keeps that foot on the ground, and he doesn't have that exaggerated leg kick, but he can still generate a lot of power. He's got 8 homers so far, as we mentioned.
Now looking back on that injury you mentioned in the intro, Buck, I'm now mad. I'm now mad at the world for robbing us of more Bo Bichette this 2019 season, because he's been such a treat.
Well, he has been, and he's a very humble young man. He's very confident, obviously, and Kelly told a great story about him growing up. That was the 2015 season when his dad, Dante, was the hitting coach for the Rockies, and before that, Bo was a tennis player. He loved tennis and thought he might be a tennis pro.
2-2. Another one fouled back. This guy refuses to go away.
Well, Carlos, you're a great hitter, and you understand the value of that 2-strike approach, and you don't give up too much power, but at the same time, you've got to shorten your stroke.
No doubt, and the foot down really slows the game down for you. You're able to pick up the baseball a little bit sooner, and you can discern pitches better.
8th pitch of the AB, fouled off again. And there's Pops, Dante Bichette. Different hairstyle.
Dramatically different hairstyle. Different player, too. He was a power hitter and a good one.
Goodness, I used to love watching him go placata over there at Coors Field.
Oh, the hot hands. Oh, when he got one and he knew it, let you know a little bit.
Epic.
Part of the Blake Street Bombers, as they did a terrific job putting that team together. Larry Walker, Andres Galarraga, Vinny Castilla. A tremendous team.
That is his 7th straight foul ball, by the way, Buck. Working a great at-bat here.
Pitch number 10 to him. This is away, and we're full now. So he's got 23 extra base hits in his first 33 career games. Only 2 players in history have more. Joe DiMaggio at 27 in 1936, and Manny Brooks had 24 in 1925.
Foul ball hit the ground. That ball hit the dirt, and home plate umpire had it called immediately. Doug Eddings came out behind the catcher and said, hey, that's a foul ball.
And Buck, that quick ISO shot we just saw Bo Bichette smiling, that is so indicative of who he is as a person and a player. He is loving his experience. When he faced Clayton Kershaw, and Kershaw made him look silly with a couple of curves, all Bo did was like, "Do you see that? That was hilarious." And then he took him deep 2 more times.
Another foul back. He can handle that Batman. In this day and age of home runs and strikeouts, Bo Bichette's an exception.
And look, I understand that he's like, man, I wish I had some of these pitches back. But the fact that he's hanging on to this AB and just battling, and you know what, just looking forward to the very next pitch, trying to drive it somewhere, just speaks volumes of his maturity as a hitter.
There, into right center field for Bo Bichette. Did you? Yes, he did. An epic AB ends with another extra base hit. This one around Tripper, and it's 1-0 Jays.
On cue, guys. We were praising his ability as a hitter, and right there he delivers the barrel to the baseball, and that ball is gone. Right center field power right there.
Well,
in
that's
full
what
display.
Great hitters do, is they will spoil the great pitches and hope you make a mistake, and then when you get a mistake, don't miss it. And for Bichette, this is his 9th home run, and too much of the plate. Got too much of the plate.
Right, a great swing right there. You see the no stride, Buck, and then he delivers cleanly the barrel to the baseball. That's all you need to do, and Pops is excited.
Dante did that a lot himself.
Oh yeah, 2nd leadoff home run for Bo Bichette, and that gives way to another talented youngster with bloodlines, Cavan Biggio, who's starting to figure it out. You know, the league adjusted to him, and now he's adjusting to the league and being more aggressive, as evidenced by that 0-1 swing that's laced foul.
Yeah, Cavan's dad, of course, the Hall of Famer Craig Biggio, who played the entire career with Houston, and he's still involved with the Astros in the front office. But Cavan's got 12 homers, and I think that's the number that surprised most people when they signed him. They didn't think he'd have that kind of power, but he was the MVP in the Eastern League 2 years ago.
Pruitt bounces back with a quick strikeout. I got used to seeing at least a dozen pitches after that Bichette AB that I was stunned by Biggio's out. Randall Grichuk now.
Grichuk's hitting in the 3rd spot in this order. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. has been out since the 8th of August, and he would be the number 3 hitter, and Grichuk would hit down in the order 5th or 6th. So they're hopeful of getting Gurriel back in this series.
Grichuk's got plenty of pop. There's a hot shot to the hot corner. Throw across the diamond in time. Good stretch at first from Ji-Man Choi. After it ate up Joey Wendell briefly, but good recovery by the 3rd baseman.
Joey Wendell has had injury problems this year too. He's making just his 16th start at 3rd base, and this is the old-fashioned knock him down, throw him out, because he knocked it down. He gets up and fires across the diamond in time to get Grichuk, who can run a little bit, but Joey stays with it.
And Carlos, from the first base perspective, Ji-Man Choi on the other end.
You know, he's been working hard to become a pretty good first baseman, and it's not easy, but has done a very good job. And just put it, just put in the work. Right here, this is a tough play for Wendell, but he recovers well, as we mentioned. But look at the finish right here. He rushed the throw, and Choi was able to finish it off. Do not underestimate the importance of a good defender at first base.
So here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. cleaning things up in the Jays lineup for the first time since the 8th of August. I mean, you want to show folks, if you're not a baseball watching veteran here, this guy could put one on. That one gets down and underneath the glove of Tommy Pham in left. Vlad Guerrero going to round second, charging for 3rd. Vladito sliding in time.
Boy, put a good move on Wendell with that slide. He gave him that hand, took the left hand out of the way, tagged the base with the right hand, and he just slid around the tag. That's not a real good play by Tommy Pham in left. He's got to play that ball in front of him. Early in the ball game, you can't concede triples. And he plays it on a hop. He knocks it down, keeps it in front, keeps the double play in order. A lot of good things happen if you concede a single.
Extremely aggressive base running right here by Vladdy Guerrero Jr. and a great slide showing his athleticism right there. Just getting away from the tag. Gotcha. I'm in there.
Second triple of the season for Guerrero, and clearly Wendell missed the tag.
What a slide by Vladdy Jr.
Vladdy be talking about that slide for weeks.
Hey, boys, you see that athleticism on that slide? Javi Baez, he's going to text Javi Baez. Hey, did you see my slide?
This is the way you do it.
Second career triple for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Pruitt's got Rowdy Tellez 0-1. Now 0-2 after that one's fouled back. See Tommy Pham, who has been the star that's been stirring the drink for Tampa and playing through an injury, and with a little miscue there in left field. Buckley, you said, just got to keep it in front of him. Really.
Yeah, he just actually missed it. He looked like he got to it and then just missed it. But you got to make sure you're going to make that catch and play it on a hop, concede the single, keep the double play in order. You got a chance to get out of the inning with minimum damage.
And nobody's more aware of that than Tommy Pham. He is the ultimate competitor.
Oh, he's been terrific since he's come to Tampa Bay in every aspect of it. Left field's a very important position. It gets overlooked, Carlos, along like first base. You discount the importance of defense at first the same way at left field, because right there, if he catches that ball, keeps it at a single, double plays in order to get out of the inning.
Tellez with 17 home runs on the season, and he's gone deep in back-to-back games. The 0-2 to him.
And this is the thing. If you look at that base running by Vladimir Guerrero Jr., now he's at third base. We have a pitcher that likes to throw the off-speed pitch, right? We have a hitter that it's capable of going deep. And all of a sudden, well, he can't bounce pitches anymore because Guerrero is at third base. You can't give up a run on a wild pitch. So a lot of things happen.
Rowdy with a grounder to Ji-Man Choi, who steps on first to end the first half of the first inning. Antonelli Baseball chiming in the YouTube comment section. Unbelievable. Maybe the best AB I've seen this year. He's talking about Bo Bichette on the 13th offering from Austin Pruitt. Bo goes yard. 1-0 Toronto. It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Steven Nelson, Buck Martinez, Carlos Pena, and Kelly Nash with you for the next couple hours or so from Tropicana Field. There is Bo. And here's the lineup that the Rays are trotting out there. Carlos Pena at the top, Joey Wendell, Austin Meadows, and Tommy Pham.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to focus on number 2 and number 3 right here. Austin Meadows is approaching 30 home runs. He's got 26 right now. But the way that he's been steady throughout the year is a big reason why the Rays are where they're at. Both of Tommy Pham and Meadows, their OPS above 800. They have both really been offensive forces. And now the Rays are fighting for a wild card. And, you know, the probability looked pretty good for the postseason.
Trent Thorne's going to start for the Blue Jays. It'll be his 28th start. That ties him to Yusei Kikuchi of Seattle and Merrill Kelly, most starts by a rookie this season. And it's been kind of an up and down season for him. You see, he's only won 4 games. He's got an ERA of 5, but he's logged a lot of innings, and you see the strikeouts. He's got strikeout capability. In talking with Reese McGuire, the catcher tonight, he has reintroduced his slider. He'd gotten away from his slider for a while. Fastball, curveball, slider, and a changeup. But he can rack up some strikeouts. But the American League East has been rough on him this season. He needs to pitch ahead. He needs to get that fastball in there for a strike and then utilize his secondary pitches to be effective. If he pitches behind, it could be a very short night for Trent Thornton.
Thornton, another product of the University of North Carolina. I'll have to handle Joey Wendell. Good to see him back. He's going to try and bump his numbers up. Was Rookie of the Year candidate a year ago. He's acquired from Oakland back in December of 2017. '29-year-old in his 4th big league season. That's the 0-1 foul.
Yeah, Wendell's kind of a late bloomer, but he's a perfect fit for this ball club because he can play all over the diamond. He can play third as he's playing tonight. He can play a little bit of short. He can play in the outfield. His second base is his primary position. He's made more starts at second there this year, but it's been injuries this year that have knocked him out. They miss his intensity.
Missed 23 games with inflammation in his right wrist. Came back from the IL on the 25th of August. Behind 1-2. Yeah, Buck, there you go. A few different stints on the injured list.
Yeah, it's just been one of those disappointing seasons for him. They were so high on having him back for another full season after what he did last year.
Wendell grounds the 1-2. The middle, play made. Route number 1.
Well, that's one thing the Blue Jays have been surprised with, both with Biggio at second defensively and with Bichette at short. They have played beyond expectations, and now they want Cavan to play every day. Initially, they were moving him around, playing a little utility role, but now they want him at second base, Carlos, and he's done a nice job.
Yes, you know, talking to Charlie Montoya, one of the things that he said is that he would like to see him become, right, the second baseman of the future. Of course, he's got capabilities to play everywhere on the field, so his versatility is most definitely an asset, but it'd be nice for him to settle in one position, and second base is it.
First pitch strike from Thornton to Austin Meadows. 24-year-old's been awesome this season. Really a tale of 3 different seasons. Had a really hot start, then went ice cold, and it started to turn around of late.
Yeah, he's got a beautiful swing, as you'll see in this ball game, man. The Blue Jays haven't figured out how to get him out this year. He's hitting .420 against the Blue Jays with 21 hits, 2 doubles, a triple, 5 homers, and 11 RBIs. And Carlos, he went into the 5th deck at Rogers Center earlier in the season. He's got some real pop.
I saw that and I was like, what? I mean, that's far.
And he's had success, especially against Trent Thornton this year. 6 for 7 with 3 home runs. All this season. 6 for 7. Yeah, Carlos is looking at me, for the YouTube audience, he's looking at me incredulous.
Yes.
He thinks I made a mistake. No, 6 for 7. 3 home runs off Trent Thornton.
They need to come up with a different scouting report.
Switch it up. Here's the 1-2. There's a grounder, bounces to Tellez, covering his Thornton, and there's a dub for Trent.
Well, I tell you what, Justin Smoak, you mentioned first base. He's got one of the truest arms at first base in baseball. Here's the defense for the Blue Jays. Teoscar Hernandez has really made a nice adjustment to center. He started out in left and he had his problems, but he has played very well in center. Bichette, Biggio up the middle, Guerrero and Smoak at the corners, and Reese McGuire has been a very pleasant surprise for the Blue Jays behind the plate. He's done a terrific job, a great game caller, and he really receives the ball very well.
Now Tommy Pham with his first chance to, well, listen, the Vladimir Guerrero Jr. triple didn't come back to bite Tampa, but you know Pham is thinking about it right now and trying to put one out in play. Bouncer, Biggio to Smoak, and a 1-2-3 inning for Trent Thornton. The Toronto Blue Jays Baseball Academy hosted summer camps this summer for players of all skill levels, ages 9 to 16. Now let's take a look.
Ricky Romero, left-handed pitcher. Anytime you're able to teach somebody stuff that we do in the big leagues, as soon as you mentioned this is a big drill that we used to do, that I used to do, spring training during season, I think the kids become more aware of it.
Frank Catalanato, infielder. The one thing I can teach them is to always play hard and to hustle. I think everyone, whether they're a good athlete or a good baseball player, everyone can hustle.
George Bell, 1987 American League MVP. You know, work hard and make one definition in your mind. If you want to be a professional baseball player or you want to be something else, you got to go hard in everything you do. Go to school hard, and study hard, and play any kind of sport you play, you got to play with pride.
Nobody's getting that one. Great job. You got to remember that. That's good. Okay, stop. Make a throw, okay? I love it. She puts that work in. She gonna be a beast.
Shannon Stewart, outfielder. You want to go out here, play. You don't worry about, you know, not getting hits or not making plays. There's no pressure. It's all about fun. And as long as they have fun and they remember Coach Shannon, it'd be great for me.
To see more exclusive behind-the-scenes Blues Jays content, subscribe to their YouTube channel right now, youtube.com/Blue Jays. Back at the Trop for the second inning of action. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. With Buck Martinez, Carlos Pena, and Kelly Nash, I'm Steven Nelson. And there's Teoscar Hernandez, the 26-year-old outfielder, who's got 5 extra base hits and 6 ribbies his last 9 games. Swings through the first offering from Austin Pruitt. Gave up the solo leadoff bomb to Bo Bichette in the first. Hernandez was sent down to the minors earlier in the year and came back to the big club in early June. Sliding over in the outfield, Buck.
Yeah, I mean, they did a nice job with several of these players. As we mentioned, Teoscar started out in left field, and he had a bad time outfield, and it kind of carried over into his offense. They sent him back to AAA Buffalo, and he did the right thing. He worked hard, and he got his stroke down. He came back, and he was a better player. And when he came back to the big leagues, they put him in center field, and he's been a much better fielder in center than he was in left. They did that with Lourdes Gurriel when he made the transition from second to left. They did it with Rowdy Tellez when he got into a little bit of a tailspin. They sent him back to Buffalo, and all of these players have been better since they've come back. Gurriel is still on the IL with that quad injury. He hurt himself on the 8th of August, and they're hopeful of getting him back in this series.
And there are a lot of folks in baseball who think that Lourdes Gurriel, among the plethora of talented youngsters in Toronto, he might be the best hitter of all of them.
Yeah, he can hit like his brother, Yuli. He's 9 years younger than Yuli.
2-2. Swung on and missed. So second strikeout for Pruitt.
When I talked to Travis d'Arnaud about Austin Pruitt today, he used a word, Carlos, that I haven't heard associated with a pitcher before. He said he's an artsy pitcher. How about that? He knows how to finesse the strike zone. Here he does it with a good slider, but he uses curveball. But d'Arnaud had to learn midstream this pitching step. He's done a good job for him, but I've never heard of an artsy pitcher.
Yes, that's the first time I hear that adjective. But we get it. We know exactly what he means. And that's what we were talking about, the fact that he's going to use his off-speed pitches, off of his fastball, of course, but it is the strength of his.
Yeah, he can pitch backwards. It's kind of actually where he finds most of his success, it seems. Now, his last time out, which was his first start in the big leagues, he was very good. 5 1/3 innings against Cleveland, struck out 6, got 11 swings and misses against the Tribe lineup on just 77 pitches. Here's a swing and miss for Justin Smoak. And Buck, this is nothing new for you, but if people watching the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, like, what is happening? They're shifting on Justin Smoak.
Yeah, they're 4 men in the outfield, and they've done this in the past. And Joe Madden, who was here before, has utilized this. He did it against David Ortiz in Fenway Park a few times, but we have seen this a few times this year with Smoak at plate, especially in this situation. Nobody on, and you get a one-out situation. There are 4 outfielders out there.
This is illegal, really.
Yeah. Los, this is a nightmare for you, huh?
I mean, what Buck was just explaining, what Joe Madden did to David Ortiz, and then that was done to me, and it hurt me so much. You know, a lot of line drives down to right field that I struck very well. I was just taking a right turn, and it was frustrating. It takes a lot out of you.
Did you ever think about bunting?
I did, and I did many times, and got my singles, you know, but it still
You're a power hitter.
was taken away from my strength, man. It really used to annoy me. I'm one of those guys that says, hey, you're playing out of bounds, all right? Go play your position.
There's a one-out walk for Justin Smoak. And that is a thing that a lot of current players, they get frustrated at when people talk about the game. Wow, there's a shift. Just go the other way. Well, yeah, you know what? I've been grooving one swing my entire life, and now you just want me to change that for this one AB or however many ABs? It's tougher to do than people imagine. But, Carlos, the counterpoint to that is you're a professional ball player. Can't you learn to adjust?
No doubt, no doubt. I think you have a golf background, right?
I do.
And I understand that you know how to work the base, you know, the ball, the golf ball, that is. Well, you know, not every hitter has that type of skill where you can work the baseball and just move it around all over the place. Depends what kind of hitter you are.
Reese McGuire bounces one into right center field, so 2 aboard for Toronto. I understand.
That's interesting that you make that point, and it's not an easy thing to do, but I think we're seeing more and more hitters go against the shift. We just saw Freddie Freeman for 2 series in Atlanta. He went against the shift, and right here the shift cost him because there was a lack of communication between Adames, the shortstop, and the second baseman as far as who was going to go after this ball. This is Keen Wong's first Major League game. He has been in the minor leagues. They called him up today as the expanded rosters. Adames was in the shift on the first base side of second. Keen Wong didn't know exactly who was going to go after that, and they kind of got their signals crossed and the ball got through.
And the idea is that that will happen from time to time, but the percentages and the statistics and probabilities, they work in the defense favor at the end of the day, and you just have to take the good with the bad. When the bad happens, you have to understand it. Pitchers in general are not too happy when things like this happen.
But let me ask you this, and you know, you've been around the game a long time. You have a great understanding for the game. And I'll agree with you. Over the course of the season, the shifts will work. There's no question about it, the percentages. But over the course of a moment, things are different. The guy at the plate might be swinging the bat well. The pitcher might not be able to locate his pitches well. The slider's not breaking yet. And I think those are the examples of like that ball that snuck through there. I mean, yeah, over the course of the season, I agree with you. But I think you have to give the defenders leeway to make in-game adjustments as the game unfolds.
And Mike McCurry, our ace in research, says the Blue Jays hitters have the highest pull rate in the big league. So opponents, they're being smart.
No, they're not. They're not hitting well. They've got one of the lowest batting averages in baseball. And that's been a problem, and they're trying to counteract that by getting more opposite field hits. When you look at their batting average as a team is 28th or 29th, maybe even 30th in baseball. So you can talk about pull all you want, but it doesn't result in a good batting average.
This is just a great conversation to have. The shift, you know, when we look at it, it's really based on historical data. Right? So we are.
What has happened in the past?
In the past, we're expecting it to happen again. If the hitter makes an adjustment, it no longer works. If the pitcher is trying to pitch to the shift and changes the way he pitches, then there's no longer historical data that you are applying.
Because he's not pitching the same way he has in the past.
How far down the rabbit hole do you want to go? I mean, we could talk about this all night.
We can get real deep into the weeds here. It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Here, Carlos Pena and Buck Martinez. I'm Stephen Nelson. Kelly Nash is roaming her old stomping grounds at the Trop, and we'll check in with her periodically. Right now, we're looking at Austin Pruitt, the starting pitcher for the Rays. And a minor jam here in the second. First and second, nobody out. The Jays already up 1-0. Here's Derek Fisher. Swings through the 2-1. Came over to Toronto from Houston in a deadline deal on the 31st of July in exchange for Aaron Sanchez, Joe Biagini, and Cal Stevenson. How's he acclimating to the Blue Jays thus far, Buck?
Well, he's hitting just over 200 for the season when you include his numbers with Houston, but he's got a little pop. He's got 6 home runs, but there's a lot of strikeouts in his approach. He has struck out 40 times in 118 at-bats. So they'd like to see a little more consistent contact from Fisher.
He makes contact there. Lifts one into left center. Pham is under it for out number 2.
And now for Fisher, that's 0 for his last 11 with runners in scoring position. You mentioned the high strikeouts. 7 strikeouts with runners on second or third.
Yeah, that's part of the game nowadays, Carlos. Nobody discounts the strikeouts. Everybody said they're okay with strikeouts, and it's just a non-productive out.
Bo Bichette is second AB. Let's see if it comes close to matching his first. 13 pitches, including 9 foul balls. He had 6 on fastballs, 3 on sliders before he went deep on a 92-mile-per-hour heater on pitch number 13.
Geez, Nelly, you don't ask for much.
All right, there's one.
Yeah.
Let me know when we get 12 more.
Well, man, he's a smart hitter, too. He will go back after that first at bat, and he'll talk to Don Schneider, who is the coach on this team. He was his manager in the minors, and they'll talk about the at bat. This is what I saw. This is what I think they're going to do to me the next time. And you can see he was looking breaking ball right there. He was sitting on the breaking ball and took a big wild swing.
I really like that. When I see a young hitter sitting pitches, and you know he was all over that slider, right? It just speaks volumes about his maturity as a hitter, right? In the box. You have to understand when to pick your spot so you get those healthy hacks.
After the big hack with no contact, the 0-2 from Pruitt. Bichette takes ball 1 inside.
Great pitch right there after the slider. He comes and tries to crowd him and just misses in the upper part, innermost part of the strike zone. Let's see what he does next.
Pruitt looks back at Justin Smoak. He's ready for the 1-2. Hack foul. Let's go back to the first inning and show you the home run, just in case you missed it. And even if you didn't, let's check it out again.
Did you hear how loud that was? That's what we call a placata. Love that sound.
I asked Travis d'Arnaud about Bo Bichette earlier. When you look at the rookie home runs the Blue Jays have hit this season, 79 home runs already with that Bichette home run in the first. Travis d'Arnaud, the catcher, told me you can hear the swoosh of his bat when he swings it. He said, I've only heard that with a couple of guys, including Mike Stanton. Wow. Giancarlo Stanton, excuse me.
Kelly Nash has some things to add on Bo Bichette. Kel?
Yeah, I do. I mean, when is this guy not turning heads? The latest player to take notice, Braves third baseman, former Blue Jay, Josh Donaldson. He told the media, quote, Bo has the gift. Donaldson feels like Bo's swing is almost a mixture of Jose Bautista and him. And he says Bichette does a great job of being able to move at the plate, says he's really impressed. Now, while Donaldson is not out here taking credit for anything, Bo says the two talk mechanics, and it really hit him hard.
Thank you, Kel. Another foul ball off the bat of Bo.
Well, we talk about Bo, and even as a kid, he was the littlest kid in Little League, but he always was the best hitter. He was just one of those guys that really stepped up his game. And as we mentioned, before he spent the summer with his dad in 2015 with the Rockies, he was a tennis player. He thought he was going to be a pro tennis player. He had that kind of skills, and that makes a lot of sense with hand-eye coordination too, Carlos.
Oh, yes, and the ability to just put the barrel of the bat on the baseball.
That's the 13th foul ball of the game for Bichette. And this is second AB.
We're running out of baseballs.
Well, you know, he wants to put on a show. His dad's here.
Oh, yeah. Dante, the four-time All-Star in the stands. We saw his reaction. There he is again. And Toronto, since Bo joined the big club, 15-18. Much more respectable than the year had been going for the Jays prior. And this team plays hard each and every night. That's for sure. Soft grounded to short for out number Tree. So it remains 1-0 Toronto, thanks to that man's first inning home run. No commercials when you're watching the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. So sorry and you're welcome. Sorry because you got to hear me yap, but you're welcome because you also get Carlos Pena and Buck Martinez. And Los, you watch a lot of Rays baseball, and in his first season in Tampa, Charlie Morton, what an addition he's been on the mound and in the clubhouse.
He has been amazing, and people ask, what in the world happened? Of course, let me remind you, he was actually very good already when he was over there in Houston. He comes over to Tampa Bay, and he has been absolutely lights out. When he thought he couldn't get any better, all of a sudden he just found another level. He's been throwing the off speed a lot more often, but it works well off of his fastball. These two pitches thrown in the right sequence really fools hitters. You're early on the off speed and you're late on the four-seamer at the top of the zone. Just been absolutely nasty. You saw those numbers right there.
When you look at his last three seasons, going back to 2017, he is 43-16 with a 325 earned run average.
Okay. I rest my case.
One more time.
He was in 43-16 and a 325. That's 84 starts, including 4 innings to wrap up the World Series for the Astros. And he did a terrific job, and it all started, he got to Houston, but he was a good pitcher before he got down to Houston, too.
And he's been an excellent pitcher for the Rays this year, and now he's a guest on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Charlie Morton, thanks for hopping on headset with us. I'm wondering, as Tampa's season has gone on, and you're right in the thick of this dogfight for the American League wild card, how much fun are you having?
Well, this is a great group. I mean, they've been fun from the get-go. You know, but you know, we're here in September fighting for a wild card spot here. Another thing about a race like this is it can get a little frustrating. Is that you're not directly playing. At least we're not right now. Teams that we're competing for, for that wild card spot. I mean, we had a series here with Cleveland, but it's not like we're not gonna play the Yankees another 8 times for the division or something like that. It's just you kind of have to trust that some other teams are going to go in and play some competitive series here against Cleveland and Oakland.
Charlie, this is Carlos Pena. Look, your manager Kevin Cash just talks about you like if you were a cold-blooded killer on the mound, and you're just unfazed about anything that's going on. You're the same guy when things go well, the same guy when things get tough. And you have been a leader in showing the rest of the team how to handle all these pressures, especially here late in the season.
Well, I mean, I think that's pretty generous. I don't really say much, and I've never really learned how to be a vocal leader. And that's something that, I come into this year, I was hoping to work on that, but, I mean, I don't think it's that I don't feel these emotions. I think I just over the years became pretty good at masking them because I still get anxious. I still get angry or have I have fun.
Yeah, there are different ways to lead, though, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, yeah. I came up with some guys that in clubhouses where I thought some guys did a really good job of being a mix of all those, having those leadership qualities that included being a vocal leader. So I just never really practiced doing it, and I never really got good at it. But I think this group is just is special. It's easy to fit in here with these guys. I mean,
Ji-Man Choi gets into one, and out into center field, off the base of the wall. Bounces over the wall for a ground rule double.
Charlie, Buck Martinez here, and you've had a wonderful career. You're in your 12th season, and you go back and look at your first starts early on in your career. You came up with Atlanta. You went to Pittsburgh, spent a long time in Pittsburgh before you're in Philadelphia. But your record over the last 3 seasons, 43 and 16, quite a turnaround from the early part of your career. In your mind, what was the big turning point for you to get yourself turned around as dramatically as you have lately?
Well, I think it was in 2011 when Ray Searage and Jim Benedek, they pulled me in a back room over there at Pirate City.
Oh, nice stop by Kevin Biggio at second.
And they pulled up a video of Roy Halladay, and they showed me how Roy was keeping his head still, and his body was, and his arm was working around his head. And at the time, I was unable to repeat my delivery. I was kind of jerking my head to the side, my torso, kind of manipulating my body to throw. And they told me just, hey, let your arm drop and let your head stay still. And that's kind of when I started trying to throw like Halladay. And that was a huge, physically, I think that was a huge turnaround. I mean, if you look at the numbers from 2011 on, that was a different pitcher than I was the first 3 years of my career. But really, it's just been a journey for me from sinker baller with the Pirates, to basically a strikeout pitcher, and I'm, trying to throw quite a few pitches as hard as I can, the past few years.
And at 35, you're doing a heck of a job of that.
I mean, I can feel it. I can feel the difference like the day after I pitch for a few days actually, but I've been able to bounce back reasonably well and stay reasonably healthy, for the past few years, which has been a pleasant surprise. So, I mean, the health thing was a huge factor for me. Get my hips right, get my elbow right, and then having an identity, I think, was a huge deal for me too. You know, whether that was as a sinker baller or whether that was a guy that's going to go out and throw 30-40% curveballs any given game. So I mean, I think that's a difficult thing for younger players too. It's like they get to the big leagues, and you're trying to carry over what worked for you in the minor leagues into the big leagues, and sometimes it doesn't. It surely didn't work for me. When I got to the big leagues, I had no idea what I was doing. I had no idea what worked, why I got to the big leagues. You know, all I knew is I pitched pretty well in AAA, and they called me up. And then once I got there, I had no idea what I was doing. But that's all part of the growth. I mean, I was talking to somebody about this earlier today. I was really fortunate to be in some situations where I was given some leeway, and I was given opportunities even after failing multiple times or getting hurt. You know, I still had a spot coming back after an injury where I missed a year or I missed 4 months or whatever. So I really do feel pretty lucky. You know, not just, you know, the hard work and, you know, dealing with failure. I think that's, you know, it's all part of it. But also, you know, I had a lot of help from a lot of people, and I had a lot of luck.
Well, listen, luck, talent, hard work, that's all part of the recipe that goes into you, Charlie Morton. We appreciate you taking some time here to talk with us on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Continued health and success. We'll talk to you down the road.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Charlie Morton, you hear how thoughtful he is as a ball player.
Well, he's starting out to a point where it didn't look like he was going to pitch very long, and he didn't have a lot of success. We mentioned his record early on was 46-71, but he did some nice adjustments. This ball hits the dirt, and then it hits Kiermaier, and he got hit on a foul ball. Oh, that looked like it kicked over his foot, didn't it?
Oh,
clearly. Now that's a reviewable play, hit by pitch, and they're going to say that it was hit by pitch. And the Blue Jays, I'm surprised they're not challenging this call. And they didn't get any notice from the video room that it may have, in fact, missed him, and it clearly looked like it bounced over his foot.
And the Oscar goes to.
Yeah, Kevin. Hey, listen, you know, he already had the limp from the foul ball earlier in the AB. An eventful at-bat from Kevin Kiermaier. He's now on first. Ji-Man Choi on third after a ground rule double, and then moved up on the ground out. And there's Avi Garcia. Yeah, Carlos, at one point, Avi was dubbed Baby Miggy as he gets a shot back up second. For an inning-ending double play, we'll talk more about the nickname and Garcia's role on this Rays club his next time up. Remains 1-0 Toronto at the end of 2. It's now time for the latest installment of In Case You Missed It. Enjoy.
Back toward the middle, it hits the umpire, and now they're waving it off. The umpire was on the infield. It will send Goins back to third, and it's one base.
Now check this out. Guy with the helmet catches the baseball he super chats. He broke his helmet. What he's unaware of is that he covered the fan in front of him with a ton of nachos, cheese.
The guy in front of him is not too happy about it.
Well, this is Matt Riddle of NXT Wrestling. That ball got yanked a little bit. I think Raymond was giving him a hard time. And he said, "You want some of this?" Oh, went up high on Raymond. Way high. That's a quick and easy pin.
Do you think that's a real cowboy, Tom, or just a guy dressed up as a cowboy?
I think that's a genuine cowboy. Marte is hit by a pitch, so he'll go to first.
There's one angry cowboy.
It doesn't seem happy.
Fly ball, shallow left, long run, and an awkward mistimed slide from Stewart. It nailed him, and everybody's safe. It hit Stewart on the head. That was so horribly timed. And they unloads deep left. They pitch to him 3-0, and Acuna unloads over the bullpen.
Great catch, and he didn't drop his pretzel. It's an excellent job. Tremendous concentration. That's one of the best catches I think I've seen this year.
A ton of fun as we welcome you back to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. We're at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, Florida. Tampa St. Pete. The Rays and the Blue Jays Toronto leading 1-0. But again, love this in the YouTube chat we have going live right now. Dodger Films, listening to Charlie Morton's interview. I feel like Morton could make some good ASMR videos. Soothing voice. That's actually good. By the way, ASMR, it's like it gives you that feeling you're triggered by soft whispering voices, paper tearing, scalp massage, like that. Just
yes.
the tingling sensation.
It relaxes you.
Yes, exactly. All right. Chop to Joey Wendell at third by Biggio, and there's quickly one away.
That's about the only thing that would be relaxing with Charlie Morton, because being in the box against him, it's really not fun at all.
Now, and you know what? We failed to ask him about the World Series. He closed out the World Series for Houston, pitching the final 4 innings, and A.J. Hinch, who is known for his analytical background, stuck with him. He was dealing, and there was no reason to make any changes, so Charlie Morton finished up Game 7 of that World Series. A pretty impressive resume for Charlie Morton.
He's getting close to his next start will match his career high in starts, and after I believe 5 outs, he'll set his career high for regular season innings pitched. But he has been a godsend acquisition for Tampa, especially this year when you factor in the big hits that staff has taken with injuries to Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow. Now both are expected back relatively soon, but Charlie Morton, Ryan Yarbrough, they've been tremendous.
Boy, they sure have. And Blake Snell is getting close. He's going to throw a little bit on the weekend, I believe. Glasnow threw today.
Yeah.
And both those guys, big-time starters. And, you know, basically, Carlos, that's the genesis of the opener. Injuries to your starting pitchers. And they didn't have anybody to step in. It happened to them last year, and they went to the opener, and they had some success with it. But you look at the teams that are winning, they got good starting pitching.
Randall Grichuk. Bouncer to short, charging in and throwing him out was Willy Adames. Let's flash back, or throw it back on this Thursday. There is Charlie Morton pitching for the Stros in the postseason in 2017.
He had a great run. He made 4 starts in the postseason and finished that last game. That great World Series effort by Morton. 4 innings, 2 hits, a run, a walk, and 4 strikeouts, and he picked up the win in that game.
I think it's evident when he talks about Doc Holliday, right? You can see it in his style and his delivery that he tried to model himself after.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. just shy of the wall at the warning track, caught by Avi Garcia. So it's still 1-0 Toronto in the middle of the third here on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Now, the Rays YouTube channel is a great place to find entertaining videos, I got to tell you. So let's take a look at a compilation of some of its best.
I'm not mic'd up. I told you I wasn't mic'd up.
We're going up the coastline here to finish our excursion to St. What's it called?
Port Reyes.
Port Reyes. I don't know why I can't remember.
Point Reyes.
Point Reyes.
We're going to the screen.
Yeah.
Tampa Bay.
If I wasn't playing baseball, I'd definitely be spending more time with my daughter, my wife, obviously, and probably coaching baseball somewhere.
When I come to New York, this is one of my places where I like to go shopping because they have everything here and they get it first.
If you ask like any one of my teammates growing up through the system, I've always been kind of the clubhouse DJ.
Bullpen bag. We got rosin in here, we got balls. Rosin goes behind each rubber.
Yeah, behind each
and
rubber.
The balls go in the middle.
The balls go in the middle.
All right.
When I grow up, how good I do?
When you grow up, yeah, you are younger than me.
My bad. This is disgusting.
Talk about what a genius I am.
No comment.
Hey Rays fans, I got this for you.
Then keep the stars lost.
laws did I forbid?
From shopping with Tommy Pham to hearing about what Austin Meadows really says when playing on the field, subscribe to the YouTube Rays channel for exclusive player content. YouTube.com/Rays. Here's Kane Wong, representing for the 808, making his major league debut. Part of Hilo, Hawaii. Younger brother of Colton Wong, second baseman for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Watching that video, man, I'm looking at Blake Snell too close to the edge. I'm like, buddy, you need to back up. The Rays need you, later on. That's kind of dangerous, man.
And if you heard the line, hey, tell him how much of a genius I am. I believe that was Chad Mottola, who's going to join us in a little bit here on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Stephen Nelson sitting next to Buck Martinez and Carlos Pena. We have Kelly Nash down Roman Tropicana Field for us. Carlos and Kelly coming back to the Trop. And Kane cannot check up on the 1-2 from Thornton.
Now, there's another strikeout for Trent Thornton. We mentioned his strikeout numbers as a rookie pitcher. He elevates his fastball, and just a four-seam fastball upstairs. Wong just can't check his swing in time. Goes all the way around. So Thornton adding to his strikeout totals this season.
Thornton with the goggles, got a, I would say, relatively funky delivery, deceptive delivery anyway.
A lot of moving parts for sure. And I think that's part of the issues he's had with control and command. And he's always had a high leg kick. He talks about it. And pitched at University of North Carolina. Got a chance to pitch in a very big situation in the College World Series against LSU. They were in a do-or-die situation, and he didn't know he was going to pitch. The coach gave him the ball, and he pitched a heck of a game and kept them alive.
Dominant as a starter his freshman year. And John Chapel Hill had an IL stint the end of July with some inflammation in his right elbow. He's back now. And we get our first AB from Willy Adames. Bottom of the order. Los, you got to chat up Adames pregame. What did you learn about his turnaround?
Man, you just see him at the bottom of the lineup with 17 home runs. You're getting that type of power. And then you see his numbers as well. You look at the overall offensive numbers and you're like, wait a second. And this kid has been a force back there at the bottom of this lineup, playing great defense as well. I mean, you couldn't, and he was actually disappointed. It's like, man, I want to get better. I want to get better, which is nice to see. But man, it's been a great performance by Adames.
Oh, knee buckler, strike 3 from Thornton. So back-to-back Ks to begin this frame.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, we talk about his ability to make good pitches. That's a changeup, and he's able to locate it right on the inside corner. He's got 4 pitches, and he'll throw a cutter from time to time. But Reese McGuire, he's one of the 2 24-year-old catchers the Blue Jays have. They both do a great job, and McGuire, in particular, really quiet behind the plate. He presents a very confident target. Look at how he presents that target to the pitcher. There's no mistaking about where the catcher wants the baseball when Reese McGuire gives you a target. I hate to see these catchers that just hold a limp wrist up there. It's like, well, you throw it anywhere you want to. I really don't care. But watch this target. Give it to me right here. And he does. He hits the glove.
Talking with Dave Valley back at MLB Network, it's those little things, and Buggy, you're a catcher. Those little things nowadays from that position are so overlooked and almost cast aside. It has to be frustrating for you to watch.
Yeah, and the one thing that bugs me more than anything is they talk about pitch framing. I think it's the most overused thing in baseball. Catchers are receivers. They receive the ball. They don't frame the ball. And how about striking out the side for Trent Thornton? We mentioned it. He's got rookie strikeout numbers, but he used all 3 of his pitches in that inning to strike out the side, including the leadoff man, Joey Wendell.
First 6 groundouts. Last 3 strikeouts. Trent Thornton feeling it in the 3rd and preserving his squad's 1-0 lead on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. A couple of nasty offerings from the right-hander in that inning. So we're looking at some notes on this Rays club in this campaign. A lot of injuries, a lot of key injuries, not just random guys going down, dudes getting injured. They used 54 players, and that tied a franchise record that was set a year ago.
Yeah, it's been so difficult to manage all those injuries, but man, the Rays have done so. They work in synergy, and that's why they are where they're at this moment.
We got another guest on the MLB Game of the Week. I'm on YouTube. Chad Mottola hopping on headset with us from the Rays dugout. We talked a little bit pregame, and we apologized in advance that we were going to take up even more of your time, but what have you seen from your lineup this far through 3 innings?
We've seen Thornton a few times this year. He's changed up his usage. He's using his cutter a little more this time to neutralize the lefty. That inning there, he went to his splitter changeup a little more often, so we'll have to make the adjustment just like he did against us.
Chad, first of all, this is Carlos. I just wanted to apologize because I had to run, and I couldn't hit on that last group of BP, so I couldn't put on the display that I promised you.
Okay, that's your secret to staying in shape, because I looked all around for you. I gave everybody in Group 3 a heads up that you were going to take some swings, so everybody's looking forward to it.
I had to do a radio interview. Can you believe that?
Hey, maybe you're made for the radio. I don't know.
No. Hey, Carlos definitely has a face for television. He's so pretty, Chad. Hey, listen, question, we just showed all the players used this year and how you guys have had to, mix and match and put together a puzzle here in 2019 with all the injuries. What's been the glue? What factors have held you guys together?
I mean, we take a lot of pride in the coaching staff and the front office of welcoming everybody in. We get a lot of guys from outside the organization, so we view it as an opportunity for everybody. Joey Wendell's just coming back after hitting 300 last year. Duffy's just coming back after 300 last year. It's tough to replace 300 hitters.
Chad, you're highly regarded as one of the best hitting coaches in baseball, all right? And I just wanted to just touch base on what's important to you. If you have one thing to say to the young hitters out there, what's the most important thing?
Learn your strength. I mean, that's the one thing. These guys are all pretty good. They all have different language. They all have different ways to get in that position. They all say it different ways. They all feel it different ways. But speak your voice. I have conversations every day on what I see, and just because I see it doesn't mean that's what they're feeling. So early on spring training, I start learning their language, not necessarily English, Spanish, but what makes sense to them, what their goals are. And at the end of the day, they take care of it themselves. But I am a sounding board for them. I let them speak for sure.
The next thing I want to see on the Rays YouTube channel is Chad Mottola and Carlos Pena in the cage getting instruction. Chad, thanks so much. We appreciate you taking time here.
All right. It took a lot of guts with no runs so far, but it did it. Have a good one, guys.
You too. Chad Mottola, the hitting coach for the Rays. He's a treat to talk to.
Yeah, I had Chad in spring training when I was managing the Blue Jays, and he was a guy that looked like he was going to be a terrific major league player. He was one of those guys, Carlos, you maybe remember him. Whenever he went on the field, he ran full speed, no matter where he was going. Left field, center field, right field, and he was a terrific minor league player and just one of those guys that didn't get a lot of time in the big leagues. He spent parts of 5 seasons in the big leagues, but I thought Motor was going to be a real good player.
Yes, and as an instructor, I must say, before he came over as the Rays hitting coach, I mean, the excitement, I could hear it. People were very excited about him actually coming over here and making a difference. And the players love him. They love to work with him. He seems to have just a grasp on hitting, period, and how to communicate it, which is the most important thing. Communicating hitting is not as easy as anyone may think. There is a language, like he says, that you must learn, and he's one of the best at it.
And it's not always good major league hitters that become good major league hitting coaches. Oftentimes it's people that struggled at it because they had to learn so many different aspects of it. I played for Frank Robinson in winter ball, and Frank, he was really frustrated when he had Don Baylor and Reggie Jackson and Roger Freed and all these great players on a winter ball team. And he gets, why can't you guys hit that? It was just like, just like Bob Gibson trying to teach pitching. How come you guys can't throw that slider down their way at the knees every time? It's just hard for some guys.
I also wonder what kind of golfer Motor is, being from Augusta, Georgia. Have you played with him?
No, but I imagine he hits it 9 miles as big as he is.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, Buck. Just the fact that people say, hey,
you know, you didn't play in the major leagues, or you didn't hit 300 in the major leagues. What are you talking about hitting? And it's such a mistake because it has nothing to do with it. As a matter of fact, there are many hitters that hit 300 in the big leagues, and they really have no clue how they did it. They just did it.
One of the best hitting coaches that ever coached in the majors was Charlie Lau, who built George Brett, Hal McRae, Joe Rudy. And Lau was a very marginal major league player, but he understood the dynamics of hitting. And he worked with Lou Piniella for a long time in Kansas City. And Piniella passed along a lot of Charlie's instruction. And Lau also impacted Walter Reniak, who became a great hitting coach and went to the Red Sox and to the White Sox. But Charlie was never regarded as a good hitter at all and didn't play much in the majors, but he was a terrific hitting coach. Kevin Long's another guy. He's been with the Yankees and the Mets, and he's now with the Washington Nationals. He does a terrific job, and he was not a long-term major leaguer.
There is something to be said about going through struggles, trying different things, understanding why you struggle, and then understanding what makes you successful. And then, not only that, now you have to teach it. Has nothing to do with your ability to actually be able to do it.
Hernandez to the left side will hustle out a single.
Yeah, that ball was deflected by Joey Wendell, and then Adames in a dive. It was redirected, so he can't make the play, and he hits it right in the perfect spot. You can see Adames was playing in the hole, but Wendell tips it and redirects it, and then by that time Adames had overran it because he was anticipating it was going to be past Wendell. Teoscar will take it. You know, on the flip side of the hitting coaches, pitching coaches were the same. You know, Mike Maddox, great pitching coach, good major league pitcher, not a great major league pitcher. How about Dave Duncan? He was a catcher, and he becomes one of the best pitching coaches in the history of the game.
Yeah, right.
So it's not all about being somebody that could execute on a high level. It's about somebody that understood how to teach to succeed on a high level.
Threw it right down the chute for strike one to Justin Smoak, who walked back in the second. And you look at the Rays roster turnover in recent years. That's a club that has acquired a ton of talent. Now on the other side, you got the Jays, who traded it seemingly everybody. It's in terms of the veterans: Kevin Pillar, Marcus Stroman, Eric Sogard to these Rays. David Phelps, Aaron Sanchez, Joe Biagini, Daniel Hudson. The one guy they didn't move, Buck, was Justin Smoak.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't know that they really shopped him aggressively, but Smoak has been a rock-solid citizen first and foremost. But you see the players that have been traded during the season. Kevin Pillar right out of the chute got traded to the Giants, and then Stroman got traded to the Mets, and Sogard came here to Tampa Bay. Phelps, Sanchez, Biagini, and Daniel Hudson. And you know, it was all about age and about development and opening up some opportunities for these younger players to get up here. With Pillar going, Kevin Pillar was the center fielder, so Teoscar moves into center. And they made some moves to allow these other players to come up and get some experience. And it wasn't a September call-up situation. It was in July. And they gave these guys extended opportunities. Eric Sogard was a terrific Blue Jay. Did everything they could ask. He's having the best career season. And it just came time that they had to get some playing time, regular playing time, for Biggio, Bichette, Guerrero, and Gurriel.
And I believe that's actually a missed opportunity. If you think about Justin Smoak, he's going to be a free agent after this season. And for the last 3 years, a total OPS of 824, which is nothing to scoff at.
No. And that list, by the way, didn't even have Freddie Galvis on it. He was with the Jays at the start of the season. Smoak rolls over on 1, 2. And that'll do it.
That's another one of those unusual 4-5-3 double plays with the shift, and they play Smoak to pull all the time. So the second baseman Wong goes across the diamond, and the third baseman covers second. The shortstop gets out of the way, and there's Joey Wendell over to Choi to turn the double play. And this is something that teams have to practice consistently because they're in the shift so often that it's not going to be a traditional 4-6-3. That time it's a 4-5-3 double play.
And you wonder if a play like that can help Kane Wong settle into his big league debut as he helps turn 2 and end the 4th inning here on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Stephen Nelson with Buck Martinez, Carlos Pena, and Kelly Nash, as well as Charlie Montoyo, the manager of the Toronto Blue Jays in his first season after a ton of years in the Rays organization. Charlie, I wonder, did you come to the ballpark at the Trop and maybe wander toward the home facilities your first times here?
Yeah, I have an idea how to get here. It's funny, but you know what? Before we start talking, I think it's pretty weak that Kevin Cash didn't talk to you guys tonight. You know, he's changed. I'm telling you, this guy used to be so nice, and now he's about to make it to the playoffs. He's too big to talk to you guys.
Yeah, he's big leaguing us now, Charlie.
Yeah, yeah, that's weak.
Not you, Charlie.
Not
you.
me, man. Not me. I'm never gonna change.
I have to say, one of the coolest experiences today for me was just soaking in the conversation between you and one Carlos Pena going down memory lane.
Yeah, what a good man. He always gives me credit for helping him out, but he deserves all the credit. You know, great player.
No, Charlie, listen, we won't tell anybody. Was Carlos a pain in the behind?
No. I wish I could say that, but no.
Charlie, obviously 18 years in the system, and you've handled a lot of different players as they went to the major leagues, and you always talk about the joy of telling a player he's going to the big leagues. Was that one of the best experiences you had as a minor league manager?
That's the best job ever, being a AAA manager and telling kids they're going to the big leagues. You know, it was a lot of fun for me to do that.
Charlie, speaking of going to the big leagues, okay, I firsthand know how much time and how much work and effort you put into the Rays organization, in the minor leagues, and in the player development system. And then finally, here you arrive at the big league level and get your shot as a manager. I mean, everyone here in Tampa Bay is very proud of you, but I want to hear from you firsthand your experience in this growth, you know, in your career.
You know, I'm very lucky to be managing this club. I mean, the future's bright. You know, all these kids. I'm a player development guy, and this is going to be a lot of fun for me. I'm really happy that Toronto gave me this opportunity.
And I know the Jays and Jays fans are happy that you have the opportunity, and we're happy to have you on once again. Charlie, throw some seeds at Cash on the other side of the field.
That's pretty weak, that guy over there.
Thanks again, Charlie. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Thank you.
There's Kevin Cash, of course, good friends with Charlie Montoyo.
Yeah, they were on the... Montoyo was on the coaching staff for 4 years with him and finished up as the bench coach. Austin Meadows, you know, he's going to hate to see the schedule end with the Blue Jays because he has absolutely worn them out all season long. That's his third double against the Blue Jays, his 22nd hit against the Blue Jays this season. He's going to ask him to stay overnight. Can you guys stay an extra day or two?
So now Tommy Pham grounded out back in the first inning.
Nelly, it was very interesting speaking to Tommy earlier today during batting practice when he was talking about his hand. And now he's a top hand hitter, and yet he was having trouble, you know, with the injury, and he couldn't really hammer the baseball the way that he would like to. But he's feeling healthier and healthier. And when he gets that hand back, you know, as you can see, he's got 20 home runs. He has been a force in this lineup, a leader in the clubhouse as well.
He broke his hand sliding into second against the Blue Jays earlier in the season, and he didn't mention it to anybody. He played through it. And he played a couple of weeks with it, and it never got any better. And he told me it was like a ligament, and they did an MRI, and they saw some inflammation in there. And he said it kept hurting, and I kept playing, and it got worse. And he said finally they did a CT scan and found the fracture in there, and then they could treat it differently than they had before. And now he's gotten much better.
I think sometimes we miss out on these players. You know, we talk about them while they're struggling. He grounds out right here.
Oh, ball comes free though, so Tommy Pham going to round first and head into second. Rounding third is Austin Meadows. The throw home will not get him. Tampa has tied it. Listen, Los, you know I'm down to get weird. That was a weird way to get your first run, but nobody here at the Trop is complaining.
I'm like, okay, there's a ground ball, grounding out, not so fast. Watch this play right here. Seems like Bo couldn't get a grip on that baseball. And then Smoke on the tag cannot hold on to it.
Well, you as a first baseman know exactly how difficult it is to reach into the baseline and You know, you're constantly concerned about an injury when you reach in there, but Pham's a big guy, and it slammed the ball right out of his glove.
Scored an error on Justin Smoke at first base. Now a runner in scoring position, still nobody away for Ji-Man Choi.
That's just the third error of the season for Smoke, who's one of the better defenders in all of baseball, but that was just contact where Pham knocked the ball out of his glove.
And the throw a little wide, for being honest.
Well, it clearly pulled Smoke off the bag, but he had caught it, and he was putting a tag on Pham.
Now, Tommy's he's a threat to swipe a bag, Los, and he's one steal away from becoming just the second Ray in franchise history to have 20 home runs and 20 stolen bases in a single season. B.J. Upton did it 3 times.
Yes, like I said, it's quite impressive what he's been able to accomplish. Hurt. That's what I was trying to say. That we're like, okay, he's not performing. He's going in slump. Well, he has a broken hand, and he's still going out there and playing and giving it all he's got for his ball club. Glad he's getting back healthy. But I love that type of leadership, that type of example that he sets. It's like, you know what? I don't make excuses. And he will not tell you about his hand unless you ask him.
No, he didn't talk about it at all. He had mentioned that when he first recognized what the injury was, he could lift a 20-pound dumbbell. That's all the strength he has. And now he's up to a 60-pound dumbbell. He said, I'm still not there, but I'm better.
Yeah, Tommy Pham's stronger than a 20-pound dumbbell. We all know that.
He's a baseball player. He comes to the ballpark to play. He comes to beat you every single day, as he did the Orioles. The other night, they threw at him, knocked him down. He came back with a game-winning base hit.
Oh, he didn't like that. And what did Kevin Cash tell us pregame about Tommy Pham?
Just stay away from him and let him play.
He says he's the most intense individual you'll ever meet.
You saw it earlier. That line drive to left field that he missed earlier in the game.
Oh.
He was absolutely fuming.
That chapped him, no doubt. Listen, he's the go-ahead run on second base. Ji-Man Choi. When flutters fouling out of play. This is Monday, Buck.
Yeah, against the Orioles, he was up at the plate, and you can see he gets pushed back. And that ball is up and in, and Tommy Pham is a guy that doesn't leave the batter's box, and he ends up winning the game with this walk-off base hit. And that was doubly satisfying. Not only did he help his team win, but he got a little bit of payback on a pitcher that buzzed his tower.
Ji-Man Choi draws a walk.
This has been an issue with Trent Thornton all season long, where he just doesn't know how to stop the bleeding. And yeah, the air caused the run to come in to score. Pete Walker's aware that this is the time he has to go out there and try to get Trent Thornton refocused again. He struck out the side last inning, and now he gives up a double to Meadows, the air, and now he walks him in.
And now we got bodies up and stretching down the left field line in the Toronto bullpen.
Justin Schaefer on the ride has just been recalled from AAA Buffalo. He's had 2 or 3 different stints with the Blue Jays, and he's thrown the ball well this year. He was victimized by having options, and he's a Florida native. Grew up in Lake Wales and went to the University of Florida, so he's back home again.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Yeah, don't you dare disseminate this content without the express written consent. By the way, that read, it scares me every single time. There's a lot of big words in there, a lot of landmines. Just trying to navigate. You're watching the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Kelly Nash, Carlos Pena, and Buck Martinez. I'm Steven Elson. And here's Travis d'Arnaud. If you're looking for an MVP on the Rays roster this season, I think a lot of folks are going to look at Charlie Morton. We talked about him earlier in the broadcast, but most of the Rays players are going to say Travis d'Arnaud.
When you look at a catcher joining a team mid-season without having benefit of spring training and put up these types of numbers since he joined the team. Wow. Most RBIs by a catcher in the majors since May 11th. That's pretty impressive. And that's just one aspect of what it means to be a catcher. He had to learn the entire pitching staff without any previous knowledge. And because of that, he's been charged with a few more pass balls than you might expect. He's committed 5 pass balls. He's a much better catcher than that. But he had to learn on the fly an entire pitching staff. And he told me today there were times when I went to the mound and said, "Hi, I'm Travis. What do you throw?"
Now, Buck, let me ask you as a catcher, how long does that take to get to really know your staff?
Oh, it takes a long time. You know, when you're with a team, it takes you deep into the season to know new pitchers. But when you come over in the heat of battle and you're trying to learn a staff mid-season, it's really challenging. But Travis is so even-keeled and mild-mannered, and he just put in the work. And he recognized this was a great opportunity for him. He was with the Dodgers for just 5 days after going out there from the Mets, and then he found out he was coming here, and he knew there was a need here, and he was going to have a good opportunity.
Pitch inside.
Hitting actually 347 with runners in scoring position since coming over with the Rays. I mean, when the game is on the line, when there is an opportunity to drive in and run, he delivers.
Yeah, Los, that was recent. 413 is his clip.
Oh,
40+ games. So just the 3-2 high. And hey, listen, this is tough in the trot. Hard to keep track of that ball, but Oscar Hernandez does just fine there.
Now, it was interesting. The runners were going on the pitch. It was 3-2. And they were running, and Cavan Biggio, the second baseman, threw out his hands, said, "I don't see it." So that was a red flag to Hernandez, the center fielder, who came in hard from center field. But watch the second baseman behind the bat. He looks up, throws his hands up, and says, "I don't see it." And thankfully, Teoscar Hernandez is there to make the play. But in this ballpark, Carlos, you played here many years, and if you don't keep your eye on that baseball, you can lose it in a heartbeat.
But I can't tell you how many times I hit the ball just in the infield, and I was like, okay, that could be a double. And many times it actually was. At least a few. I mean, I remember 2 on the top of my head.
Kevin Kiermaier slices it in the shallow left field. It'll get down. Holding up at third is Tommy Pham. The bases are loaded for Tampa.
Yeah, the base runners had to hold up. There was a chance that was going to be caught, but Kiermaier gets another base hit. He's been on base twice. Got hit by a pitch, and now this is that kind of inning we're talking about for Tampa Bay.
Speaking of playing with injuries, you know, KK is one of those guys who had an injury to one of his obliques, and he's been playing through it. Again, this Rays team, and he's like, hey, man, everyone is banged up. We just go out there and play. We don't make excuses. I love this type of mentality.
This is a sum of all parts ball club, Tampa Bay, not just 1 through 9 and then a few pitchers here and there. Kevin Cash and his staff, they utilize, and his front office utilizes the entirety of the roster. Blake Snell said on MLB Central on MLB Network today that he's tried thinking about what Kevin Cash goes through every day to figure it out, and he's laced in the center. It's deep enough to score Tommy Pham. Sac fly puts the Rays on top.
For Garcia, that's his 62nd RBI, and Pham held his ground. Line drive like that, when you're at third base, you have nowhere to go but back. And he goes back to tag immediately, and after the catch, he comes in to score.
Yeah, Nelly with the right call. That was a sac fly. But, man, it almost doesn't do it any justice. That was an absolute missile.
Sac liner? Sac missile? I don't know.
Yeah,
hey, I get what you're going with, Los.
Sac rocket. I don't know.
2 runs in the inning now.
There's a joke in there, but I'm going to leave it alone. 2-1 Rays now. Kane Wong struck out in the third. Helped turn a nice double play out in the field.
That sac fly, exit velocity was 112 miles per hour. That was the hardest ball hit all day. And I don't care who you are, right? You drove in the run, right, Buck? You're happy.
But you want a double.
You are so mad right now at the same time.
Yeah.
Ooh. Trent Thornton will take that. Evens up the count at 1 apiece. Another peek at that close one. That action tailing away from the lefty, Los. that ain't fun for you. Takes a hack at the 1-1. And there's a souvenir. Here the cowbells going here at the Trop. Heard Bruce Dickinson, yes, the Bruce Dickinson, aka Christopher Walken, Saturday Night Live character.
Epic. You can cowbell here in Tampa Bay.
1-2, another bounces foul play back into the field. Pride of Hilo, Hawaii. Kane Wong. And AAA flashed the power numbers more this year than before. 10 home runs, 63 ribbies in 113 games, 839 OPS. Played 6 different positions for the Rays AAA club.
Well, we talk about the versatility of this ball club in the big leagues, and they want to make sure they had themselves covered. And if you have a guy down in AAA, they play so many different positions. If you have an injury in the big leagues, you can call down and call Wong up, and you'll be covered.
In between Wong or Sogard, Wendell, a lot of chess pieces there. And again, look at that block. Go ahead.
Well, it all started here with Ben Zobrist. And you were around then. You saw what Ben could do and how valuable he was. And that started a trend. Marvin Gonzalez has become the same type of player. And, well, it's good to see Ben back in the big leagues, huh?
Yes,
had a tough year.
Two. Did he go? No.
And Buck, just the same way you were talking about how now hitters that are coming up learn how to utilize the bat, right? Go the other way, and they're growing into the system, right? But the same token, you see everyone really adapt their game, right? They got to be able to play different positions. You don't get just locked into one. And now we're seeing more and more young players being able to do so.
Yeah, because you have to carry so many pitchers. Your benches are very short.
Once again, Thornton gets a call just off the plate to strike out Kane Wong and end the inning finally, but a crooked number on the board. And as the Tampa Bay Rays said in the YouTube chat, hey, we lead. Yes, the home club is on top at the end of 4. And for in-depth perspectives on the game, don't forget to check out YouTube's live game commentary featuring MLB, the Blue Jays, the Rays, and a select group of YouTube creators. It's been phenomenal and a ton of fun to follow along with. I got the laptop up. They'll add to our thoughts during the broadcast, the unique viewing experience, and you could view the game live, game commentary on your mobile phone, your computer, and also in the living room on your smart TV. We'll be keeping an eye on the discussion throughout the broadcast. Actually, some really good nuggets. Dodger Films, the Finn FTW, Mighty Go. We see y'all. DeAnt Ortiz. Let's go back to 2007. September 1st, Clay Buchholz. This was a moment. Oh, the hook. And the dub. You know, who better to ask about that than Clay Buchholz himself? He's hopped on the headset. Clay, what do you remember about that night?
You know, at first it was they told me that I was only going to go 6 innings, and that's what Tito said. Hey, give us 6 good innings, and we'll take care of the rest. And you know, about that time I looked up at the scoreboard and saw some zeros, and sort of knew what that meant. I knew it wasn't going to stop at 6 innings, but throughout that game I probably shook off Varitek twice, and it was 2 rockets. So from that point on, I just said, nope, I'm not doing that anymore.
Buck Martinez, Clay, it was your second big league game. So why would you shake off Varitek?
I don't know. Yeah, I'll still go back and think about why I even shook off twice.
You know, you had an unfortunate opportunity to spend a lot of time with Trent Thornton this year. You're both down here in Florida, and he compliments you so much about how much you've talked to him about pitching. What are some of the things you've talked to some of these young pitchers about that you've learned over your career?
You know, how to fail, how to face adversity.
You want to do play? You can do play-by-play, Clay.
Yeah, no, he's a really good outfielder. I shouldn't even look. No, I mean just knowing how to face adversity and knowing that you're not gonna win every game when you go out, and you know, different things that I've been taught over the years. With you know, got to spend a lot of time with Josh Beckett and John Lackey, John Lester. Schill was there right whenever I got called up, and just knowing how to pitch, learning how to pitch. And this game, the direction it's going, it's all stuff. And I think the art of pitching has sort of been lost in the mix over the last 5, 6, 7 years. So I just try to give them some insight on actually how to pitch, how to throw to hitters. Just because you have a good game, a good start, the last start doesn't mean you can go out and pitch the exact same way to the next team, because it might not work out. You have to game plan a little bit more, and you know, you learn that through facing big league hitters. And right now the game's in a better spot than it ever has been, especially since I've been around.
Clay, this is Carlos Pena. Speaking of adversity, you were an adversity to me with your nasty changeup. It was not fun stepping into the box, you know, against you, Clay. It's really good to talk to you outside of the baseball diamond, right? But you know, what is it? What is the key, right, to success? If you were to put your finger on it, what would you say to a young pitcher coming up, you know, that maybe you would have done differently when you came up? Yeah, I mean, there's probably tons of things, but I think for the most part, you have to have a short memory with everything, with the good and the bad. By that I mean, you know, the way my career started, the bar was set pretty high, and I got the big head a little bit coming into 2008 out of spring training, didn't have the best spring and still made the team, and there was a lot of adversity that I faced that year, and it got me thinking at a point that, you know, am I really good enough to play in the major leagues and play in Boston? And I felt sorry for myself for a couple weeks after getting sent down, and you know, I got back to the square one of everything, and that's commanding the baseball, commanding the fastball, and being able to throw your pitches off of that, and not necessarily, you know, coming up and throwing your best pitch to every hitter the first pitch of the at bat. It's, you know, throw it, control it, command the zone, and then whenever you need an out pitch, you can go to it. And I relied on stuff a lot at the beginning of my career, and as I said earlier, stuff right now, that 100-mile-an-hour fastball is still going to get hit if you don't locate it, and it's part of the way the game's changed with all this young core that's come up.
Well, listen, Clay, your stuff worked against Carlos. We're showing a graphic right now. 6 for 36 with 9 strikeouts. That's a 167 average for Los against you, Clay.
Well, you know what? It wasn't fun facing that lineup either. They had some thump, and it's I just got lucky a couple times and didn't miss with some pitches.
Maybe you should take back everything you said about adversity. That's adversity right there.
Hey, Clay, you talked about your experience being a young guy, not knowing well enough to shake off Jason Varitek, or know better than to do that. And now you're in a Jays clubhouse that has a ton of young guys, but it seems like they're playing above their age.
No, I mean, I'm telling you, they're studs. They come in, and we were talking about in the clubhouse today with me and Clayton Richards about how whenever we were young, coming in a clubhouse, you definitely didn't say a word unless you were spoken to, sat in your locker. These kids come up nowadays, and they already know that they're major league ready, and that's sort of the difference between 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and right now. These guys they're really, really good.
Well, Clay, listen, it was cool kind of going back down memory lane, reliving your no-no. Finish strong the rest of the year, and when the offseason comes, take it to Millar on the golf course, all right?
You got it. I'm going to give it my best, I promise you. Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate y'all.
Thanks, Clay.
Clay Buchholz, another one of the special guests here on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Here's the upcoming schedule. Next up, the Tribe at the Big A, where the Angels will host the Indians on the 10th, Cleveland with Tampa and Oakland in that wild card battle. Then the Braves and the Nats. You want a big contest with postseason implications? Preview, perhaps. There you go. Tampa, you'll be back on in LA this time, and then finally St. Louis and Arizona. So we just saw Bo Bichette the final out. Let's go back to the first inning and show you this lengthy pitch sequence, but it was fun to watch, fellas.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You saw a lot of pitches that he wished he had back, but every single time he fouls off a fastball or a slider, he's getting some information about it, right? So he gets more and more and more comfortable as the at-bat goes on. He gets to gauge the speed of the fastball, even when it's at the top of the zone, and then also gets a gauge on the off-speed pitches. So you get a little bit more comfortable until finally, right, he gets a pitch he wants. And, wow, this is still going on, okay? Placata! That's what I was waiting for. It was getting kind of lengthy. I was running out of words, but that's how long that at-bat was. Gets the pitch he wants and drives it. That was a rocket to right center field. Just a joy to watch, and almost on cue. We were celebrating him as a player, and then he delivers to right center field with a placata.
Willy Adames almost just gave us a souvenir, one that I don't think any of us were ready for. Maybe Buck was. Buck might have been able to catch that. That had been like 10 feet higher.
We don't need any balls in the booth tonight.
Nope. A lot of expensive equipment here and expensive faces. Los has got the moneymaker down there on the right. Adames, some elevation on that. That's drifting back, going up to make the grab. Is Randal Grichuk. That ball stayed in the air forever.
Yeah, Buck kept carrying on Randall, kind of drifted back, and I thought initially he thought it was going to be much more of a routine play, but this ball continues to carry, and Grichuk just kind of drifts back and gets back to the wall, goes straight up and pulls it down. Adames has got a lot of power. Carlos, you mentioned 17 home runs, hitting in the 9th spot. That's some real pop.
And Grichuk got an extension, so we'll be in Toronto. Back to the top of the order for Tampa, and Joey Wendle is looking for his first knock today. Even up at 1. Thornton breezed out of the gates as we see Hobie Milner, left-hander, warming in the Rays pen. But Thornton ran into some trouble in the 4th, but as Cut 4 pointed out in the live chat, he navigated some choppy waters there, and it could have been a lot worse of an outcome. So how fired up Thornton was after he got the 3rd out. 69th pitch is a nice strike 2.
Yeah, when you look back at the inning where Tampa Bay scored 2, there was an error in the inning. Tommy Pham hit a ground ball to short. The ball was offline. Smoke came off the bag, and he tagged Pham, but the ball was knocked loose, and that led to the first run, and then they would get the sacrifice fly by Garcia.
There's one ripped into right. Wendle heads for second. Some trouble out there for Grichuk. He gets it in quickly. Stand-up double for Joey Wendle.
I think Wendle had thoughts of going to 3rd and kind of peeked over his shoulder and looked at Grichuk playing it down the line, and it's up right out over the plate. Kind of a hit-me fastball, and Wendle hammers it down into the corner. And Grichuk's going to have to chase it. It kind of kicks back on him and goes back towards center field, and then Grichuk has to run it down. I think that's what Wendle was thinking about, going to 3rd. But you can see location, Carlos. That's right out over there in that hit-me zone.
Middle way up.
12th double of the season for Wendle, and Dodger Films called it in the chat. Got to give credit. Won't go back there too often, but I just want to shout out. Wendle's hitting a double here, and he did. There's strike 1 to Austin Meadows.
This is an at-bat that's really important for the Blue Jays, giving Meadows success against him. You got a base open. I know Tommy Pham's on deck, but he's right-handed. You put double play in order. I wouldn't give Meadows anything to hit here. If he wants to expand, let him chase. But he has worn out the Blue Jays all season long. The double he got back in the 4th was his 22nd hit against the Jays this season. Well, he's a good-looking player. And to think they got Tyler Glasnow and Austin Meadows and a 19-year-old 100-mile-an-hour
Shane Baz.
Shane Baz.
Top 100 prospect.
What a trade.
Hey, listen, the Rays are currently tied atop the American League wild card race with Oakland. The A's came back and beat the Angels earlier today. So they're a postseason team. They also have the #1 farm system in baseball, Los.
They just keep on getting things right. Look, if we go back to last year, Meadows comes over with Glasnow on the Chris Archer trade, right? On the very same day, they acquire Pham as well from St. Louis. And now what are we seeing? We're seeing Meadows and Pham go to work. Glasnow was just lights out before getting hurt. And of course, we talked about earlier about Charlie Morton and that acquisition. Come on. They just get it right.
Yeah, we talk about them drafting and developing, but they also are very astute when they make trades. And Archer, yeah, he was a good pitcher for them, but you look at his numbers, 519, now he's done for the season. So Meadows gets hit by the pitch, so he goes to first base. He brushed on that inside pitch. So he really didn't give him anything to hit. This is a cutter that just catches him on that left leg. That's a good place for him, Carlos. First base. Now double plays in order.
Tommy Pham came around to score, or excuse me, reach base on an error that was scored against Justin Smoak. Though one could argue it should have been Bo Bichette's. And Meadows came around to score as the ball was jarred free from the glove of Smoak into the outfield. Ono swung on and missed, checking back. And Wendell at second. There's McGuire. And Los, there's a secret weapon to Tommy Pham of late, no? It's not any work he's doing in the cage or on the field. It's what he's making in the kitchen.
That was a fascinating story.
The smoothie power.
Yes, sir.
Tommy Pham not have home run power on that particular swing. Flies out to left. But basically the story, and shouts to the Tampa Bay Times for relaying it. Tommy Pham, he started making smoothies. Travis d'Arnaud, he benefited. He said, hey, if we go deep today, then you got to make this again tomorrow. And Tommy's like, all right, and if we win, and they did, and now it's a thing. You have players coming up to him in the clubhouse saying, Tommy, you got to cook one of those up for me.
He's a great sport for doing so, because it's got to come to the point where it's like, come on, guys, seriously. I can't be making 14 smoothies before games, okay? I got to go to the cage and get ready.
He's a good teammate. He's a real good teammate, and he's all about winning.
You know, he recognizes the opportunity that this particular club has to not only get into the postseason, but make some noise in it. And he's looking around the clubhouse and saying, I don't know if everybody recognizes it the same way. So I'm going to make sure I'm going to take it upon myself to filter that energy throughout the rest of the team.
You know what? When you get into a pennant race for the first time, you don't understand how rare that opportunity might be. And a lot of guys just kind of take it for granted. Tommy Pham wants to make sure nobody does. There's a lot at stake here this last month of the season.
I played in major leagues for 14 seasons, and I only made it to the World Series once. And I am fortunate to be able to actually have experienced that, and I lost it. Now, I never went back. There are a couple of times when we went to the postseason here with the Rays, but we couldn't really advance. It is extremely difficult to get to that point. So you cannot take it for granted. It might be the only time you get that chance.
Well, and the last time we've had repeat winners, it goes back to the Yankees, and they're the last ones to do it. But I played 17 years, and the closest I got was a Chris Chambliss home run in '76 in the bottom of the ninth at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
He beat the Royals with one swing of the bat, and that's the only chance I had to get to the World Series. Played in postseason a couple different times. 77 with Kansas City, and then 85 I broke my leg with the the Blue Jays. But yeah, it doesn't come around very often. And I think that's what Pham's point is. Hey fellas, this is special what we're doing here, and let's treat it that way.
3-1 the count to Ji-Man Choi with 2 on and 2 out in the bottom of the 5th. Carlos Pena, Buck Martinez, and Steven Elson with you for the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Also have Kelly Nash rocking with us as well. Thornton's 3-1. we're full.
And speaking about the difficulty to actually getting to the postseason, you know, how about those teams that are always on the fringe, right? That are in the maybe mid-market teams, come the trade deadlines, have to make decisions. Imagine the frustrating attitude really for players when you're looking at teams maybe even dismantling an opportunity to get to the postseason simply because of the fact that a move needs to be made. You know, we're talking about the Indians were in that position earlier on. I'm glad they actually held that team together. Yes, they traded Bauer, but the team stayed intact.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Kluber had a setback in his rehab, and Ramirez broke his hand. And no telling, I think that's probably robbed them of the opportunity. But Jose Ramirez had a tough first half of the season, started to come around, and then broke his hand.
That was awful to see. What we're seeing for Tampa is a bases loaded situation. Stewart getting ready in the Toronto pen. By the way, Ji-Man Choi's reached base all 3 times. 3 full counts. Double in the second and then walks in the 4th and 5th. There's Travis d'Arnaud, the catcher, who homered back on Tuesday against Baltimore. Adding to those ribby stats we showed you earlier, most runs batted in by a catcher since d'Arnaud debuted with the Rays. He's got 56. Gary Sanchez 3 behind him.
He's also tied his career high with 16 home runs. And that's a good pitch on the first pitch after a pitcher's meeting. How about you as a hitter? When you saw that pitching coach go to the mound, what were you looking for on the next pitch?
Well, it would vary, but right there, overall, you would think, okay, he's attacking the strike zone. He doesn't want to fall behind. It's okay, man, throw strikes.
Yep.
That's what you would say. I mean, you had a lot of those meetings.
Ultra aggressive in that first pitch after that pitching coach goes to the mound and say, okay, they're going to throw me a strike now. I got to be ready to hit.
The 0-1, tails inside.
And of course, it's precisely right after a walk. You're like, okay, what is the possibility here of the fact that
didn't want to walk me now?
Yeah, no, bases loaded. Yeah. Pitching coach goes to the mound.
He spins a slider
in a good spot.
Pete Walker watching in earnest. There's 1-1. Is skied foul. Ends up. Hey, and play was made by a fan there in right field. He's got the glove to help him out. Deadpool shirt? Nevertheless, 1-2 now to d'Arnaud. He has 1 grand slam in his career. It came this year for Tampa against the White Sox on the 21st of July.
Tampa's had plenty of opportunities to blow this game wide open. They're just 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position so far. And it's just a 2-1 ball game. I think they just want to give Thornton the opportunity to get out of this inning, see if he can strand the bases loaded and get him through 5 innings.
Pitch number 88. Oh, 3-2 once more. Thornton on tilt a little bit here, Buck.
Yeah, he recoiled badly after that last pitch, but he's got to regroup and throw a good one now. He can throw a breaking ball here. d'Arnaud is going to be aggressive.
Thornton can spin it. d'Arnaud fouls it back. We'll do it again.
A little bit of a cutter. He ran away from d'Arnaud. It's going to be his last hitter in my mind, no matter what. He gets out of this inning, he'll probably be done. If this inning continues, it'll probably be Brock Stewart, who is well ready down in that bullpen.
Bases loaded in the 5th for Travis d'Arnaud. 3-2. We'll do it again.
got a pitch to hit just a little bit inside, and he was thinking maybe a breaking ball, but it looks like a cutter, and that thing just spins. Are you a big cutter fan?
No, I'm not a fan because I was a victim of the cutter. Now, from the pitcher's perspective, it's a great pitch. That particular time right there, right? He threw the cutter right after the high fastball. I thought it was a very poor selection. He got away with the pitch there, which happens all the time, right?
Sure.
I mean, you can speed all you want, right? And never get a ticket until that one time you do get a ticket. And then then you're going to be upset. Right there, he got away with a bad sequence, I thought. See what he does here.
8th pitch of the AB from Thornton to d'Arnaud. Nearly hits him. Instead, he walks, and a run scores. And that'll be it for Trent Thornton as Charlie Montoyo will stroll out of the Toronto dugout. Brock Stewart's warmed and ready. Joey Wendell gets greeted by the boys in the Rays dugout. So as Stewart takes the bump, we show you another throwback going back to 2008. From worst to first, Carlos and the 2008 Rays enjoyed a storybook run deep into October.
Well, here, truly the crowd is the 10th player on the field for the Tampa Bay Rays. The Rays with a 5-run lead need 1 out.
Down the left field line. Longoria on the run. He gets there. The Rays are going to the postseason. In 2008, 9 does equal 8. Rays win. Rays win. Rays win.
And I was like, you know what? If we battle and keep battling, we're going to do it.
Sox down to their last strike. The 2-2 pitch. The Rays are going to the American League Championship Series for the first time. The Tampa Bay Rays have won the American League Division Series.
Experience versus exuberance.
Breaking ball popped up, right field. Perez at third tags. Here comes the throw. It's up the line, and the Rays have tied the series.
Upton hit it just deep enough. And Garza allowed 2 hits to the defending world champions. He leads with the lead and a tip of the cap.
And now we get ready for the 9th. And who is on the mound but young David Price. Price pitches. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. The Rays are 1 out away. How does a 22-year-old stay within himself in this moment? Swinging a ground ball to second. This should do it. Hockey has it. Takes it to second himself. This improbable season has another chapter to it. The Rays are going to the World Series. Rays win. Rays win. Rays win.
It was a magical season, gentlemen. It really was. The most fun I've had playing baseball. I keep on saying since Little League, even including Little League. It was just a true team, right? A true family. And all of us were emotionally invested in this run. And yes, unfortunately, we did lose to the Philadelphia Phillies. But man, this really started a culture here in Tampa Bay, a winning culture. And I am very proud to be part of that, to be part of the beginning or the pillar, right, that sets this locomotive in motion. At the very least, I say that very proudly.
Yeah.
And I'm still scratching my head because I have no clue how in that whole entire rip of highlights right there, you didn't see me go placa that.
Yeah, you got to talk to the edit room about
Can't
that.
throw
Huh?
edit staff under the bus like that, Lowe's.
Huh?
We're going to have a
That's
conversation.
pretty weak. Yeah.
We did see Cliff Floyd, and I got to say, Cliffy, you trimmed down a bit. Oh, good pick at second base by Kevin Biggio in the hole to end the inning. But Tampa tacks on another and pushes the lead to 2. Now 3-1 here on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. I'll show you one more time. Buck, there's been a couple times tonight where Biggio has made relatively difficult plays look smooth and easy.
Yeah, he has really played well. He's got decent range. He doesn't have a real terrific athletic kind of image at second, but he makes all the plays. He plays a lot with his head, and he positioned himself perfectly and helped Brock Stewart get out of that inning. The Rays scored a run on just 1 hit. It was a 1-out double by Wendell, and then a hit batter 2-hour walk back-to-back, and that was it. But Trent Thornton leaves the game with him giving up 3 runs on 4 hits.
Once again, folks are loving Buck Martinez and Carlos Pena, the insight, the knowledge that they are dropping, and who wouldn't? But for in-depth perspectives on the game, don't forget to check out YouTube's live game commentary featuring Major League Baseball, Cut 4, the Blue Jays, the Rays, and a select group of creators on YouTube. They'll add to our thoughts during the broadcast with a unique viewing experience, and you can view the live game commentary on your phone, your smart TV, your computer. I got my eye on it. And now we got our eyes on the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube schedule. Tampa will be back on the 17th of September in Los Angeles. That'll be a ton of fun. The way that these rosters and front offices have worked, Andrew Friedman, of course, knows Tampa very well, so some intrigue beyond what we see between the white lines. New pitcher for Tampa, relieving Austin Pruitt, and it's Hoby Milner.
28-year Hoby Milner was originally drafted by the Washington Nationals, and he did not sign with Nationals, came back and was drafted by the Phillies in the 7th round in 2010 out of the University of Texas. Hoby Milner, his 2nd year with the Rays, he is working into just his 4th game of the season. He got in 4 games last year. They acquired him from Philadelphia, and he was one of those guys that got claimed, drafted in the Rule 5 draft from Cleveland to Philly, went from Cleveland back to Philly, and then they purchased him. The Rays did, from Philly in July of 2018.
Pruitt went 5 innings, gave up 4 hits, 1 run, struck out 4, walked 1. He's in line for another dub, which would push his record to 3-0. First pitch to Cavan Biggio. He's in there for a strike. Jays say calm, cool, Cavan. Yep, that's exactly what he was to end the last inning, and now he's starting off the 6th, and he's going to wear one. But hard left turn for me, just roll with me, fellas. Is Hoby, we're watching Hoby Milner, is Hoby not the name of a Baywatch character? Was that not David Hasselhoff's son in the TV show?
I'm going to have to Google that.
I mean, I'm just here. Over my head there, Steven. Sorry.
Sorry, Buck. Sorry, everybody. And Hoby Milner is done. Chaz Rowe was warming and ready to come in. Kevin Cash brings him out to the mound. What's it like to be a Cy Young winner? I don't know. Los doesn't know. Buck doesn't know. But we followed Blake Snell throughout a typical day at the start of the 2019 season to give you an idea.
I don't mind bat flips, but if I see someone bat flip on me, you guarantee when I strike him out, I'm gonna do something reckless. Just to let them know, like, I see you, but you're gonna see me too. Hi, I'm Blake Snell, and you'll be following me for the day. Oh my God, oh my God. I don't know about any of that.
2019 is upon us, let's go.
Easy. We're going to win for a while, and I think that's what's so exciting about why I signed, why Bilal signed. I mean, I think it's fun to watch baseball again. This is Casa de Puppies. So, you going to come say what's up? He gon'. Yeah, so this is Side, the Siberian Husky. And then this is Junior, the Chocolate Lab.
I got it. Oh!
You got him by the Wiz.
MLB's Cut 4 team has launched its own YouTube channel, so make sure to just subscribe to Cut 4's channel to receive fun, fresh, hilarious baseball content. Follow the link in the YouTube description for this game to see more of their videos. Chaz Rowe with a hook to start the AB, and Blake Snell, and the reigning Cy Young winner in the American League, scheduled to make a rehab start this Saturday. And he said today, if all goes well, then he'll be back in the rotation by next week.
Now, the issue you have as an injured pitcher right now, there are not many games in minor leagues to play. Minor league season's over.
In the
postseason now, playoffs. Unless your teams are in the playoff, you have nowhere to pitch. So, in the case of Glasnow, it sounds like he's going to pitch in the big leagues before he has an opportunity to make a rehab start.
Yeah, both Montgomery and Durham made it to the postseason in the minors.
Chaz Rowe is a slider throwing machine, especially to righties. He's got that wicked slider, and he'll come at you time and time again. That slider will be 80 miles an hour, but it's one of those sliders that just continues to break. It just goes farther and farther away from you.
He's got a 2.18 ERA since July 6th, that in 20 2/3 innings pitched. Looks back at Biggio first. Oh, G-Man tried to maybe deep the youngster Biggio for a second. Fake throw back to the mound, hold on to the ball. Didn't happen. Rowe ready, 2-1, runner going. Hit and run was on.
Well, something you don't see the Blue Jays do an awful lot of. Biggio's a pretty good base stealer. He's 9 for 9 in stolen bases. He picks his spots very prudently, but Blue Jays aren't a real big hit and run team because they got a lot of swing and miss in their lineup. But Charlie Montoya is sensing that it might be the only way to get something going against this bullpen. Starts Biggio, but unfortunately, pitching fouled it off.
Speaking of bullpen, the Rays bullpen actually it's leading the league, right, for the second straight year in innings pitched. So they're not afraid of making moves.
Well, too, they use openers, and that'll get your innings up there dramatically. But the relief is good. They've got an ERA of 2nd in the American League. They're 2nd in hits allowed, 3rd in walks per 9 innings. They do a great job. And Kyle Snyder and Kevin Cash, good team. Snyder's the pitching coach, and Cash is the manager.
And credit to them because they've had to put it together. Alvarado didn't have the hot start and then got injured, and then Pagan again had never saved a game in his life before this year. In the middle of the season, takes over that role.
Diego Castillo has been up and down this year. They haven't had that consistent guy in the bullpen they could really lean on. Lately, it's been Nick Anderson.
It's a strikeout, couldn't throw him out. Chaz Rowe is disgusting, Los.
Indeed, and as you can see, that sweeping movement on that slider, and he can control that. He can actually control it for a strike or just let it slide all the way to the other batter's box.
Now here's the swing and miss, and watch the catcher, Travis d'Arnaud, as he falls on top of Grichuk trying to get interference by the batter. But that's just a veteran move by a catcher. And Grichuk, he's got a right to follow through on the swing. He did not intentionally step in the way of the catcher. And Kevin Cash came out to plead the case, but Grichuk strikes out on that slider. Biggio picks up another stolen base. He's 10 for 10. And Travis d'Arnaud, the old veteran catcher, he tried to get contact with the hitter, but it didn't work.
How would you feel about that if you were in d'Arnaud's shoes there, Buck?
I don't think there was contact. I think he was trying to sell it.
Okay. Vlad Guerrero Jr. Buckle up, folks. Rowe versus Vlad Jr. This is going to be fun.
Here's the play again. You can see Grichuk, he ducks out of the way, and there's no contact, and you can see d'Arnaud just tries to say, hey, man, he hit me. I fell down. That was pretty quick thinking by d'Arnaud. He didn't come within a foot of hitting him.
This ain't the NBA. They can't fine him for flopping.
No, that's a flop in the football league for sure.
Vlad Jr. smokes it to left center. Kevin Biggio scores. RBI single for Vladito.
The stolen base comes into play for the Blue Jays after the strikeout, and Guerrero picks up another RBI. That gives him 60 for the season. May have hit it right off the end of the bat, but he is so strong, he's able to drive it into the alley. You can see it's another slider. Blue Jays know they're going to get a steady guy out of sliders. It's run off the end of the bat, but that just shows you how strong Guerrero is. He can hit it into the alley. Biggio reads it, sees it's going to get down, then he breaks and makes his turnaround third and scores, and now it's a one-run game once again.
Chaz Rowe out. Colin Poche in. Another pitching change for Kevin Cash. Hey, listen, he said September call-ups, rosters expanding rather. They're going to utilize all the guys. I mean, these are big leaguers, but they're going to utilize the full depth of this pitching staff.
They've got 5 lefties and 9 righties in their bullpen. And Kevin Cash said, yeah, I want everybody up here. Anybody that's not in the playoffs, I want them up here because we need them. And we were in meeting with him today, and he looked at it. He says there's a couple guys that might not pitch that are coming back from injury, and we might wait until we have an extended opportunity to use them. But everybody else, including the position players, are in play. And he is one to make a lot of changes. So if you're scoring at home, keep some extra space in your scorecard because there's going to be more changes.
As another change has occurred, let's talk about the MLB Ballpark app, because it's going to complete your next visit to your favorite team's park. Buy and manage tickets, redeem special check-in offers, access exclusive content, along with much more. Download the MLB Ballpark app today. Major League Baseball is always live with MLB At Bat. Follow your favorite team's action with game tracking and video highlights, along with up-to-the-moment stats, standings, news, and plenty else. Get the #1 app for live baseball and download MLB At Bat today.
Colin Poche is the pitcher, and you think, well, they're going to pinch hit for Rowdy Tellez, and sure enough, they did. Poche's a lefty making his 40th appearance of the season. He's got 60 strikeouts. He throws that big curveball, and now he's going to deal with a pinch hitter. Brandon Drury comes off the bench with Guerrero at first.
Drury takes strike 1, inside part of the plate.
Poche throws a good fastball and a good curveball. He's basically a 2-pitch pitcher. You're going to give fastballs and curveballs, whether you're right-handed or left.
89% fastballs. That's in his usage. Get a peek at Brandon Drury's numbers. Strike 2.
And you can see that he does have swing and miss stuff. If you look at his numbers, 18.6% of his pitches have been swing and misses. That is second best in the AL.
Four-seam fastball right at the knees, and it's past Drury before he can get through the zone. Drury's hitting for Rowdy Tellez.
Go 2. This is high. Drury's had some big knocks this year for the Jays. I feel like some clutch ones, no?
He has from time to time. He's had, by his own admission, an inconsistent season. When you look at his numbers, 222 on the season. He's got 14 home runs, just 2 off his season high. His career high, excuse me. A couple years ago in Arizona, he hit 16. But he has done a great job. He starts all over the diamond, and he's played very well. And he swings and misses that good fastball.
There's a strikeout for Pochelos.
There it is again, that four-seamer. It just seems like it rises a little bit, and hitters are late and under a lot. You know, only Josh Hader and Ken Giles have a higher swing and miss percentage than Poche. Just to put things in perspective.
Teoscar Hernandez singled back in the 4th. Struck out in the 2nd. Guerrero's on first for him. Lifted down the right field line. Drifts foul. Teoscar was signed by the Astros as an amateur free agent in February 2011 out of the Dominican Republic. He's then traded to Toronto along with Nori Aroki for Francisco Liriano, 2017.
Yeah, the Astros and the Blue Jays have made a few trades the last couple of years. When you think back to Jay Happ trade, he came from the Astros initially. Teoscar Hernandez. This year they traded 3 players for Derek Fisher, and last year they traded closers. Roberto Osuna and Ken Giles. So they've had quite a trade relationship.
By the way, I'm not letting myself get away with that loss. The Japanese guy mispronouncing Nori Aoki's name is inexcusable. So I apologize for that. Two and one now to Hernandez.
What is the correct?
No, I did the second time I got it right. The first one I said Nori Aoki. I gave him an R in his last name. It doesn't exist. If you're just tuning in, it's a 1-run game now in the top of the 6th. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. We're going to check in with Kelly Nash shortly. For now in the booth, it is Buck Martinez, Carlos Pena, and Steven Nelson.
Nelly, that's still better than Pena.
Yeah.
Pena? Who dropped a Pena on?
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, I mean, it would have just killed my confidence. Because it actually means the total opposite. Pena is rock, right? Pena is like pity. Like,
that's
so
bad.
sorry.
Strike 3 called as Teoscar Hernandez disagrees with the call. We're going to head back to the dugout. But Guerrero's RBI single makes it 3-2. So listen, the 5th of September, 2019. This is great. We're together on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. In 2011, Carlos Pena, or 2001 rather, Carlos Pena debuted. And Dante Bichette as well. Back in 1988, his son Bo hit a home run earlier. Dante Bichette is with Kelly Nash now.
Thank you, Steven. Yeah, I can't believe I'm being paid for this right now. Paid to kick it with the man, the myth, the legend, Dante Bichette, who also goes by Dad. You're here tonight watching your baby boy, Bo, just absolutely ball out. That has to bring you a lot of joy.
It's a lot of fun. In my eyes, he's still 3 years old with a Spider-Man helmet on, so it's fun.
How about that home run? That was a big boy homer and off the 13th pitch.
He was pretty determined to square a ball up there, so it was intense at bat. Very impressive.
You know, all eyes have been on your baby boy for quite some time now since he got the call up. How do you think he's handled the limelight? Because we all see it handled with such class.
You know, I think he's been waiting for this moment so long that I think he was just really prepared. And he's, you know, I'm really proud of him for staying really focused during this time. And, you know, it's just beginning. It's a long road, but he's been able to really stay locked in.
You've played, you've coached. What is it like here just to sit back and watch your son do his thing?
You know, in some ways it's a lot better because I don't have to prepare for this game. But in a lot of ways, it's way more nerve-wracking because I got no say over the outcome. So it's fun.
Take us back to your Colorado days coaching, because I had a chance to catch up with Bo before the game, and it really seems like that time where you were a hitting coach back in 2014 with the team really had an impact on his future in baseball.
Yeah, you know, I had no idea how big of impact that would have, and if I did, I would have done it a lot sooner. But that year was huge for him. You know, he was a video kid that could hit before that, and when he saw Troy Tulowitzki and Nolan Arenado, how they approached the game, he left there a different kid with such a passion to better himself, and I think it was a big difference for him.
We all know Bo, the ball player, but how about Bo, the man? Introduce us to your son. What is he like behind the scenes?
You know, he's a pretty mellow kid, pretty quiet kid. He likes movies. He likes music. He likes tennis. He likes friends, close friends. And he likes to train and you know, just a simple life. You know, but he's a pretty sure of himself kid in a good way. I think pretty humble way, but it's a good kid.
You raised one heck of a ball player. I think we all can agree with that, and one heck of a man. We'll let you enjoy his next AB. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
This is unbelievable, Steven.
Cal, thank you so much to you and Dante Bichette for that perspective on young Bo Bichette. Son hit a leadoff home run for Toronto today. Again, Buck, I just love the joy that he plays the game with.
Yeah, he does. He knows that it's supposed to be fun. He has fun playing, and he makes sure everybody else around him does too. And his dad said it perfectly, and I know it was tough for him to say, but Bo's very humble. But at the same time, he's very cocky. He thinks he's one of the best players on the field, but you'd never know that. And when he was the last out in the Verlander no-hitter last Sunday, he came in mad, slammed his helmet down, slammed the bat in the bat rack, and says, I knew I was going to get a hit that time. I knew I was going to break it up. He was really disappointed.
Avi Garcia pokes one the other way, gets to the wall in right center. He's rounding second, heading for third. Stand-up triple for Avisail Garcia.
Well, he got a triple, but that ball wasn't played very well in the outfield by Teoscar Hernandez. He didn't take a very good route to the ball, and it beat him once it hit the turf. And it's really not the difference of the field because he plays on turf at home at Rogers Center. But this ball, yeah, it might have been a double, but it shouldn't have been a triple. And Garcia saw the ball bounce past Hernandez, went to the wall in center, and turns out to be the second triple of the ball game.
And this is where understanding where the game is, the score, right? You know that you are just within one run, right? You play it wide to make sure that you keep the runner at second. Right now, a fly ball scores him. So just understanding what the game is at, the score is very key on how you play the outfield and cut balls off to avoid this type of situation.
Big talented lefty Nate Lowe pinch hitting for Kane Wong.
Infield is in, and what a great point, Carlos. You've got to know the scoreboard, and the late Sparky Anderson always said it. The scoreboard will tell you all the strategy you need to know. What inning it is, how many outs there are, where you are in the lineup, and you've got to play it that way. You've got to think about it before the pitch is thrown. You don't need all the analytics or anything. You just look at the scoreboard and say it's a one-run game. I got to try to cut down extra bases, and I got to make sure if it's a double, I can't allow it to be a triple. And now you put extra pressure on the pitcher, extra pressure on the infielders, and it's really a tough situation. Leadoff triple.
And granted, Hernandez thought he could catch that ball, and then he realized, okay, I got no shot at this. And that's the only reason. It's not like Avi Garcia is a speedster. But like you mentioned, Buck, that ball was misplayed there and gave him an opportunity to get to third easily.
Got a good look at the infield playing in for Toronto here against Lowe with Garcia on first, or on third rather. Stewart ahead of the young slugger, 1-2. And Lowe got it in the air. Is it deep enough? Ball misplayed in left field, allows Garcia to score easily. And we mentioned how tough a seemingly routine fly ball can be in this building.
Well, I don't know that there was any issues with the roof that time. I think he just took his eye off it and the ball went off his glove. It's dark. The roof is contrasting now. It's not like it's a light roof, but you see he's set up under it and then just took his eye off the ball. He took his eye off the ball before it says, watch his head. And his eye comes off the ball before he caught it, and it goes right off his glove. It's going to be an air charge to Fisher in left field.
Oh, Bubba, no. Yep, sac fly A7 in the scorecard. Pinch runner now for Nate Lowe. It's Daniel Robertson.
And just to play the what-if game, right? If the ball is played well off of Avi Garcia's bat, he's at second base. That fly ball, no one advances. So there is no rush to try to throw the guy out. And now we have one out, runner at second. Just little things.
So just to wrap up the two things that you guys are talking about, little things make huge impacts on this game.
Especially against good teams.
Yep.
If you give good teams extra outs, they're going to take advantage of every time. And Tampa Bay is a good team. Tampa Bay is going to do everything they can to capitalize on mistakes. And they've got an extra deep bench. They're going to utilize pinch runners, pinch hitters, whatever it takes.
Adames lays to left. Fisher secures that one. So let's go back to Avi Garcia's AB.
Watch the center fielder here. He cuts straight across, and he actually comes in a bit instead of giving ground to make sure. You conceded off the bat it's going to be 2, but you can't let it get by you and go to the wall for 3. And when it becomes a double, Carlos, you made a great point about the mindset of the outfitter with a runner at second as opposed to a runner at third. Totally different.
And the only way to combat that is you could say, oh, he had a bad read off the bat, but you have to think about the play before it happens. If there is a questionable line drive, I'm going to play it safe. I don't want that run to get in scoring position. So those are things that you can run through before the pitch is thrown. Then when they happen, they don't surprise you. That's the best way to approach defense.
And you got to think of the hitter. Where's his strength? To the alley in right center. That's where he hits the ball with most authority. So anything off the bat in that direction, chances are it's going to be an extra base hit. I just got to make sure it's not 3. But it's part of being a big leaguer. Kevin Kiermaier plays it out there. He's a platinum defender, and you see him take great angles all the time. And understanding the situation, understanding what the score is, what that runner means, what run is that batter runner represent? And those are things you have to think about before the pitch is thrown.
Turning things over for the top of the Tampa order, Joey Wendell had a 2-bagger his last AB. It's Brock Stewart who's making his 4th appearance for the Jays, all in relief. 3-0 up to this point.
Brock Stewart's done a nice job for the Blue Jays, and he has been a bulk pitcher after an opener. He has done a pretty good job for them, and he's gone back and forth. He still has options left, so whenever he pitched, they'd send him down after he pitched 4 or 5 innings because he wasn't going to be available for the next 3 or 4 days.
This is outside there.
He's just 27 years old. The Blue Jays picked him up from the Dodgers. They claimed him off waivers on the 31st of July. And he has been better than I think they anticipated, but numbers got him because he was one of the few guys they had in that bullpen that had options, and they could send him back and forth to AAA.
It's recalled today. It says has had his struggles against left-handers. Swing and miss. Wendell there. Throw down to second. Gets Robertson.
Now Reese McGuire doesn't have an overpowering arm, but boy does he have a quick release. He got out of his chute in a hurry and got that throw on its way to second base and gave Bo Bichette plenty of time to put the tag on the runner. And your Robertson is throwing out.
Yeah, that backstop duo that the Jays have is going to be fun to watch develop.
Both Reese McGuire and Danny Jansen are 24 years old, and boy, if you could have a young combination, left-handed bat, right-handed bat, you could split time with them. And catching has become a 2-person position now. Rarely, we're not going to have too many Yadi Molinas from now on. We're not going to have too many Pudge Fisks and Pudge Rodriguez catch 145, 150 games anymore. It's a 2-person position.
Sharp grounder. Wendell right back at his boys.
The catching position, one of the most difficult to play on a long year. 162 games back there really takes a toll out on the players. So it makes perfect sense that if you split time, you would keep your players fresh. Charlie Montoyo is very high on these guys, and really excited about the future.
Yeah, I think Reese McGuire does a terrific job, and he was acquired. He was a former #1 pick of the Pirates. And he was acquired along with Francisco Liriano and Harold Ramirez. The outfield has done so well for the Marlins this year. And they came over and they didn't protect Ramirez, and they lost him, and he ended up hitting nearly 300, I believe, for the Marlins this year. You got Reese McGuire. Anytime you have a #1 pick in another organization, he's still young, you got a chance to help him develop.
Stewart and Wendell will pay things off here. Strike 3. That ends the 6th. Javi Garcia came around to score after some miscues in the outfield for Toronto. Still just a 2-run game after 6 full. Here on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Take the field with your ultimate MLB squad in RBI Baseball. RBI 19 delivers a genuine MLB experience with the ability to manage your MLB franchise across multiple seasons, official uniforms, and hundreds of new animations. Learn more at RBIGame.com. It's rated E for everyone. MLB.TV is now available at a lower price. For $26.99, watch every out-of-market regular season game live or on demand and receive access to MLB At Bat Premium. Visit MLB.TV for details. And what is going on down on the concourse? Raymond, DJ Kitty, and Kelly Nash. Easy, Raymond! Yikes.
Gonna have to beat Raymond up.
I mean, at least like treat her to her meal first.
And DJ Kitty in the house.
Oh. Having some fun on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Saw some pinch hitting, pinch running in the last frame for Tampa. Daniel Robertson staying in the game at second base where Kane Wong started. And we got a new pitcher on the bump for Tampa, and Oliver Drake.
Oliver Drake, he's got that wicked splitter, man. He'll throw splitter after splitter. He's got 47 strikeouts, just 16 walks, and he's been a tough opponent for the Blue Jays, and he's going to come on here now trying to pitch this solid 7th inning. We're liable to see 3 or 4 more pitchers before this is all said and done for Tampa Bay. They're going to play matchup the rest of the way.
You're getting to see the splitter a lot, right, Buck? I mean, seems like he throws it more than 60% of the time.
4-seam fastball and a splitter. That's it. That's what you're going to get from him.
Lefties really have a tough time against him. 421 OPS against him. That's minuscule.
Just didn't give up much hard contact, and he'll throw that splitter any time. He's really interesting. He's out of the Naval Academy. He went to the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis and has had a pretty good career. He's bounced around a lot. In fact, he pitched for the Blue Jays. There's that splitter again.
And this is what you have to do against pitchers that do exactly that. Fernando Rodney was one of those guys when he was just on his game. Split, fastball. You have to pick one. If you are in between, you're going to be in trouble because you can't cover both. They look the same, and yet one is so much different than the other.
Yeah.
If people
just spin coming out of the hand is the same, and you can't pick it up, and it's so different, so difficult. Especially if you have a delivery like Drake and Rodney, right over the top. See it out of his hand, it looks like a fastball, and then you can't pick up the spin. If you throw it right, that tumbling spin will take it right down underneath the bat.
2-2 to Smoke.
He's pitched with 7 different major league clubs. Started out with Baltimore in 2015. He didn't get to the big leagues till he was 28 because of his commitment to the Navy. Terrific guy. And he's determined, and now he's pitching in a position to get to the postseason. He's never been to the postseason, and great opportunity for him right here because they like matchups so much. You're right. They can bring a right-hander in to neutralize the left-handed bats and save their lefties.
Strikes out Smoke here. And Buck, I'm happy that he's here in Tampa and can be that matchup play, because for a while, I think fans, they were just looking for every Oliver Drake transaction to just be like, oh, Oliver Drake's on the move again. Well, now you can find a home here.
Oliver Drake in 18 pitched for Milwaukee, Cleveland, Angels, Toronto, and Minnesota, all in one season.
Last year. I mean, that's hard. People will laugh and be like, oh, there he goes again. That's hard on a player, hard on a family. A lot of layers to these transactions. Reese McGuire, 1 for 2. Former top 100 prospect.
To your point, Nelly, Drake has the major league record for different teams in one season. That's 5. Maybe he's found a home.
I'm sure he'd like to think so.
Yeah.
He's pitched in 39 games now for Tampa Bay.
Behind McGuire, 2-0. Step off for a little bit. By the way, earlier you saw, hey, who's the guy doing push-ups in the Rays dugout? It's Ozzie Timmons, or the coaching staff. He does 10 push-ups for every run scored. And I have challenged Carlos Pena to match Timmons' performance. We have a post-game show after each and every MLB game of the week, live on YouTube. I have a feeling 40 will be no problem for Los.
I should be fine.
I'm sure you will be.
Well, but we're adding a wrinkle. Buck is going to sit on top of you.
Yeah, good luck with that.
The 2-1. Laced in the center. 1 out knock for McGuire.
Now, Reese McGuire has really changed his approach at the plate since he's come to the big leagues. There was some concern that he didn't have enough pop, didn't have enough drive, but he's swinging with much more an aggressive attitude. He stays on that splitter down and away and does exactly what you have to do to hit it. Stay on it and go the other way.
He sat on that pitch. Puts a healthy swing at it. That's what you got to do. Pick one or the other, and when you get it, be on it, put a healthy hack, and drive it somewhere.
It's a first-round pick of the Pirates in 2013 out of high school in Washington. That was a handful of picks after. Pirates took Austin Meadows.
Well, Reese got a chance to play in front of a lot of family and friends when the Blue Jays just completed that trip out to Seattle. And I think he was trying a little bit too hard to put on a show. He didn't have a good series, but he's played very well for the Blue Jays since coming up.
Now let's see if Derek Fisher can sort of atone or make up for the blunder in left field. Pitch number 13 for Drake. Upcoming on this 1-1. Ooh.
Buck made a great comment earlier on Bo Bichette sitting pitches and how important that is. Sometimes as hitters, we think we can cover everything in every speed. That is not the case. You're actually not putting yourself in a lot of strain on trying to pick spin and then make mid-air decisions on pitches. Play the percentages, wait for a pitch you can drive, and be on it. Those type of swings happen when you're in between.
Yeah. Thinking too much about all of the pitches that are focusing on one, and Fisher strikes out for the second time. He is now 0 for 3. Well, let me ask you this. And now you watch a lot of games. You watch games every single night. You try to analyze everything. How much different do you think it is hitting now than it was when you first broke in 2001 as far as the velocity and the number of pitches you have to cover?
No, that's a good question, because I think when I came up, you know, the teams were not elevating, pitchers were not elevating fastballs as much. They were trying to keep it everything low and away and sinking. The cutter was not used that much, except for one guy, Mariano Rivera, who absolutely dominated baseball. Now, you know, pitchers are catching on. The fact that a four-seam fastball at the top of the zone, it's a very difficult pitch to get to, right? And you can work your off-speed pitches off exactly the same line, right? The same trajectory. I don't think pitchers are yet maximizing everything as far as sequencing is concerned. But boy, it's harder to hit today, even though the numbers don't say so. I mean, these guys are going deep at a ridiculous rate. But the elevated fastball is more
you know, prominent nowadays.
Well, when I first came in league in 1969, it was prominent then. And they had just lowered the mound 5 inches from 68 to 69, and everybody threw four-seam fastballs and curveballs.
Bo Bichette launched to left. Yes, he did again. Harold Reynolds called it pregame. We're going to get a multi-home run effort from somebody. Bo Bichette just proved H right. His 10th of the year, ties the game at 4.
Second time he's had a multi-home run game this season. His other multi-home run game against none other than Clayton Kershaw at Dodger Stadium. Who? How about this guy?
Man, I just like everything about this kid. I mean, the way he approaches his at-bats, the way we were talking about, the way he sits pitches, he picks his spots. Right here, gets the pitch he wants and pounds it. I mean, that ball off the bat, you knew it was going to go a long way.
Well, we mentioned the Blue Jays have now hit 80 home runs by rookies this season. And he has 10 home runs. This is his 34th game. He's got 10 home runs this season. And you've seen him. You talked to him. He's not a big guy. But he's flexible. And when he gets his body rotating, the bat flies through the zone. Remember, Travis d'Arnaud told me before the game that when Bo Bichette swings the bat and misses, you can hear the sound of the bat whipping through the air. That doesn't happen very often.
I was over in New Hampshire and I watched Bo Bichette hit batting practice, and I was like, man, this kid looks like he has a tight swing, short to the ball. I liked everything about it. But come on, no one would have predicted this type of performance early on in his career.
No, not coming out of the chute the way he has.
Los, cut 4 in the live chat. They said a word after Bo Bichette went deep there. Can you guess what that word was?
Let me see. Placata.
Yeah, nailed it. Bo Bichette, second home run, ties the game. We're through 6.5. I like it. Dialing up the drama in the later innings here. This MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. We're going to head into the weekend on the right note, folks. That's what we're going to do. Carlos Pena, Buck Martinez, Steven Nelson, and Kelly Nash here. As they're singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" and stretching here at the Trop.
Nelly, ever since Bo Bichette came into the major leagues, there's only one player with more extra base hits, and that is Juan Soto. Just a little nugget. I mean, this kid has been just flat out impressive, and that's an understatement.
Yeah, he came up with the Blue Jays in Kansas City on the 29th of July, and he got a hit in his first at bat. And that speaks volumes. He expects to get hits. He expects to be the best player in the game. And like I said, when he made the last out against Verlander in the no-hitter, he was upset. He expected to hit him. And, you know, he wasn't being disrespectful of Verlander. I mean, Verlander was overpowering him. But Bo Bichette believes that he can do some damage, as he's done again tonight.
Bo making some headlines. Let's show you some more from around Major League Baseball. I got you, babe. Michael Lorenzen, most jack player in the big leagues, might be. He also became the first player to hit a home run, play center field, and earn a win in the same game since Babe Ruth.
That is just flat out cool right there,
isn't it?
You gotta let that sink in for a minute. The most mythical name and figure in baseball, Michael Lorenzen, now with him.
And good for David Bell to let it happen. Huh? Yeah, that's what happened. He says, you know what, you're talented, and I'm not going to go. It's like what you said with Kevin Cash as far as using the reliever, put him at first, bringing him back to pitch. Let's think outside the box once in a while. It's paid off for David Bell and Lorenzen as well.
Lorenzen is a seriously talented player, and to get the opportunity to actually display those talents says a lot about the manager and the front office.
Yep.
Let him go out there and play, do what he does best.
This is Buddy Boshears, the left-handed reliever, comes on trying to cool off the hot bat of Austin Meadows. Meadows has doubled and got hit by a pitch.
Goes way back with Craig Kimbrell, Buddy Boshears. One hangs up a little bit. Austin Meadows, did you? Yes, he did. Another long ball for Meadows against Toronto. And the Rays reclaim the lead.
It's the first time Meadows has faced Boshears. It didn't take him long to get up to speed, Carlos.
Did you say that he likes hitting against the Blue Jays?
Yeah.
He just did it again.
23 hits now, 6 home runs against the Jays, and that's a go-ahead home run here in the 7th.
Seemed like an elevated off-speed pitch.
His curveball. He throws the curveball. This one didn't break. This is a classic example of a hanger. Right out over the plate.
He doesn't try to pull it. And that sound. The acoustics in this ballpark, by the way, I mean, I'm really enjoying the crack of the bat.
Oh, yeah.
I must say.
Meadows' 3rd home run his last 4 games.
You know what, you used to say it all the time, when you get one good and you really square it up, you got sound. I got some sound on that one.
Indeed. And Meadows surely got some sound.
Boshears' evening was quick. Jason Adam will relieve him. And Los, thank you for supplying us with another Placata.
Love it.
We're getting it in the comment section. The Finn FTW said it. And that's where you go for in-depth perspectives on the game. YouTube's live game commentary featuring Major League Baseball's account, the Blue Jays, the Rays, Cut 4, and a select group of YouTube creators. Now, what we got going on in the booth, they're going to add to that with a totally different and unique experience that you can view on your mobile phone, your computer, and also on your smart TV. So just keep an eye on the discussion throughout the broadcast. Coming up on September 10th, we're going to head to my stomping grounds, Orange County in Southern California, where the Angels will host the Cleveland Indians. After that, the Braves will visit the Nats on September 13th. These Rays that you're watching now, they'll go to LA for a date with the Dodgers on the 17th, and then we'll round out the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube schedule September 25th.
That game on the 17th will be the first time the Rays play a team that's playing over 500.
And it kicks off a really tough stretch because they go to LA, then Boston and New York. Right now they're in this
13-game stretch of non-contending teams.
Yeah.
They're all under 500. And they've got to make some hay now because it's going to get dicey.
And they got a lot with the Jays. With 7 games against Toronto, including this one. Another hard hit ball the other way. Off the wall. And fair for Tommy Pham. Pham hustling around first, sliding into second. Safe.
That ball was covered. Pitch up and away, and he smoked it off the fence in right. Grichuk actually played it pretty well. For Pham, that's his 29th double of the season.
He had sound on that one.
Oh, he thought it was going to hook. He thought it was going to slice foul, rather. So he was slow out of the box. I was wondering why that play was closer than it seemed like it should have been.
Yeah, I think you're right, Stephen. I think he thought it was going to be foul when it went off the bat, but it was hit so hard it couldn't go foul.
And that is the Rays' 7th hit, and that's the 6th extra base hit that they've gotten tonight.
Starting to see some action. Ji-Man Choi takes ball 1 high. Choi has reached base 3 times tonight. And Tommy Pham has really got it going, playing through an injury. He does say that he's getting better with time here. He's not making the injury worse, that being to his right hand, by playing. Hits in 13 of 14. 7 bags swiped. Double and a pair of free passes for Choi. I love Ji-Man Choi. I'm not going to hold that back. I was working back in the studios, and he had a home run earlier this year. Went out to right field. A woman sitting in the stands, she didn't catch it, but she was she was crying after Ji-Man Choi hit a home run. She was that impacted by this young slugger.
He's got quite a personality. He's a real jokester on their team. He keeps the clubhouse pretty loose. And, you know, the Blue Jays a couple of years ago, Munenori Kawasaki, who had the same type of impact on the Blue Jays. And Kawasaki was terrific. And Choi has that same kind of impact on the Rays team now.
I would love if we just dropped Mooney into the booth with us right here. That could be fun.
Mooney was unbelievable. Mooney's playing in Korea now. He went back to Japan, played in Japan, but now I saw that he was playing in Korea, and he's a huge. Blue Jays love him. He was huge in Blue Jays. Of course, he did that great interview with D-Row. Remember that a few years ago?
And D-Row even, he's like, yeah, I can't top that. I'm out. It's all about Mooney. 2-2 coming to Ji-Man Choi. With Tommy Pham on second, Choi pokes it into center field, but it's going to hang up there for Hernandez. And Pham holds.
The ball was well hit.
Yeah.
And people in baseball will say, hey, don't worry about it. Keep swinging it. They'll even out. They do not even out.
They do not even out, that's for sure. Especially now in the shifts, because everybody is standing in the right spot when you hit one hard. And more time than not. You look up, you hit it hard, that's a knock, and then there's a guy standing there waiting for it.
See, before we used to be taught, hey, listen, it's all about hitting the ball hard. Just hit the ball hard. You didn't have to worry about placement. And now with the shift, all of a sudden, placement does come into play. The shift should be eliminated.
Lowe's still on his soapbox for that one. You're not alone, though, that's for sure. Time called as Travis d'Arnaud is up with one out and a runner in scoring position, Buck.
I just think that the shift is something the hitters, I thought hitters would adjust before they have, but they haven't. Yeah, the Rays, this could be a much more lopsided game than it is. The Rays are 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
So find themselves ahead by 1 thanks to Austin Meadows' 27th homer of the season.
This has always been a tough stop for the Blue Jays coming down here to Tropicana Field. This season, the Jays are just 4-8 against the Rays, and that's always been the case, even going back to those great years in 15 and 16. Tampa Bay always gave the Blue Jays fits, especially in this ballpark.
Tommy Pham going, throw down to third, bounces past Vlad Jr. and Tommy Pham has gone 20-20. Just the second player in the history of this Tampa Rays franchise to do so in a single season. B.J. Upton being the other.
Upton did it 3 times. Pham got a running start. Not much chance for Reese McGuire. Look at Bo Bichette. Bo Bichette is in the right spot every single time. As soon as that runner broke for third and the ball passed the hitter, he broke to back up Guerrero. That ball gets away, but Bo Bichette makes sure that Pham can't score.
Jason Adam trying to get d'Arnaud to offer at that high heater, does not. Defense moving in and shading d'Arnaud to the left side, obviously, second base. Up and hits the upper part of the zone. Strike 2. We're even. And d'Arnaud's third team this season. 10 games with the Mets. Was released on the 3rd of May. Then linked up with the Dodgers. Had 1 pinch hit AB. And then the Rays purchased him on the 10th of May. The chopper back to Adam. Now Pham kind of caught in a rundown between third and home. He turns back. This is fun. And finally, Bo Bichette tags Tommy Pham while all that noise was taking place, d'Arnaud moved up to second base.
Yeah, that was the point. Once Pham recognized he was caught off third, he made a determined effort to stay in the rundown long enough to get the runner in scoring position. And he breaks and takes 2 steps, and that was costly because Adam throws to third. They get him in a rundown. Now watch Pham. He's got one thing. He looks back and says, okay, can d'Arnaud get to second? He stays in the rundown long enough to allow the catcher to go all the way and get into scoring position. Another subtle thing that Pham does very well.
And of course, ideally, if you are on the defense, you want this rundown to be over in 1 throw. You want to get the runner going back to the base where the rundown originated and get him going as fast as possible, and then 1 throw. Of course, you know, Pham is a great athlete, and he did exactly what he was supposed to do. d'Arnaud is able to get to second base.
So just your casual 1-5-2, 5-3-6. Out.
Too many throws. But Pham kept that rundown going long enough to allow another runner to get into scoring position for Kevin Kiermaier.
Now 1 for 10 with Risp are the Rays this evening. Kiermaier had a bloop single back in the 4th. Hit by a pitch in the 2nd. You could just get lost in those eyes, Los. KK's got him. There's no way around it. Listen, everybody watching, you know. I'm not saying anything you don't know.
Don't look at him.
Don't look. I can't. Adams 1-1. Did that hit him?
He hit him for a second time. Sure enough, ball was way inside, and he'll go to first base. He's been on base 3 times, hit by a pitch twice, and he's also a single.
And this one was a legit hit by pitch. The review of the one back in the 2nd, we saw a bounce before his front foot, but he sold it.
That foot's taking a beating. He fouled the ball off that foot earlier in the game, and then gets hit once again on that same foot. What's going on?
You gotta be kidding me.
That hurts.
It's like Scott Sterling just taking a beating, Kevin Kiermaier. So 1st and 2nd, 2 away for Avi Garcia. Got a triple with an asterisk on it, to some anyway. Surefire double, but a poor route in center field allowed him to take another bag. And scored on a sac fly.
And I think it's important to point out, you know, we were talking about Bo Bichette being in the right spot, right? Well, Pham was at third base. If that ball gets into left field, then that run scored. Instead, we have Pham out on a rundown, and now we got 2 outs and no harm done. Little things really make a difference.
Save runs, run prevention, and you talk about the fact he's driven in 3 runs tonight. He's saved a run.
Wire keeps that one in front of him. And hey, my bad. 2-1 now to Garcia. Kicks and goes. Garcia does not bite.
And we heard Charlie Montoyo speak about his staff, and he was going to let them just go out there and pitch, give them an opportunity to succeed and also to fail. And right here, Adam, we've seen good stuff from him. 4-seamer in the mid-90s, mid to upper 90s, paired with a nice breaking pitch. We've seen him stumble into a couple of good sequences as well. The 1-2 d'Arnaud was actually very effective, getting the little chopper right back at him.
Adam fills up the count. Garcia non-tendered by the White Sox last November. And then inked a 1-year, $3.5 million deal with the Rays in January. And here he is with 2 aboard in the 7th. Bringing some more insurance for the Rays. Instead, he strikes out swinging. But Austin Meadows led off this 7th with a solo home run. Broke a 4-4 tie. And in case you joined the action late, let's show you some highlights. Top of the first, Bo Bichette starts it off with an epic 13-pitch AB and then leads off the game with a solo home run. Bottom of the 4th now. Different story for Trent Thornton. Death by 1,000 cuts. Meadows leads off with a double. And Tommy Pham grounds it to short, but Bichette's throw to first throws Justin Smoke off the bag. Ball bounces away. Meadows comes home to score. 2 batters later, Kiermaier parachutes one behind third base and in front of left field to load the bases. And then Avi Garcia hits a rope to center to score Pham. And made it 2-1 Tampa. Austin Pruitt settled down after his first inning. Hernandez, Tellez, Fisher, they all gone. He pitched 5 innings, struck out 4, gave up 1 run on 4 hits. Bottom 5 bases loaded. Thornton walks Travis d'Arnaud to bring home another, and it's a 3-1 game. That would do it for Thornton. Brock Stewart comes in. Top 6 now. Cavan Biggio hit by the pitch, and that gets things started for Toronto. Next batter, Randal Grichuk strikes out, but Biggio steals second to get into scoring position for Vlad Jr., who singled into left center and made it a 1-run game. Avi Garcia in the bottom of the 6th, leading off with a triple. Nate Lowe, rather, pinch hitting, flies to left. Derek Fisher botches it, and Tampa leads 4-2. Top 7, Bichette again. Not a replay of the first, because that one's gone to left. 2-run home run ties the ball game at 4. Wasn't tied for long. The bottom half of the 7th, Meadows 27th. It's Tampa on top. That's how we stand here on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. In the booth with Carlos Pena and Buck Martinez, I'm Steven Nelson. Kelly Nash, the 4th member of our broadcast crew. Show you the game summary up to this point in the top of the 8th. Diego Castillo is going to get the ball for the Rays. And Heredia is out in left field for Tommy Pham. Hope Pham's okay. Hear anything, we'll pass it along. Castillo's first pitch to Grichuk is fouled back for a strike.
Diego Castillo making his 56th appearance of the season against the Blue Jays. He's been tough on him. This will be his 8th appearance this season. He's got a 2-0 record. And he's allowed a 182 opponent's batting average to the Blue Jays. And Grichuk takes his strike.
The 0-2 to Grichuk. Just a bit outside.
Fastball slider from Castillo, and he'll tip it up to 98, 99 miles an hour. And that slider, that last pitch you saw, was 92. It's a wicked breaking ball. But he has not been as consistent as they would have hoped.
Grichuk loses his bat. He fouls one back. Glad he's going to pick him up. That Junior on deck. He's driven in a run, so has a triple to his line tonight. Skied into center, or excuse me, short. Is out number 1. Robertson has it. So the Rays in the pen, we're used to seeing that, Buck.
Well, the pen has been okay. Their starting pitching, you can see where it ranks in Major League. Second in ERA, strikeouts per 9, opponents OPS. And the innings, that's the problem. They have had too few innings from their starting pitchers. Naturally, they've had some big starters go down. Tyler Glasnow, Blake Snell. So they've had to use the opener, and they've had to go to their bullpen early in games. So their innings out of their bullpen are way up there. But they're hopeful that Charlie Morton's going to get some support soon, getting Tyler Glasnow back and hopefully Blake Snell back into the rotation.
Yep. Snell's got a rehab start scheduled for Saturdays. Vlad Guerrero Jr. fouls one off his lower half and stung him a little bit. He's going to walk it off.
That stung a lot.
Yeah.
Not a little bit. Watch where this thing hits, just below that shin guard. And
I'm out. I'm out.
That thing really hit him right inside that bone, that bony part of your ankle that sticks out, not covered by that shin guard.
That'll sting for days.
Yeah, I'd be out of the game right now. Here's the 1-1. There's strike 2. You know, talking to Charlie Montoyo pregame, just asking about the culture that Toronto is trying to establish with this young wave of studs. And I asked him, it's like, hey, is there competition with these youngsters? You know, they're all highly touted prospects. He said, oh yeah, like they push each other. If they see a guy, another guy go deep, they're gonna want to go deep. So Vlad, he's seen Bo hit 2 dingers tonight. Down 1. You know he's thinking block to Carlos.
Has to be. You know, right here after seeing this slider, by the way, of no effect, he threw it way out of the zone. But it was a good selection on the pitch. He just couldn't execute it. He goes up here with the fastball. He chose the slider again. This is what I was talking about, Buck. Just the selection of the sequences are not really up to par sometimes with these young pitchers.
Well, you look at the kids on this team, they all come from great backgrounds. Dante Bichette, Craig Biggio, Vladimir Guerrero Sr., and Yuli Gurriel, the brother of Lourdes Gurriel. And their father, Lourdes Gurriel, was a tremendous international player coming out of Cuba. So the bloodlines are deep in this Blue Jays roster.
Oh, no. Yeah, that one fouled off the bat of Guerrero, bounced, and you can guess where it hit Travis d'Arnaud. But I'm glad that you brought up Gurriel as staff out there to check on their catcher, because when people talk about bloodlines in Toronto, it's often Vlad Jr., Bo Bichette, Kevin Biggio, and then people stop the conversation there. And we got to watch this. Don't look. Yeah. Hard pass.
No comment.
No, well, I comment. I'm feeling for him, obviously. Been back there a long time, and that one hurt.
Strike 2.
Kevin Cash knows exactly how that feels.
We mentioned it earlier. The catching position, it just really takes a toll on you. You know, you're getting a bunch of foul tips into your arms, your hands, getting stung right in your face. This just happened right here to d'Arnaud. I mean, you can speak to that, obviously, way better than I could ever. So enlighten us, please.
No, there's no explaining what that feels like, believe me. But it hurts. And, you know, that's what's so impressive about the two-way catchers, the guys that could hit, the Pudge Rodriguez's, the Carlton Fisk, the Mike Piazzas, the Gary Carters, because they took shots off their hand and they were always beaten up, but they could still hit and carry that deep into the season to the point where they're, you know, we can't forget Johnny Bench, Yogi Berra, all those great catchers. When they got beat up, but they could still put up big numbers. You know, a lot of catchers can play and do okay behind the plate, but when you've got a two-way catcher, and d'Arnaud has been that for the Rays, you have something very special. And yeah, they don't know if they're going to bring him back next year. Of course, Tampa Bay is always concerned about the dollar. How many dollars can they spend? And now, how about that?
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Speaking of taking a beating right there, it just continues.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And
Travis d'Arnaud is officially Scott Sterling. If you watch that video on YouTube.
And that was Zunino on the bench, and d'Arnaud said, I should have been a doctor.
Hey, Trav, take all the time you need right now. We're okay.
You know, Travis played with the Blue Jays, as we mentioned. He played 3 years in the minor leagues. He was acquired from Philadelphia in the Roy Halladay trade, and he was in the minor league system for a long time. But look at this run pitch later. He takes one on the collarbone where there's no protection. And at that time, you're thinking, gee, I wish I had better genes so I could have played shortstop.
So you want to be a catcher. Oh, the sound, too. All right, d'Arnaud's back in there, 2-2. Inside, full count now to Guerrero Jr.
Yeah, and you know, that's we talk about the position now as a two-position role. There's no question, a two-player position. And you got Zunino over there, who's missed a lot of time this year because of injuries as well.
And Guerrero watches ball 4. A 1-out walk. And the tying run now on base.
We're going to have another pinch hitter in that DH spot. Rowdy Tellez started the game as the DH. Brandon Drury pinch hit for him in the 6th. And now Kyle Snyder does this every time there's a pinch hitter that comes to the plate. He would go out and talk to the pitcher and the catcher about the pinch hitter and give him that scouting report, a little refresher on how you want to attack Billy McKinney. And McKinney has done a nice job for the Blue Jays. He's got 9 home runs. Bichette hit 2 home runs tonight. He's got 10. I think that gives the Blue Jays 12 players with 10 or more home runs, and Billy McKinney's got 9. But here's Kyle Snyder. He does a great job with his pitching staff as far as putting together game plans, and they have sent a pinch hitter up there. So Snyder, as he always does in this situation, will go out to the mound and remind the pitcher what the attack plan is for the pinch hitter, Billy McKinney.
Earlier today, we were talking about how you play the outfield and understanding the score. You know, it's the 8th inning. You're up by 1 run. So if I'm a defensive player right now, I'm thinking no doubles. If I'm an outfielder, I'm thinking no doubles. I don't want that run to score and tie the ball game. Before the play happens, it's already on my mind.
Yeah. And you can't think, okay, I'm going to be a hero, make a great diving catch or a shoestring catch. The manager wants you to play no doubles. So that means I don't want you to dive. I want you to keep the ball in front of you and keep that batter becoming a runner in scoring position. You want to keep him from getting to second base. That's the whole point of it. That's the true definition of no doubles. The batter can't get to second base.
And you would think that Guerrero, if a ball gets in the gap, Guerrero's going to score easily, perhaps, or at least it has the opportunity to score if a ball gets in the gap or goes down the line. So that's why you need to avoid it.
Guerrero on second, the 0-2, fouled back by McKinney. Emilio Pagan warming down the right field line in the Rays bullpen. Is staring at another save situation, an opportunity. Tampa in a 1-run game right now. Rays are 10-1 their last 11 1-run games. And misses away.
And this is how crazy this is, okay? You see how hard these fastballs are coming in, close to 100 miles per hour. So very easy for a left-handed hitter to be late on a pitch, yet the shift's still on.
Yeah, Carl, I was going to tell you, Carlos, don't look at the right side. Strike 3 called on McKinney. That looked like a generous one for Castillo. McKinney displeased, to say the least.
Backdoor breaking ball. When you throw 100 miles an hour, hitters have a tendency to expect that this ball's off the plate away. That breaking ball never got back to the inside corner, but McKinney is called out, and you can see his reaction to what he thought the pitch was.
That was pretty good, Billy. That was a good face.
And he was right. The pitch was outside of that box. And then you see that, again, close to 100-mile-per-hour fastball on their innermost and uppermost part of the strike zone to a right-handed batter. Four-seamer rising. That's tough to hit, Buck.
Tough to hit. Tough to catch up to.
Teoscar Hernandez, next one foul.
And then when the breaking ball is 91, 92 miles an hour, that's a tough combination as well. We mentioned that Castillo has really pitched well against the Blue Jays this season.
Castillo a strike away from getting out of the inning and giving the Rays 1,400 strikeouts on the season, second most in the big leagues. That one hits it. Now only 37 more to go to match the franchise record of 1437, which was set back in 2014. Hey, the Rays in the wild card hunt, there may not have been a night like it in MLB history. Let's recount the madness that was Wild Card Wednesday in 2011.
Well, Dan Johnson is coming up for one reason, and one reason only. Hit the ball out of the ballpark.
2-2 again. Johnson hits it down the right field line. That ball's going to be fair and gone. He lines a pinch hit home run to tie this game in the bottom of the ninth inning here against New York.
Reinhold hits it towards the gap in right center field. This is back, and it is going to run off the wall. The game is tied. Reinhold into second base, and we are all tied up at 3 aside. Dino to left field. In comes Crawford. Can't make the catch. He pops up. The throw to the plate is going to be off the mark, and the Orioles walk off with the win. The Red Sox lose in a crucial 162nd game of the year. And now they must wait and see what happens at Tropicana Field in St. Pete.
Posted the final here. Baltimore defeating Boston 4-3. 2-2 and a line shot down the left field line. That ball is gone, and the Rays win it. And moments after, Baltimore comes back to beat the Red Sox. The Rays win it on the home run by Longoria, and there's some celebrating going on here.
That was a fun one.
Absolutely. What a day in baseball. Lots of things going in opposite directions, and a lot of broken hearts and a lot of tears for sure.
First pitch line to Biggio.
Daniel Robertson lines that off of Ryan Tepera for the first out of the inning. Tepera got a bad elbow. Started the season with the Blue Jays, had elbow issues, didn't pitch well, and then found out he had some loose bodies, had surgery, and he has just returned after the rosters expand here in September. Those are his numbers for the season. And Tepera, a big part of their bullpen for the last several seasons, wasn't right and knew that he had to address it and had those loose bodies taken out of his right elbow.
Strike one to Willy Adames. We're also into scoreboard watching season, and when it comes to the American League wild card race, Rays obviously in it, and so are the defending champs still. Boston lost 2-1 to Minnesota. Eddie Rosario threw out Rafael Devers at home plate for the final out of the game. As we look back at Wild Card Wednesday in 2011, more fun here today on this Thursday.
Well, Boston, they've certainly had their share of problems. There were only 6 hits in the game. Minnesota got 2 hits and won the game 2-1. Martin Perez started for the Twins. Nathan Eovaldi pitched well for Boston, going 5 innings, allowed a run on just 1 hit. Mookie Betts hit his 26th home run in that game.
Thomas pokes it to the right side. He's retired for out number 2.
Carlos, you talking about how tough it is to get to the World Series. How tough is it to repeat? Boston Red Sox, they were, odds-on favorite to repeat again, at least to win the division, and they have had a number of injuries. The pitching hasn't been as good as it was last year, and it's been a disappointing season for them.
Yes, it's just extremely difficult. Repeat champions really do not happen often if you look at the history of baseball. And to get to the postseason, even if you look good on paper, you still have to go and execute between the lines. They got off to a very difficult start, but and you can say all you want. I'm not saying that the Red Sox are doing this, but we as ball players do so. Hey, we'll be fine. Let's keep going at it. We're off to a rough start. And I sometimes think we should pretty much just address the elephant in the room and say, we need to get it going now.
Well, Bichette's throw does not beat Joey Wendell.
Bichette had a long way to get over to get that ball. They were playing Wendell to pull, and Biggio had to go back to his right. Bichette had the best opportunity. But watch how far the shortstop has to go to get it, and Wendell always busted up the line. He'll never be cheated. And look where Bichette starts and where he makes the play. He ran a long way to his left and unloaded in a hurry, but not in time. Infield hit for Wendell. Don't you love it when runners hustle up the line like that? They'll never be questioned about their effort, and they'll never be caught off guard.
I feel like that's the one thing that coaches just, if you run hard to first base, everything else will take care of itself. Joe Madden said that during the Little League Classic.
But that was their theme last year, wasn't it? Respect 90. You respect 90 feet, and you'll never get embarrassed. You'll never get caught off guard. Just play hard.
It's the principle behind it all. I mean, I'm not saying that you're going to be reckless down the first baseline if you hit a ball right back at the pitcher, but you can give it a very honest sprint. Just an honest sprint, and it looks professional. It sends a great message, and you're playing the game of baseball. I see many times where I understand, players kind of shut it down and just jog, don't even run past the bag. And it doesn't look right. It looks sloppy.
Well, and you know what? The reason we're talking about it is because it's the exception. Because Joey Wendell is the exception.
Which is not a good thing.
Yeah. Quick tag by Smoke. He thought he had him.
Ideally, you would want that to be the standard. That's it. Don't be reckless. Just give me a good, solid sprint.
Well, I think the teams, too, and it happens with this team. Kevin Kiermaier sets the tone for this team on the bases. He gives it everything he has every time, and it's up to the team. And if you have your best players hustling, your best players are going to set the tone. We saw that for years with Derek Jeter and the Yankees. Every time he ran up the base, he did it as hard as he could. George Brett did it for years in Kansas City, and everybody else felt like, well, if he can do it, I got to do it.
Leading by example.
The 1-0 to Meadows with 2 away in the 8th. Blocked by McGuire. By the way, Guillermo Heredia on deck behind Meadows. He came into the game for Tommy Pham. An update on Pham. The Rays say he left the game with right forearm tightness. So again, came into today, actually has been playing through a right hand injury. Again, right forearm tightness for Tommy Pham. Meadows. (3-0) runner on first.
Oh, he's got the green light.
Yeah.
It's flashing. It's flashing green for him. Hitting against the Blue Jays.
It's as big as that orange beyond the right field foul pole. 6 home runs his last 14 games now.
He was taking.
Wow.
Borderline pitch outside, but with Heredia, no disrespect to Heredia, you're going to have Meadows hit. You want him taken.
Look, there's been many times in my career where I took 3-0 and then I fouled off the 3-1 pitch. Then I struck out. I'm like, why didn't I take my shot at 3-0? Get ready to hit. You get the pitch you want. Waffle it.
You know what? And I used to tell my hitters, I said, if you're going to, I'm going to give you the green light 3-0. Act as if it's 2-0, where you're really keyholing. And that's the only pitch you want to swing at. Don't think just because it's 3-0, they're going to throw it down the middle.
Great point. It's got to be your pitch.
Yeah.
See if Meadows gets his pitch here in the 3-1. He swings at it all the way to the wall. Being waved around is Wendell. No relay. 6-4 Tampa Bay.
Now Austin Meadows, a couple of doubles and a home run. He's been on base 4 times, and he continues to wear out the Blue Jays. He's got 24 hits for the season and another extra base hit. Look at where that pitch is. It's down, maybe a ball low out over the plate, and he rips it down the right field line. Wendell running with 2 outs, thinking about scoring as soon as that ball's hit. Now, Biggio is set up in the cutoff spot. They got a shot at him, but I don't know that Biggio recognized there was going to be a play at the plate. I don't know if anybody let him know, but after getting the first 2 outs of the inning very quickly, Wendell had an infield single that kept the inning alive, and then Austin Meadows comes up with the RBI double.
You know what? We now have the answer. Why Meadows didn't swing 3-0? It's because he would prefer hitting in 3-1 counts. Now 9 for 17 on 3-1 counts this year.
That's
Ready?
it.
A lot of Blue Jays converging there in the diamond. Biggio is the one who secured the grab. But some insurance for the Rays. Now a 2-run lead heading to the top of the 9th inning. From Toronto's future to Toronto's past, let's revisit the 2 most ultimate triumphs in Blue Jays history.
For Cito Gaston and the Blue Jays represented the first Canadian team ever to play in a World Series.
And now Ed Sprague to bat for the pitcher Ward with 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. Well hit to left field, to the wall, home run, Ed Sprague to give the Toronto Blue Jays a 5-4 lead. 2 down for Atlanta in the bottom of the 9th, and Pendleton with a little pop-up. Kelly Gruber has it, and Maldonado takes an 0-2 pitch to deep center to win the ball game. Toronto takes game 3, 3-2. Nixon bunts. Kimblin on it, throws to first. For the first time in history, the World Championship banner will fly north of the border. The Toronto Blue Jays are baseball's best in 1992. And the next year, it flew north of the border again. Fly ball to right, Carter started in, now he's back to make the catch. And game 1 of the 1993 World Series goes to the Toronto Blue Jays. The lead is 14-10 for Philadelphia. Base hit, and it's 14-11. Line to center, 14-13. In right center, can't get it. Henderson with the go-ahead run. Devon White makes the catch, and the Toronto Blue Jays have won the highest scoring game in postseason history.
Here's the pitch on the way, a swing and a belt. Left field, way back. Blue Jays win it as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
What a great call. The late Tom Cheek made that great call. Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Oh.
And what a couple of teams they had, man. They had All-Stars, Hall of Famers, and they kept bringing in new guys, and they kept changing the personality of the team. Cito Gaston did a terrific job with that team. But Alomar, Winfield, Carter, Molitor, Morris, just over and over. Ricky Henderson was on the second team. It was amazing what they put together.
That team was stacked.
7 All-Stars.
Okay, and how about Joe Carter doing what every kid in the history of the world dreams about doing, right? If you're a baseball fan, baseball player, you want to win a World Series with a home run.
Yeah.
Does it get any better than that?
No, that's an easy answer. Mike Zunino now behind the plate. Travis d'Arnaud leaving the game with neck and shoulder tightness. You can understand if there's another unnamed, unmentioned injury in there for him as well. He's day-to-day. And Emilio Pagan on to close. Skied toward the roof on the third base line. 1 away. Robertson saw it the whole way. Pagan has been a revelation for Kevin Cash's bullpen. Been the primary closer, whether or not people want to call him that explicitly, for the last couple of months. Jose Alvarado's had a couple of IL stints, oblique strain, left elbow inflammation currently. Pagan has 17 saves.
He also has 7 blown saves. That's been the concern. And when you look at the team, Castillo has 8 saves. Alvarado has 7 saves early. But they've dealt with some injuries and inconsistency in that closer's role. They have 8 pitchers with saves this season. So they've been searching.
Speaking of that extra run in the previous inning is absolutely huge. And let's go back to Wendell's hustle, okay? If he does not run hard at first base, then maybe the story would have been different, right?
Yeah.
Little things, man, that just add up at the end of the day. That insurance run is absolutely huge, and it started with a simple, hard sprint, just 90 feet to first base.
And what did it do? It got their best hitter to the plate one more time, Austin Meadows. I mean, those are the things you have to think of. Where are we in our lineup? Where are we in the score? What inning is it? If I get on base, Austin's going to get another whack at the Blue Jays, and he delivered.
We may hear from Austin Meadows in the YouTube post-game show. It's the conclusion of the MLB Game of the Week live here on YouTube. 2 outs away is Tampa Bay. There's Austin. He's thrilled. He's jacked up. He's ready for the YouTube audience.
Just saw McGuire try to bunt because of the shift, but he doesn't quite execute. He was kind of drag bunting instead of just squaring up, getting the right angle, and bunting the ball just to the left side. You don't even have to be perfect. You can actually hit a missile to left field.
It was with 2 strikes. That's why Kevin Cash came out of the dugout and said that was a bunt with 2 strikes. He goes, no, it's a check swing. And watch how he it looks like a bunt attempt, but he never squared around, and he was just fooled on the pitch, and he's just trying to put the bat on the ball. So when it was a foul ball, because it was a swing, it's not the 3rd strike of the at bat. But that's why Kevin Cash came out and said, hey, that was a bunt. Hey.
I'm with
Kevin. 2
Kevin.
strikes and a bunt.
I'm with Kevin. I'm like, wait a second. Number one, McGuire's choked up like at least a foot on the bat.
So now we're going to get into, well, if the hands are not broken, then it's technically a swing. I don't know.
I feel you, Kev.
Hey, no harm in asking. I totally understand why.
I mean, look at the bat now. Like he's not choked up a foot anymore.
That was an interesting sequence, and McGuire was just trying to slap the ball down the 3rd base line. Wendell was playing straight away at shortstop, and there's nobody on the left side. He's got to get on to bring the tying run to the plate.
0-2. Gets down into the fairway in right center field. 1 out double for Reese McGuire. Tying run to the plate. And once again, a little thing that we're just like, oh, yeah. Was it a bunt? I don't know. Well, that's looming large here.
Well, McGuire's done a nice job since he's come up from AAA. He did not hit like this in AAA this year, but he's changed his approach at the plate, and he has a mindset of hitting the ball hard, and he's done that tonight. He's 3 for 4, and this is a huge double to get into scoring position, bring the tying run to the plate.
And I'm glad you said that, Buck, because that pitch was 97 up and in. You're like, oh, that was an elevated fastball. Those pitches get hit. What? That was 97. All right, in the innermost and uppermost part of the zone. And McGuire was able to get to it cleanly. So let's give the hitter credit, right?
Well, and you know, too, Carlos, what's happening now is because they hit velocity every single day, they can catch up to velocity. When you have a pitcher that throws everything hard, it's easier to catch up to. You could hit a bullet if you were getting nothing but bullets. But when you go back and forth, those are the pitches that give you so much trouble. And now, especially the closers, I mean, they're one-trick pony. They're coming out there and airing it out, whether it's a hard slider or a fastball. Everything is velocity, so the hitters have better bat speed. But when you have to cover a sinker, a cutter, a changeup, a splitter, all those pitches when you're going back and forth, those are the pitchers that really give hitters trouble.
To your point, Buck, you just basically get started earlier. Ready for that fastball.
Just gear it up.
So Reese McGuire, who's the scouting report on him has always been, hey, defense will be what gets him to and through the big leagues. He's starting to hit. He's 8 for his last 13. He's on second for Derek Fisher with Bo Bichette just lurking in the on-deck circle. Bo has 2 home runs today.
Well, McGuire's had a 4-hit game, a 3-hit game, and 2 3-hit games, and he's starting to swing the bat well. And Blue Jays want to see that guy get to the plate one more time.
In the way, another thing we're watching with the Rays defensive alignment is that Wendell and Robertson are kind of doing some back and forth dancing at second and third. 1-1 the count now. And Mike Zunino's like, he's
You don't want to be a Tampa Bay catcher tonight,
no,
that's for sure.
You do not. Goodness gracious.
Zunino's thinking, I thought D'Orneau took all the foul balls.
More tension here at the Trop. The top of the 9th, tying run at the plate, and Derek Fisher. Pagan gets outside corner. It's been consistently there, that strike call tonight.
This year, it's been tried out in the Atlantic League. We have that electronic strike zone, which pretty much trying to eliminate those fringe calls, right? Those appreciation calls. If the ball hits the strike zone, it's a strike, but if it doesn't, it's a ball. No more black with an electronic strike zone.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Of course, you mentioned this is my 50th year in baseball, and I caught when the American League umpires had the big balloon protector and the strike zone was much higher. And there were National League umpires and there were American League umpires. And when we played, we thought that National League umpires sought strikes while American League umpires sought balls. It was just kind of the trend because they were in a different position and we just thought differently. But the strike zone was definitely much higher when the umpire had the balloon protector standing directly behind the catcher and not in the slot.
It's fascinating just to hear the evolution of all this.
Oh, no doubt.
Lots of things have changed.
And that conversation isn't getting quieter. Let's just say that. Bichette locking in on Pagan, who's set for the 2-2. Ball 3.
And the home runs obviously very prominent in this day and age. We've had 3 home runs in this game tonight. And at the start of play today, there were 102 hitters in the majors with 20 or more home runs. And the record for a season is 117 set in 2017. We're going to blow that out the doors.
Oh, yes. The ball's been flying at a record rate this year.
We're ready to pay things off. Ball 4. Uh-oh. Here comes Bo. Bo Bichette leading off the game with a solo home run. Make a play out there, please, next time. And then in the 7th.
But the way both of these home runs happened with him leaving his foot on the ground, just kind of lifting his heel and then just drop it. He usually goes to that with 2 strikes. And Buck was just speaking about the fact that he doesn't lose much power, and he has proved that tonight.
2 strike homers, both of them.
Ooh.
Doesn't cut his swing down either, does it, Cause?
No, and I don't hate him for it. You know, I don't hate him for it. I appreciate that, Bo.
You know what he does, and he gets tremendous coil. And look at the rotation he gets.
Yeah.
That bat comes all the way around, and the barrel's pointing back at the pitcher. So the bat speed through the zone is phenomenal.
Locked in on his eyes and his head there. This is down 1-1.
You know, Bo, in 4 years in the minor leagues, hit .321. And he just hit everywhere that he played. Last year was a test for him in Double-A. He had his first real challenging season, but he came on and had a great second half. This year he broke his hand and he was off to a bit of a slow start, but boy, when he went back to Buffalo, he picked it up, and he's been on his mark since he came to the Blue Jays.
Fans at the Trop trying to raise the volume here for Bichette's AB. Appeal the first, he did go, so 1-2. Now he's got 2 strikes, like you boys mentioned.
This is when he's most dangerous.
I know. He's like, oh, now we're 1 strike away. Yeah, this is also where Bo Bichette is at his best.
Man, I just love the way he loads and how much he coils and gathers himself before he delivers the blow to the baseball. And it just so happened that earlier today, it's happened cleanly twice already.
Kendrys Morales, the last Blue Jay with 3 home runs in a single game in 2017. No home run for Bo here, but a bobble in the middle of the infield. Out at second, safe at first. So runners at the corners.
All right, Danny Robinson did a good job of getting to that base, and he was converging, anticipating a double play. And Adames may have gotten hit by this ball when it comes up, and he might have suffered the same fate as Travis d'Arnaud. Watch how this ball comes up and hits him, and then he has his double play partner step on the bag. They can get the force out. Fisher at second, but Bichette keeps the inning alive.
Buck after that, 2 down in multiple ways. Cavan Biggio. He's 0 for 3 today, but has been turning things around of late, and he attributes it to being more aggressive at the dish.
Yeah, they've tried to encourage him. He's got a terrific eye and great plate discipline, but he's been called out a lot on pitches off the plate away for strike 3, but he's more determined now, and especially on the first pitch. He's not taking as many first pitch strikes.
Pagan's first pitch to him. Foul.
That's the difference between Biggio now and what he was early in the season. He would have taken that pitch early in the season just to get a feel for what they're doing. But in talking to him today, he said, everybody's pitching me about the same, and they've been more aggressive because I take a lot. So now he's reversed positions on him, and he's hacking at that first pitch. He had a pretty good pitch to hit.
Yes, he was slightly late on it. And that's how you see most hitters will miss the fastball, especially when they're late underneath. And right there, he was surely under the baseball.
Biggio, one swung through by Biggio.
96 upstairs.
This is when I talk to young hitters. I always tell them to make sure that they work from the top of the strike zone down, that they work from being early, because it's a lot easier to slow down than it is to speed up. So if I am Biggio right now, I'm loading early enough so that I can catch up to that fastball.
Pagan's 0-2. Biggio battles.
Yeah, it's interesting. Kevin Cash got the attention of Joey Wendell. He wanted him to hold the runner at third base, Reese McGuire, to stay close to him. And I guess they figured that you're not going to give up a base hit to shortstop. You don't care about that because the runner at first base is the important guy. That guy at third really doesn't mean much, but they're holding him on. It's kind of surprising to me. And Cash was adamant at doing it.
John's going to try and get Biggio to chase. Biggio doesn't chase much. Biggio into right center. And this ball game's over. Did you hear everybody hold their collective breath as that ball left the bat of Cavan Biggio?
It sounded good. Just missed underneath that fastball.
So the Rays have now won 7 of their last 8 games and jump back a half game in front of Oakland in the American League wild card race. Pagan, look at Pagan's reaction. He thought it was gone.
Yeah, he did. Came off the bat pretty good.
And right here, well, this is what I'm talking about. When you're slightly late, you have to coil back, trying to create a little bit of space
it produces a swing that's usually underneath the fastball. That was all, just a little bit. He gets on that fastball, and he surely barreled it, got good wood on it. Just a millimeter underneath it.
Yep, and you know what? He's going to figure it out. He'll figure out how to get on top of it. Austin Meadows, 3 more hits tonight, the 4th time this season he's had 3 hits in the game against the Blue Jays.
Toronto can't be done with him fast enough. 6-4 the final. The post-game show starting up right now. It's the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube post-game show. Carlos Pena, Buck Martinez, Kelly Nash, and Steven Nelson with you. And also, going to be joined by Austin Meadows in just a second. Meadows with the tie-breaking home run in the 7th inning. And then big RBI double in the 8th. We say hello to Austin Meadows, who's on headset now. Austin?
Yeah.
What is it about you facing Toronto? We got to know.
I'm not sure. You know, I think just seeing the ball well against them. You know, just hit pitches in my zone tonight and be able to put the barrel on the ball and do good things to help the team.
Austin, congratulations on a great game.
Thank you.
Once again, and on a great season thus far.
Thank you.
What's important, okay? Right now, you have just a little bit of the season left, right?
Yep.
September, and here you are, a half game above in the wild card. What does this team have to do to sustain this lead?
Just keep it going, man. You know, we've been on a roll here lately. The pitch has been well, defense, timely hitting. So we're going to continue to keep it going. You know, we're going to continue to go out there, grind, and play for each other. And that's kind of what we've been doing all season. So we're going to continue to keep it rolling.
Austin, you're one of the young guys on this team, and you've got some real veterans on your ball club, and Tommy Pham and Kevin Kiermaier and Avisaíl Garcia. Is there a particular guy on your team that's always remind you guys, hey, you know what, we lost 4 in a row on the road, but we've come home when we play well? Is there a leader or two in that clubhouse that really help you younger guys?
Yeah, KK, he's always, you know, he's always out there, always cheering us on, always in the clubhouse, getting us together, getting us route up. So KK's been great all year. There's a couple guys that, you know, don't talk as much. Like, you know, me, I don't talk too much. I just kind of go out and lead by example. A couple guys do the same thing as well. So we have a good mix of guys. Some quiet, some little talkative, which is a good thing. So we need that, and it's been really good.
Austin, you matched a career high with 3 extra base hits in this ball game. And as you break down your season as a whole, you've had a hot stretch, a cold stretch, and now it looks like we're in the middle of another hot stretch. So when things are going right, what has been the key?
Just really simplifying things. You know, I think as a hitter, when things are not going so good, you're thinking a lot up there. So for me, I just try to simplify things, not think as much up there, just try to see the ball and hit the ball. And that's what's been working for me, and hopefully it continues to do that.
Austin, what is it about this place? You know, for me, when I arrived in Tampa Bay, my career blossomed. Yeah. And then I see all these players, including yourself. You get over here, man, and we've just seen your talent express itself freely out here on the field. What is it about Tampa Bay that brings the best out of players? Is it the front office, the manager?
I think so. I think it is. I think it starts from the top. Front office, Cash, all the coaches. We just go out there. We just have fun. All of us, we cut up all the time. We have fun. It keeps the guys loose, and that's kind of what it's been like all year for us to be able to perform. Keeps that pressure off of ourselves. We just go out there and play and have fun, and that's what's been the trend, and it's been really good.
Austin, we appreciate you taking time here. I'm wondering, I know Tommy Pham makes the pregame smoothies. Is there a postgame celebratory smoothie now for the Rays?
I guess so. Well, I guess we'll have to find out here in a second.
All right, man, get in there. Congrats on the dub. We take our hat to you.
All right, thank you.
Austin Meadows, 3 extra base hits, including a big home run, number 27 this year. And Los, to your question and your point, it really is something when you get to see young players blossom the way Austin Meadows is in 2019.
Yes, I mean, and to do it here, it seems like they just keep on coming, right? Through year after year, season after season, the Tampa Bay Rays seem to always have a couple players who come into their own as soon as they arrive, right? It's part of the culture, right? And for me, it was very evident. You know, I felt comfortable here. It was the perfect atmosphere for me to blossom as a player, and then I did. But then I'm like, wait a second. I could just start rambling off names, and I'm like, okay, this guy got traded, wasn't expected to succeed much, and all of a sudden he's the top pitcher in the league. Fernando Ronnie is one of those examples.
Right.
Joaquin Benoit, Peralta, you know, Austin Meadows, you know, myself, you know. My goodness, I could just ramble off a bunch of names, and it just seems to happen. There's something special about the way they run their business here in Tampa Bay.
I think the one thing is, too, they always emphasize the team. They never emphasize the individuals. So there's never a guy out there that feels like I have to be the guy that carries the team. And even with Evan Longoria, when he was here, he wasn't the one guy. He was one of many guys, and they all kind of grew up together. And I think when you develop the culture of team first, it's always going to be a situation where nobody is bigger than the team, and I think KK brings that. Kevin Kiermaier is the guy that always says, hey, you know, don't get too excited about yourself and don't get too down on yourself because we're all in this together.
There is so much to love about this Tampa Bay Rays squad, and it's continuing its march toward the postseason in a tightly contested battle for the wild card spots in the American League. Let's show you the highlights from today's action. We got going early. First batter of the game, Bo Bichette, 13 pitches before that home run. Made it 1-0 Toronto. He goes the other way. It's epic AB. 2 batters later, Vlad Guerrero Jr. lines it to left field. Gets underneath the glove of Tommy Pham and behind him. And Vladdy Jr. makes it all the way to third. It's not the result, it's the slide that led to it.
It's got to be one of the top slides of the whole entire season right there, showing his athleticism.
Yeah, he did a good job. And then here, Rowdy Tellez grounds out. A run comes in on that one after the situation, and Pruitt's able to get out of it. But more than anything, I think it was just a battle of attrition as the Rays continue to just swing away. Ji-Man Choi hits one off the fence over the wall for a ground rule double. And then a couple batters later, Kiermaier gets hit by a pitch, and that set up another opportunity for Tampa Bay.
Trent Thornton getting out of it. Xavi Garcia grounds into an inning-ending double play. So, fellas, let's move to the bottom of the third now. Trent Thornton started dealing, Buck.
Well, he sure did. He strikes out the side in the third inning. It looked like he was going to settle in nicely, and he just used his fastball very well. He just went along a changeup to end that inning, and everybody thought, okay, well, he's going to settle in. But that wasn't the case for Thornton.
Different story in the fourth inning for sure. So Austin Meadows starts things off with a double. Then let's get a little weird. Tommy Pham grounds it to short. Should be an easy play, but the throw pulls Justin Smoak off the bag, and the collision pulls the ball out of the glove. And so Meadows scores to tie the game at 1. And then Ji-Man Choi with a walk, putting 2 on. 2 batters later, KK. Hey, listen. That's a liner tomorrow. Avi Garcia. A sack frozen rope.
The hardest ball hit all day.
It scores Tommy Pham 2-1 Tampa Bay. Thornton stops the bleeding, getting Kane Wong looking for his 4th strikeout, and he's out of that jam. Now, his counterpart, Austin Pruitt, started the game for Tampa Bay, Carlos, and settled down after the first inning.
Yeah, you said we're going to see a lot of off-speed pitches and, you know, working off his fastball. He was very effective when he settled down.
5 innings pitched for Pruitt, 4 hits, 1 run earned, and 4 strikeouts. Walked just 1. We head to the 5th. Joey Wendell doubling with 1 away, and the Rays are back in business. Buck.
Yeah, they sure are. And then Austin Meadows will get hit by a pitch. They're trying to come inside, and they hit him first and second. And then Ji-Man Choi walks to load the bases, and that's when it really fell apart as Travis d'Arnaud takes a bases loaded walk to force in a run. That was in the 5th, and that was the end of the night for Trent Thornton.
That was a great AB by Travis d'Arnaud. 8 pitches, so 3-1 Tampa. Brock Stewart enters and gets some help. Cavan Biggio, calm, cool Cavan, to quote the Blue Jays in the chat section. In the 6th, Cavan Biggio wears it at the plate. He's hit by the pitch. Randall Grichuk strikes out swinging, but Biggio swipes second and is now in scoring position for Vlad Jr. 3-2 Tampa Bay as Biggio comes around to score. Bottom six, Avi Garcia. This one had you guys talking.
Yeah, I thought it was a very shallow route that Teoscar Hernandez took in center. Yeah, it might have been a double, but it shouldn't have been a triple, and that set up this situation now. And then Derek Fisher trying to make the throw to the plate with Garcia tagging. Dropped the ball. It'd be a sac fly in air on the left fielder.
And here's there he goes again. Bo Bichette, his second home run of the ball game. And we're not up at 4, just like that, but it didn't last long, Buck.
No, it didn't. Austin Meadows against Buddy Bushir. He got a hanging curveball and goes the other way.
Those are
my
only contributions here in this highlight.
No, that's a huge contribution. And Joey Wendle, those little things, fellas. Joey Wendle's hustle down at the first base line, that ended up being huge. As Austin Meadows, with his third extra base hit of the evening, scores Wendle for some insurance. 6-4 heading to the ninth. But it was not without some drama. Reese McGuire, he's heating up. Doubles with one away. And after a questionable bunt, non-bunt, foul with 2 strikes, Derek Fisher, excuse me, that was Reese McGuire. Fisher walks. Bo, the fielder's choice. So first and third. Cavan Biggio. Pagan thought. He thought so, but Kiermaier settled underneath it. Pagan and the Rays can take a deep breath. 6-4, the final score. Really pretty entertaining.
Back and forth for sure. And the Blue Jays, they made it close in the 7th inning. And then Austin Meadows, another big night. His 4th 3-hit game of the season against the Blue Jays. Home run number 27. His 6th home run he's hit against the Jays this year. And now Tampa Bay is 9-4 against Tampa Bay, or excuse me, against the Blue Jays for the season.
Kelly Nash, she caught up with Joey Wendle after the Rays victory.
Thanks, Stephen. I'm here with Joey Wendle, who is feeling himself right now. How about that leadoff spot for you? We see you out there doing work from there. Were you surprised?
I've been there a couple times. I've been in the 9-hole, 8-hole. I mean, I've pretty much hit anywhere this year, so nothing really surprised me at this point.
How fun was it showing off your wheels, though?
I mean, it's fun anytime the guys behind you are hitting. So, you know, in a situation like that, I'm running until the third base coach stops me, and he kept wheeling me. I didn't know the throw wasn't coming home, so I was just going to slide pretty much regardless.
Energy is key, right? It's really key to everything. What is so important about the energy around this team right now? It's pretty contagious.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing good baseball right now, and that certainly helps the energy level. But, you know, we know we're in a race right now, and we have to bring it every single game. We can't take anything off or take anything for granted. So we're coming out with a lot of energy.
What do you think we're going to learn about your team over the next 3 weeks? 20 games left in the regular season for you guys.
Yeah, I think you're going to learn that we're going to compete the same way we have all year. And, you know, we have a lot of guys that can come through for us at any point in the game. And our pitching staff's been incredible all year. You know, we got 30-some guys up here. We're probably going to get some more reinforcements, and that's what it's going to take. It's going to take a full team effort.
Have fun grinding it out to October.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Stephen.
Thank you, Kel and Joey Wendle. So now the updated wild card standings in the American League. The Rays maintain that half-game edge on Oakland with the Tribe, a game back of the A's for the second and final spot.
Yeah, and that's important for Tampa Bay, obviously. If you're going to be in the postseason, a wild card game, you certainly want to play it at home, Carlos, and I think that's a distinct advantage for Tampa Bay.
And you have to respond. You see the other team just coming, stepping right on your tail. You have to just counter punch, and the Rays surely did that tonight. This is the first time since 2010, the team that I was on, that the Rays are 24 games above 500. So this is huge. That was let me see, 9 years ago. I just showed my age.
Time's flying. It's slowing down for none of us, right, Los? I'm curious, Buck and Carlos, as you look at those wild card standings, which team, or maybe you think multiple teams, can cause not just a little bit of problem for one of the favorites in the AL, but make some noise and potentially a deep run.
Well, the Blue Jays have 6 more games against the Rays, and they haven't played well against them, but they certainly gave them a battle again tonight. And when you look at the Rays' schedule, as we mentioned, they only have games against a 500 team. They don't have any of those games until they play the Dodgers on the 17th of the month. So they've got a pretty favorable schedule. At the same time, you know, Oakland's got a special team, and that win they had tonight was really special. They were down 6-1. They came back and beat the Angels, and, you know, they got a favorable schedule. They stay out on the West Coast for most of the time now, too. So I think they're in pretty good position. But as far as a spoiler, it can be anybody at this time because you have expanded rosters. You could get a hot pitcher come up from the minor leagues and shut down one of these guys, and that's the point of trying to address the 40-man roster situation, which we're going to see next year.
Yeah, I often say that whenever you come to play this game that we love, right, even if you're playing the Bad News Bears, you know, you have to come to play because you could be upset at any time. Yeah. So at this moment, every game matters. Look, the games in April that you lost matter. You know, don't you wish you won some of those games that maybe you gave away? So this is a great part of the year. You know, it's a lot of fun. And let me tell you, the team that comes out of the wild card is a team that you have to be very careful with. Oh. These teams are loaded, the chemistry, the energy. You got to watch out for the wild card teams.
Yeah, I mean, historically, that has been the case because they have to fight for their life. And they have to fight to get into the postseason. Then they've got a one-game playoff, and then every game to them seems like a one-game playoff once they get into that division series and hopefully into the championship series. And historically, the wild card teams have fared well in the postseason.
Now, with the 2 teams at the top right now, Oakland, Tampa Bay, the guys in those clubhouses, they feel like they're always having to remind people, hey, respect us. We're a good ball club. And they want people to hear from them come October for sure. Right now, we're going to hear from Kevin Cash, the manager of the victorious Rays.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's had an awesome season to date. Picked us up many ways. He did it again tonight, and hopefully it continues for some more weeks.
Probably got to figure out how to keep Bo Bichette in the ballpark, huh?
Good player. He's a good player. Certainly has shown the ability to hit against us. So I mean, you look at his numbers. We were talking about it before the game. I mean, what he's done in 150 at-bats is really impressive for a young player. He's making it look easy when it's not.
How about for Pagan to get out of some trouble there in the 9th, save number 18?
Yeah, he's been outstanding for us. I mean, obviously made the pitch to Bichette, probably a double play ball. Robbie made an unbelievable play, recovering that after Willie kind of bounced off Willie. Just to get an out was huge. But he's been out there enough that I don't think that stuff rattles him, just kind of keeps us cool and makes pitches.
Darno and Pham, is there any?
Tommy, shoulder's a little banged up, and Darno, he really got smoked on the collarbone. He's got a pretty nice sized welt, but I think he's going to be okay.
And Pham now second player in franchise history with 20 homers, 20 stolen bases.
Yeah, I saw that on the Jumbotron. That's, I mean, just to be, alone with, BJ Upton, obviously we know what he did here, and when he had put those seasons together, special player. Tommy's done the same things for us now, so that's awesome. I know if you ask Tommy, he's not going to be satisfied with 2020. He'll get the next milestone in his mind, so he's already thinking about that.
What do you think of Keane at second base, and then maybe a second AV?
Yeah, he looked good. He looks fine. Did he get a play?
I think he had a couple.
Okay. He looked good, comfortable, and then had at bats. Those at bats, he probably won't remember those because there's a lot of anxiety filled in them. But good to get him out there.
You said Pham with the shoulder?
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody said forearm upstairs. So was that on the rundown?
No, his shoulder's been barking a little bit.
So just overall, I mean, back and forth game, close game again. Lead gets away, but you guys are kind of, it seems like you're finding a way.
We're finding a way. We gotta find a way to do some things differently here and get some wins a different way. But certainly we'll appreciate and really enjoy winning these tight ball games.
You have a starter for tomorrow?
McKay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're actually allowed to win like by 7 or 8 runs or something?
No, I think so. Yeah. See if we can do that tomorrow. All right.
So here's what's left for the wild card contenders in the American League. 20 more games for Tampa Bay, including 6 against Toronto. 12 against team under 500, and then 8 against teams north of 500. 2 against the Dodgers, 2 against the Yankees, and 4 against the Red Sox.
Now, if you're going to look at that schedule there, you'd say Oakland has the best opportunity, having just 4 games against teams over 500. And I think that's the one thing about Oakland is, you know, they've had a balanced season, but Chris Davis hasn't really had the season he's had the last 3 seasons, so they've kind of missed his bat. Olsen has stepped up with a big home run again. Chapman continues to get big hits.
Marcus
Semion's had a great season, and especially in the field, the catching it. Sean Manaea coming back is a big deal for them. He threw great his first time out, 1 run on 1 hit in 5 innings, and he looks like he could be an impactful pitcher down the stretch.
Yeah, and we were talking about the A's last year, right? They came on strong towards the end, second half of the year, and we're like, okay, they just showed up. We didn't expect them to get this far, and here they are again saying, no, wait a second, that wasn't a fluke. We're the real deal. And obviously, one of my favorites at third base, man, Chapman, has been just out of his mind.
Superstar. One thing we like to do when it comes to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube is look back at the intro, the very beginning of our broadcast, and check out how we did. So how'd we do? Let's roll for tonight's contest. Blue Jays and Rays. 1, Bono's bombs, Buck.
Boy, he sure does. 2 more home runs tonight. Second time in his young career he's had a multi-home run game, and it gives him 10 on the season, and this is just his 34th game. And we know all about the Blue Bloods, the generational team that the Blue Jays have. A lot of kids of Hall of Famers playing on this lineup. Vladdy Guerrero with a terrific slide, picking up his 2nd triple of the season, and Cavan Biggio another one. This steal is his 10th of the season. He's perfect 10 for 10 in steals, and that would allow him to come in to score another Guerrero base hit. But the Blue Jays' young core is pretty good.
But the Rays cash in.
I see what you're doing here, Nelly. It works, you know. This is key. This is key, right? Just taking advantage of mistakes. Good teams do that. Hey, man, if you make a mistake, we're going to capitalize, and the Rays certainly did so tonight. Over and over again. Every single mistake, whether it was mental or actually on the scoreboard, the Rays capitalized on it, and now the score is 2 more runs than the Blue Jays gives them the win.
9 hits. 7 for extra bases. I think if you're going to nitpick at Tampa Bay's performance, maybe the performance with runners in scoring position.
That's 1 for 12. Yeah, they were down 1 for 12, and they need to be better, especially if you're going to play better teams down the stretch and into the postseason. You've got to come out with clutch hits. Kevin Cash kind of alluded to that at the press conference at the end of the game. He said, you know what, we got to find a way to win different games, and we have to find a way to win differently. They didn't have any steal attempts, and well, they did have 1 steal attempt, and McGuire threw the base runner out. But I think 1 for 12 is a number they're going to reflect on. Despite the fact they won it, they understand that's good, but they got to improve in that department.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
2 for 5 was Bo Bichette. Let's hear from the Blue Jays rookie slugger now.
I think it's a huge advantage because the more you see a pitch, the more comfortable you get. And when it goes that many pitches, most of the time he's probably throwing everything he has. So, you know, I felt good. I didn't really, everything he threw, I was seeing well. So I think it works out in the hitter's favor for sure.
You obviously seem to like playing at home. First series, then again today. Is there any extra at all for you?
No. I mean, it is. I just go out there and play hard every day. It doesn't really matter where I am. Maybe I'm comfortable sleeping in my own bed, but I don't think I have any extra motivation.
What do you attribute to swinging, or I'm sorry, to making so much contact with the ball? You don't have a lot of swing and misses. You seem to see it very well. Is that something that you worked extra hard on coming up? I mean, that's pretty unusual.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's just a gift that I was given. My dad always tells me that when I was little, I could catch balls at a certain age that normally you can't. Same thing, I could hit balls. I just hand-eye coordination. I guess I was gifted with it. So I don't think it's anything that I've done to outwork anybody. Just I was given that ability.
Were you aware that Vlad has those kind of moves to get to third base, getting in for a triple like that?
Yeah, I mean, he did it last week, actually, I think, but it was a little bit closer, so we didn't challenge it, and he was called out. But, yeah, I knew he had it. He's pretty limber for a big guy, so, yeah.
Seemed like you guys were having a lot of fun in the dugout after he did that swim move and he was safe. Everybody was cutting up pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Vladdy's just a funny guy. He's always, smiling, and he's a kid, so, just like me, we're kids out here playing in the big leagues, so we're going to have a lot of fun.
Good game, let the kids play. We're down to the Final Four. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, upcoming schedule. It ends on the 25th of September. D-backs hosting St. Louis, but I hate goodbyes, so let's just lock in on the top. Next up, Tuesday, September the 10th, Cleveland visits the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Let's get you set for it.
When you talk about these two teams, you talk about marquee players.
It is gone! Carlos Santana with a joyous jog around the bases.
Mike Trout near the wall, reaching up, and he takes one away. One MVP to another.
Diving attempt by Allen. He made the catch! A sensational diving catch on the track.
Well, Albert Pujols is in the 600 home run club, the 3,000 hit club, and today he joins the 2,000 RBI club.
Congratulations, Albert Pujols. Boy, what a moment in the game of baseball.
Oh, what a diving stop by Lindor. And he just robbed his best friend of a hit.
Michelle's like, yeah, I've seen that before. Usually on his side.
And he blasts one high and deep, and it is from here.
250th career home run for Mike Trout. 473 feet.
Kipnis with a drive to deep right. There she goes. Ball game.
Simmons going out and will make the catch.
Oh my! How did he get to that baseball?
Again, Andrelton Simmons.
That is ridiculous.
In the hole and into right base hit. Martin will try to score. Bruce comes throwing to the plate. Not in time. It's a game-winning pinch hit. RBI single to right by Tyler Naquin.
Shohei Ohtani, the first Japanese-born player to ever hit for the cycle in a major league game. How about that?
The Indians win it. A game winner. The first in the major league career of Oscar Mercado.
The Angels have no hit the Seattle Mariners.
On a night where the Angels honored Tyler Skaggs, every single Angel player wearing his number and name on the back of their uniforms.
It's going to be a fun one to watch.
I don't know if there are many images better than that one from the Big A. Combined no-hitter, first home game, honoring Tyler Skaggs like that. That was truly special. But Cleveland and the Angels, there's some stars in there, Buck.
Well, there sure are. When you think anytime you can see Albert Pujols and Mike Trout and Andrelton Simmons for the Angels, and then you look at the other side of the diamond and Lindor, and they've got some great players. And obviously, the Indians lost some great players. Jose Ramirez was coming on, and he was going to be a big part of what they were hopeful of doing in September, and now they might be just a little bit short without having him at third base.
Yeah, Carlos Santana having a monster career year, really. And the Indians, we were talking about them being sellers at the break, and they're still in it right there. Yes, they've taken on some injuries that really set them back, but they're fighting for this. So they have a lot to play for. And hey, man, you get to see Mike Trout.
And how impressive have the young Tribe starters been?
Yeah, man, and Plesac has been terrific. Bieber's been terrific, and they've done a great job. And Clevenger's come back from the injured list, throwing better than ever. So, and there's Corey Kluber. They thought he was going to get him back, and he had a little bit of a setback, and now it's up in the air as to whether or not he'll come back. But, I thought if Kluber could come back and if Ramirez had stayed healthy, they had a real good shot. Now, like you say, there's a lot of character there, and they've got a great leader in Tito. So I think that they're going to hang in there pretty good.
Buck, Carlos, it was an absolute pleasure to be with you, and we saw a few swinging and drives, a few placatas tonight. It was an honor to share these headsets with you.
Good job, Steven. Great to be with you.
Listen, we're back Tuesday for the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Cleveland and the Angels. You get Mr. Smile, Francisco Lindor, and the best player on planet Earth, Mike Trout. Coverage begins with our pregame show at 9:30 Eastern. For Buck Martinez, Carlos Pena, Kelly Nash, and our crew, headed up by our birthday boy producer, Michael Trainer, I'm Steven Elson, saying goodbye for now. Thanks for watching the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube.